Welcome back to Worlds of Proththea audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Proththea, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Proththea's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Proththean audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofproththea.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Ava. The sweet scent of fresh-baked goddess hearts fills my nostrils as I pull another tray from the stone oven. My arms strain under the weight, muscles burning from hours of lifting trays and kneading dough. The kitchen's heat presses against my skin, and wisps of chestnut hair stick to my forehead despite being tied back. 3 more orders! Madame Thea's shrill voice cuts through the bakery's warmth. And don't burn them this time. I bite back a retort. The last batch wasn't burned. They were perfectly caramelized. But arguing with a Zafan about baking techniques would only lead to another reduction in my already meagre wages. At least I get wages, even if they are next to nothing. My fingers work quickly, shaping the dough into delicate heart patterns. Each fold and twist must be precise. One mistake, and the entire batch becomes animal feed. The Nimmand bean syrup bubbles in its pot, its rich aroma mixing with the yeast and sugar that permeates the air. A group of Safan nobles passes by the kitchen window, their golden wings catching the morning light. They don't spare a glance at the human working inside. To them, I'm just another piece of kitchen equipment. But when I drop the hearts into the hot oil, watching them turn a perfect golden brown, none of that matters. This is my art, my small rebellion. Each pastry that leaves this kitchen carries a piece of my soul, even if the customers will never know it was crafted by human hands. I dust the finished hearts with sugar, my movements swift and practiced. The scar on my left hand throbs, a reminder of the day I tried to prove I could work as fast as the Zafan bakers. Now I know better. Speed isn't everything. Precision and care make the difference between food and art. Ava! Madame Thea's voice again. Stop dawdling and get those orders out. I arrange the hearts on silver platters, careful not to smudge their pristine coating. My wages barely cover my tiny room above the bakery, but at least I have a roof and relative freedom. Some humans aren't so lucky. What is this? Madame Thea's wings flare out, steel grey feathers bristling as she thrusts a half-eaten pastry in my face. A customer claims this tastes like ash. I study the goddess heart, its delicate curves still perfectly shaped, the sugar crystallized just right. The tear reveals fluffy, even layers inside, exactly how they should look. The caramelization is correct, madam. Perhaps their palate. Their palate? Her laugh carries the sharp edge of winter wind. A noble Zafan's palate is refined beyond your primitive understanding. You forget your place. Heat rises in my cheeks, but I keep my spine straight. My fingers still work the dough in front of me, muscle memory taking over while I face her scrutiny. I've been baking these hearts for 3 years. I know when they're done correctly. You dare question? I'm stating facts. The words slip out before I can catch them. Dangerous words. But I'm tired of swallowing truth like bitter medicine. Lightning crackles along her wings, making the air thick with ozone. Other kitchen workers, both human and Zafan, shrink back. But I hold her gaze. My hands don't shake as I continue folding pastries, though sweat trickles down my neck. One more complaint, she hisses, leaning close enough that I smell mint and storm clouds on her breath. And you'll join the street rats begging for scraps. There are plenty of humans who'd kill for your position. I nod once, sharp and precise as my knife sliding through dough. Understood, madam. She sweeps away in a rustle of feathers and silk, leaving the accused pastry on my workstation. I pick it up, examine the bite mark. The texture is perfect, the flavour balance exact. I know my craft. But in New Solace, truth bows to status, and human skill means nothing against Zafan pride. I toss the heart into the waste bin and return to my work. My movements are controlled, deliberate. Each fold of dough carries the weight of unspoken defiance. They can threaten my livelihood, but they can't take my dignity. Not while I still have strength to stand tall. The lunch rush fades, leaving scattered crumbs and sticky tabletops in its wake. I gather my cleaning supplies, grateful for the break from the kitchen's suffocating heat. The dining room's high windows cast long shadows across the floors, and the crystal chandeliers catch afternoon light in prisms. A flash of gold catches my eye. In the furthest corner, a young Zafan sits alone, her wings the colour of pure sunlight. Unlike the other nobles who parade through here, she hunches over the table, platinum hair falling like a curtain around her face. Her fingers trace patterns in spilled sugar. I approach slowly, cloth in hand. Can I get you anything? Silver eyes snap up, sharp as frost. I'm fine. Her tone could cut glass. The goddess hearts are fresh. I start wiping the neighbouring table, keeping my movements casual. I just pulled them from the oven. Did you make them? A hint of curiosity breaks through her icy facade. Every last one. I risk a small smile. Though we're supposed to pretend the Zafan bakers did all the work. Her lips twitch. Wouldn't want to upset the natural order. Sarcasm drips from each word. I'm Eva. She studies me for a long moment, head tilted like a bird considering its prey. Annalise. That's a beautiful name. I move closer, cleaning tables in a slow spiral toward her corner. It means graced with divine favour. She snorts. What a joke. Not feeling particularly favoured today? Or any day? She straightens, and I catch a glimpse of the elegant creature she'll become. All long limbs and ethereal grace. But there's a wildness in her eyes that speaks of caged storms. Without really considering the repercussions, I flit to the kitchen, grabbing her a fresh goddess heart, and then I decide to pile an assortment on there for her to try. Better than them going to waste. Sometimes the best moments happen when the divine isn't watching. I slide the plate onto her table. On the house. Her fingers hover over the pastry. Why are you being nice to me? Because you look like you could use someone to talk to, and I'm told I'm a decent listener. Even to a spoiled Zafan brat? I don't see any brats here. Just a girl having a rough day. A genuine smile breaks through her defences, transforming her entire face. You're different from any other adults I've met. I slide into the seat across from her, hoping Madame Thea can't see me. The movement is casual, like we're old friends meeting for tea rather than a human servant, and young Zafan breaking every social rule in New Solace. Try the moonberry tart. I nudge the plate toward her. The berries came in fresh this morning. Annalise picks up the tart, her movements precise and controlled, the mark of noble upbringing. But as the first bite hits her tongue, her shoulders relax. This is incredible. Secret ingredient is spite. I wink. Makes everything taste better. A laugh bursts from her, bright and unexpected. She claps a hand over her mouth, silver eyes darting around the empty dining room. Her wings flutter, catching rays of afternoon sun. No one's here to scold you for enjoying yourself. I break a goddess heart in half, offering her the larger portion. Though I imagine you get enough of that already. Her smile fades. She traces the heart's edge with one finger, leaving trails in the sugar. Father says proper Xafan don't show emotion. It's beneath us. Sounds lonely. You have no idea. She takes another bite, smaller this time. Everyone's always watching, waiting for me to mess up, to prove I'm not pure enough. The bitterness in her voice strikes a chord. I recognize that look, the weight of expectations crushing the joy out of simple pleasures. Well, this is a judgment-free corner. Eat like a savage. I won't tell. Annalise hesitates, then grabs another pastry. Crumbs scatter across the table as she devours it. Sugar dusts her lips, and for a moment she looks younger, more her age, just a teenage girl enjoying something sweet. I haven't had fresh pastries since. She pauses, pain flickering across her features. Well, Father doesn't really let me leave the house and the staff isn't as good as you. I'm sorry. I resist the urge to reach for her hand. I don't know her like that, and yet I find myself wanting to help. She shrugs. I've gotten used to being an afterthought. The raw hurt in her voice makes my chest ache. Here sits one of the most privileged beings in New Solace, and all she wants is her father to see her. He doesn't let you leave the house. I try to change the topic. That's a shame, given how beautiful the city is. Annalise picks at the remains of a pastry, platinum hair falling forward to shield her face. Father says it's not safe, that others might. She swallows hard. But I had to see the city, just once. So you snuck out. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Every instinct screams danger. Xafan nobles don't take kindly to disobedience, especially from their children. I climbed out my window. Pride colours her voice as her wings stretch slightly. Used my powers to ride the wind down. Father's too busy with his meetings to notice I'm gone. My heart pounds against my ribs. If they find her here, with me, the consequences would be severe. For both of us. When did you leave? This morning. She lifts her chin, but I catch the tremor in her hands. I wanted to see the market, watch the street performers. Everything's so bright and alive out here. I glance at the windows. The sun hangs low, painting the crystal chandeliers in amber and gold. Hours have passed. Her father must have noticed by now. Annalise. I keep my voice gentle. Your father, what exactly does he do? She stiffens, silver eyes darkening. He used to be a warrior. Now I don't know. He commands the city guard or something like that. My blood turns to ice. A warrior's daughter sitting across from me, eating contraband pastries. The room suddenly feels too small, the shadows too deep. But she looks up at me then, eyebrows pinched together. Why? Is there something wrong with that? I swallow back my fear. If her father comes, then I'll deal with it. For some reason, I want to protect the little bit of peace she's found. No. I paste on a smile for her. There's nothing wrong.
Chapter 2. Ridwan. The streets of New Solace gleam beneath my boots as I stalk through the city, my wings twitching with barely contained rage. Golden spires pierce the violet sky, their ethereal glow mocking the darkness churning inside me. My daughter's defiance burns hotter than the enchanted flames lighting the grand boulevards. Lord Ridwan. A merchant bows, scurrying out of my path. I'm well known around the city since I head the city guard, all the merchants and nobles knowing exactly who enforces law here. So they know who to target. I don't care much for the Lord's title, especially given that I'm a warrior at heart, but I do not argue. I Barely register his presence, my focus locked on scanning the crowds for a flash of platinum hair. Blood pounds in my ears. This isn't the first time Annalise has slipped past the estate's wards, and it won't be the last unless I put a stop to it. She's too much like her mother. Headstrong, rebellious, determined to test every boundary I set. My wings spread wider, casting a shadow over the gilded walkway. Citizens part before me, their whispers carried on the evening breeze. Let them talk. My reputation means nothing if I can't keep my own daughter safe. Has anyone seen my daughter? My voice cuts through the marketplace chatter. Silence falls, broken only by the rustling of nervous wings. I already have half the city guard and a few of my own looking for her, and yet I can't find her anywhere. A young Zephan woman steps forward, her eyes downcast. My lord, I saw her heading toward the eastern parts of the city earlier. I flex my hands, fighting the urge to summon my power. The last time I unleashed my fury in public, it took weeks to repair the damage. But the thought of Annalise alone in that part of the city, where crime is a bit too high and there are a lot of humans, is driving me close to the edge. My wings snap tight against my back as I march toward the eastern side. 14 years old and she thinks she's invincible. Just like her mother. The memory of Sarah's smile twists in my chest like a blade. Not again. I won't lose anyone else, especially when Annalise is all I have. The stench of desperation and decay grows stronger as I work my way from the city's center. Shadows crawl between vendor stalls, and the gleam of watching eyes follows my every move. My wings brush against rotting awnings, sending motes of dust dancing in the dim light. A girl with white gold hair, I growl at each merchant I pass. Their trembling fingers point deeper into the maze of crooked streets. The trail leads to a weathered bakery wedged between two crumbling buildings. Warm light spills from its windows, and the scent of fresh bread cuts through the market's foul air. My steps slow as familiar laughter rings out, bright, genuine, unguarded. I freeze in the doorway. Annalise leans against a flour-dusted counter, her silver eyes sparkling as she tosses her head back in delight. Beside her stands a human woman, dark-haired and glowing, gesturing animatedly as she speaks. Crumbs scatter from the pastry in Annalise's hand. My chest constricts. I can't remember the last time I saw my daughter laugh like this. Not with our kind. Not with anyone. She holds herself apart, wrapped in thorny defiance and sharp words. But here, in this grimy corner of New Solas, her walls have crumbled. And then the whole batch just... The human girl smacks her hands together, sending up a cloud of flour. Exploded. Everywhere. You're terrible. Annalise grins, actually grins, and bumps her shoulder against the human's. How are you even allowed near an oven? The sight roots me to the spot. My wings twitch, wanting to burst forward, to grab Annalise and drag her back to safety. But I can't move. Can't shatter this moment of peace. Her platinum hair catches the lamplight, so like her mother's it steals my breath. But where Sarah's smile was always tinged with sadness, Annalise's blazes with pure joy. The human woman brushes a strand of chestnut hair from her face, leaving a streak of flour across her cheek. Her movements flow with practiced grace as she demonstrates some baking technique to my daughter. No trembling, no stammering, no desperate attempts to curry favor. Just genuine interaction. My wings twitch with an unfamiliar tension. I should storm in there, remind this human of her place. But the way Annalise's shoulders relax, our usual sharp edges soften. Here, like this. The woman's hands guide Annalise's fingers through the motions of shaping dough. Her amber eyes catch the lamplight, warm and focused. A small scar marks her left hand, testament to years of hard work. You want to be firm but gentle. Heat crawls up my neck. The words echo in my mind, stirring something I've kept buried since Sarah. Her sleeves are rolled to her elbows, revealing strong forearms dusted with flour. She moves with quiet confidence, sure of her craft if nothing else. I'm doing it wrong. Annalise's voice lacks its usual bite. No sarcasm, no walls. Eva, I'm hopeless. Eva, what a perfect name for this woman. You're doing fine. Eva's smile transforms her entire face. My chest tightens. She's striking in an understated way. Not the ethereal beauty of Zaphon nobility, but something earthier, more real. It takes practice. I shift my weight and a floorboard creaks. Eva's head snaps up, those amber eyes widening as they meet mine. Recognition flashes across her face. Fear, resignation, determination. But she doesn't cower, doesn't throw herself at my feet. Instead, she steps slightly in front of Annalise, protective, as if she could shield my daughter from me. The gesture sends an odd mix of anger and admiration through my blood. How dare this human presume? But when was the last time anyone showed such instinct to protect Annalise, even from me? My wings spread without conscious thought, filling the doorway. Eva's chin lifts, though her hands tremble slightly, beautiful and brave. The thought ambushes me before I can squash it. Time to go. The words fall like ice between us, but my eyes keep drifting to Eva. Her fingers twist in her apron, flour dusting her skin like stardust, yet she holds her ground, not backing down an inch. Annalise's silver eyes dim, that rare spark of joy extinguishing. Her shoulders draw back, spine straightening as she transforms from carefree child to cold princess in the space of a heartbeat. The change cuts deeper than any blade. I was just disobeying direct orders again. My wings flex, casting dancing shadows across the worn wooden floors. We'll discuss your punishment at home. Eva's jaw tightens. A muscle jumps in her throat as she watches Annalise retreat into herself. Those amber eyes flash with something dangerous. Not fear, but fierce protectiveness. It stirs memories I fought to bury of another woman who dared to challenge me. My lord. Eva's voice carries steady and clear, though her pulse flutters visible at her neck. Your daughter has done nothing wrong. She was simply learning to consort with humans? The words emerge harsher than intended. Eva flinches, but doesn't back down. The streak of flour across her cheek somehow makes her more striking, more real than the painted faces that fill my court. Someone of her caliber shouldn't even be in this part of town. Father. Annalise's tone could freeze flame. She moves to Eva's side, chin lifted in defiance. So like her mother in that moment, my chest aches. Eva's been teaching me. She's kind and patient and beneath your station. But even as I say it, I can't tear my gaze from Eva's face. From the quiet strength in her stance, the way she stands shoulder to shoulder with my daughter. When was the last time anyone dared show such loyalty to Annalise? The scent of fresh bread wraps around us, warm and inviting. So different from the cold halls of home. No wonder Annalise seeks refuge here. Come. My wings snap tight against my back. Now. Annalise's footsteps drag against the floor as we leave the bakery. Her wings droop, the golden feathers dulled in the shadows between buildings. She keeps turning her head, silver eyes darting back to catch glimpses of Eva through the windows. Each look pierces my chest like a blade. The warmth of fresh bread fades, replaced by the market's decay. My daughter's shoulders hunch forward, her usual sharp edges returning like armor. The transformation hits harder now that I've seen her other side, the laughing girl with flour on her hands and joy in her eyes. Something could have happened to you. The words scratch my throat. This part of town isn't safe for a child? Her voice cuts like ice. Or for anyone who dares leave your precious golden cage. I grab her arm, forcing her to face me. For my daughter. Moonlight catches the tears she's fighting to hold back. When did she learn to hide her pain so well? When did I stop seeing past her defenses? My wings curl forward, instinctively trying to shield her. She jerks away, but not before I catch the longing in her expression. The same look she wore watching Ava demonstrate those simple baking techniques, like someone starving for connection. We pass beneath the market's archway, ascending toward the glittering spires of home. With each step, Annalise retreats further into herself. Her chin lifts, jaw tight, but her eyes keep drifting back down the hill. Back to the tiny bakery where she found something I failed to give her. Understanding hits like a physical blow. My daughter isn't just rebelling. She's searching for the warmth she's missed since Sira died. Since I buried myself in duty and distance, too afraid of failing her to realize I already had. The thought follows us home, echoing with each glance Annalise casts over her shoulder. Each silent tear she thinks I don't see falling.
Chapter 3. Eva. The morning rush at the bakery keeps my hands busy, but my mind wanders. Steam rises from fresh loaves as I pull them from the oven, the familiar scent of yeast and warmth filling the air. Yet instead of finding comfort in the routine, I keep seeing flashes of golden wings and silver eyes. My fingers knead the next batch of dough with more force than necessary. The girl, Annalise, had looked so lost yesterday, standing in her fine silks while clutching that package of pastries like a lifeline. Even with her sharp tongue and proud stance, something in those otherworldly eyes had screamed of loneliness. "You're going to murder that dough!" Madame Thea's voice snaps me from my thoughts. I ease my grip, realizing I've nearly torn the elastic strands. Sorry. I shape the abused dough into rolls, trying to focus on the simple motions. But those wings keep haunting me, not the pure white or brilliant gold of the high-born Zafan, but a warm honey colour that seemed almost too vibrant for someone so hollow. I dust flour from my hands and move to the front counter, grateful for the distraction of customers. Some are human like me, keeping their eyes down as they purchase their daily bread, usually for whatever Zafan they serve. Zafan nobles drift through, their wings held high as they examine our goods with barely concealed disdain. My chest tightens at their presence. I shouldn't care about one Zafan girl's troubles. Their kind sees us as little more than servants at best, slaves at worst. I'm lucky to even have this job, to not be bound in complete servitude like so many others. But I can't shake the image of Annalise's face when she'd mentioned her father. The way her voice had cracked just slightly before that wall of ice slammed back into place. I've worn that same mask myself, that desperate need to appear strong when you're crumbling inside. I catch myself staring out the window, searching the crowds for a flash of golden wings. This isn't my problem to solve. I have enough troubles of my own without getting involved in Zafan family drama. But as I turn back to my work, I know I'm only lying to myself. That lost girl has already worked her way under my skin, and no amount of practical reasoning seems able to dig her out. The bell chimes as I'm wiping down the counter, the rush finally having died down, and the air grows thick, heavy with an energy that makes my skin prickle. The conversations die. Footsteps halt mid-stride. I look up and my heart stutters. Ridwan fills the doorway, his massive wings casting long shadows across the bakery floor. I recognised him instantly last night, but seeing him today, in the light and surrounded by so many Zafan who instantly bow to him, is different. The scar on his cheek catches the light as he scans the room, those piercing golden eyes moving with predatory focus. His presence drowns out everything else, like a storm cloud blocking the sun. It's no wonder he was once a great warrior, now in charge of the city's guard and protection. Madame Thea drops the tray she's holding, pastries scattering across the floor as she bows so low his nose nearly touches the ground. "Lord Ridwan, what an honour! We weren't expecting— how may we serve you?" The warrior's jaw tightens at the display. His wings shift, the golden feathers rustling with barely contained irritation. The motion draws my gaze to his broad shoulders, the way his dark clothing stretches across muscle earned from actual combat rather than ceremonial training. Leave us. His voice cuts through the silence, deep and commanding. The remaining customers scramble for the door, nearly tripping over each other in their haste to escape. Madame Thea backs away, still bowing, until she disappears into the kitchen. The sound of pots clattering suggests she's trying to make herself as scarce as possible. I grip the counter's edge, my knuckles white. We're alone now, and the weight of his attention falls on me like a physical thing. He moves closer, each step deliberate, controlled. Power radiates from him in waves, not the manufactured authority of most noble Zafan, but something raw and dangerous. His wings brush against a display case, sending a jar of cookies crashing to the floor. He doesn't even glance at the mess. Those golden eyes stay fixed on me, unblinking, intense enough to steal my breath. You gave pastries to my daughter. You taught her to bake instead of sending her back home. Not a question, a statement that carries the weight of an accusation. I force my spine straight, refusing to bow like the others. I gave her something to eat. That's what bakeries do. His presence overwhelms the small space, making it hard to breathe. The shattered jar lies forgotten between us, cookie crumbs scattered like broken promises across the floor. You will come work for me. The words drop like stones into still water. My laugh catches in my throat before it can escape. The absolute audacity, as if I'm some possession to be claimed and moved at his whim. Heat rises in my cheeks. I already have a job. I gesture at the bakery around us, proud of how steady my voice remains despite the thunder of my pulse. His wings flex, the golden feathers catching light. The motion draws my gaze to the breadth of his shoulders, the way his jaw clenches with barely contained frustration. He's used to instant obedience, not resistance. My daughter needs a companion, someone to ensure she maintains her studies and stays where she belongs. His eyes narrow. You've caught her attention. That makes you useful. I'm not a servant to be ordered around. The words slip out before I can stop them. He moves closer, each step measured and precise. The counter between us feels like paper-thin protection. No, you're not. Which is precisely why I'm offering you a position in my household. Full pay, private quarters. Better than... His gaze sweeps over the modest bakery with its flour-dusted surfaces and simple furnishings. The implied insult stings. I've worked hard for everything I have, fought against the prejudices that come with being human in New Solace. I'm lucky to have a job at all, and I do love to bake. I'm in no mood to be ordered around by some Zafan. Crossing my arms, I level Ridwan with a glare that most would never dare. Your daughter needs a father, not a glorified babysitter. The temperature seems to drop. His wings go rigid, feathers bristling like drawn blades. For a moment, I wonder if I've pushed too far. His jaw tightens at my words, a muscle twitching beneath the scar on his cheek. The temperature drops further, and I swear I can feel static crackling in the air around his wings. Part of me wants to step back, to bow and scrape like everyone else does. But I plant my feet. I won't be another wall between you and your daughter. His golden eyes flash, and for a moment raw pain crosses his features before it's buried beneath that mask of control. The feathers of his wings settle, no longer bristling with anger, but drooping slightly, like a weight has settled across his shoulders. Think about it. His voice comes out rougher than before, almost quiet. It would be beneficial to you, I assure you, and if nothing else, it would mean everything to Annalise. He turns, those massive wings folding close to his body as he strides toward the door. The bell chimes his exit, and I release a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My hands shake as I grip the counter, the adrenaline leaving me in a rush that makes my knees weak. The shattered jar still lies at my feet, forgotten cookies crushed to crumbs in his wake. I should feel relieved. I stood up to one of the most powerful Zafan in New Solace and lived to tell about it. But all I can see is that flash of pain in his eyes, the way his wings had dropped when I mentioned being a father. There was a story there, buried beneath all that controlled power and cold command. But it's not my story to uncover, not my broken family to fix. I grab the broom and start sweeping up the mess, trying to ignore how the air still feels charged with his lingering presence. But his words, his eyes, everything about him, sticks with me through the rest of the night. The morning after Ridwan's visit drags by in a haze of kneading and baking. My muscles ache from the tension I'm carrying, memories of golden wings and piercing eyes haunting every quiet moment. The bell chimes just before noon. I look up from arranging pastries to find Annalise slipping through the door, her shoulders hunched despite her fine silk dress. Her silver eyes dart around the nearly empty bakery before landing on me. Annalise. Worry eats at me instantly. What are you doing here? Please. Her voice cracks on the word, those otherworldly eyes going wide with desperation. I don't want to be alone anymore. I swallow hard, trying to find the words. Annalise. He doesn't have to know. I'll only stay a few hours. She crosses the bakery to where I am. I just wanted to see you again. The mask of cold pride she usually wears has crumbled, leaving something raw and vulnerable in its place. Her golden wings droop, the feathers dull and unkempt compared to yesterday. Dark circles shadow her eyes, making her pale skin look almost translucent. My chest tightens. This isn't the sharp-tongued girl who rebels against her father. This is a child reaching out the only way she knows how. I wipe my flour-covered hands on my apron. Come on. I lift the counter divider. You can help me with the afternoon batch. Her eyes widen. I don't know how to. I'll teach you. I grab a spare apron, holding it out like a peace offering. You were doing well last night. A spark of that familiar defiance flashes in her silver eyes. She snatches the apron, fumbling with the ties until I step behind her to help. Her wings twitch at my proximity, but she doesn't pull away. Your father came by yesterday, I say softly, testing the waters. Her whole body goes rigid. Did he try to order you around? He does that to everyone. He did. I move to the work table, pulling out fresh dough. But I'm not very good at following orders. A startled laugh escapes her, quickly muffled behind her hand. But some of the tension eases from her shoulders as she watches me shape the dough. Here. I gesture her closer. Put your hands like this. Gentle pressure. Don't force it. She copies my movements, her graceful fingers pressing tentatively into the soft dough. For a moment, she looks like any other 14-year-old girl, focused and curious, the weight of expectations temporarily lifted from her shoulders. It kills me to see her like this. And I know her father will be furious when he realizes she's here, so I'll need to send her home soon. But this Zafan, she might have just stolen my heart. From the depths of the darkness of Proththea,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Proththea fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Proththea at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofproththea.com. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 4. Ridwan. The bell chimes as I push open the bakery door, and the scent of fresh bread hits me like a physical force. Warmth floods my wings, and I fold them tight against my back. I shouldn't be here. Eva made her position clear when I offered her the companion position for Annalise. She turned me down, and I don't need someone else in the house that I can't control. A few humans and Xaphen bustle around behind the counter, their heads bowed in deference as I enter. None of them are Eva. My fingers drum against my thigh as I scan the shop, irritation prickling beneath my skin. What am I doing here? This is beneath me. It's something I've thought the whole walk over, and yet I'm still here. Still coming to see if she'll reconsider. The back door swings open and Eva emerges, balancing a cloth bag against her hip. Her chestnut hair has come loose from its tie, wisping around her face in the heat from the ovens. A smudge of flour marks her cheek. She freezes when she spots me, her amber eyes widening. My lord. She doesn't bow to me like the others, and there's defiance in the set of her jaw. I wasn't expecting you. Clearly. The word comes out sharper than intended. Something about her disheveled appearance unsettles me, makes my hands itch to brush that flour from her skin. I've rarely found anyone attractive, and I hate to admit how drawn I am to this human. I clench them at my sides instead. I assumed after our conversation the other day. She trails off, shifting the bag higher on her hip. The movement draws my attention to the curve of her waist, and I force my gaze back to her face. You assumed correctly. I merely... The excuse dies in my throat. What can I say? That I came to see if she'd changed her mind? That some inexplicable pull drew me here against my better judgment? I have orders to fill. Eva's voice is soft but firm. She moves past me, close enough that I catch the scent of vanilla and cinnamon clinging to her skin. My wings twitch with the urge to curl forward, to trap that sweetness against me. I step back, disgusted with myself. She's human. Nothing more than a baker. My daughter needs a proper companion, not some common worker who already refused the position. Come with me. The words escape before I can stop them. Eva's eyes narrow, and I add, to discuss the position properly? She studies me for a long moment, then nods. Let me change first. Half an hour later, we walk through the golden archways of my estate, her steps matching mine despite my longer stride. The whole way, I told her what I expect, which is mostly just for her to keep Annalise occupied. In exchange, she wants unlimited access to my kitchens, which I've granted. As for her position at the bakery, I can handle that. I just need her to agree. I watch her as she walks into the estate. Most humans shrink when they enter, overwhelmed by the towering ceilings and gleaming metalwork. But Eva's gaze sweeps over the intricate murals, the floating orbs of light, taking in every detail with quiet calculation. Your home is... She pauses, choosing her words carefully. Different than I expected. How so? Less ostentatious. A hint of a smile plays at her lips, though still completely impractical. My wings bristle at her boldness. You find fault with Xaphen architecture? I find fault with stairs that float without railings when children live here. She gestures to the crystalline steps spiraling up to the second floor, and windows that reach the ceiling but have no way to clean them. Magic handles such concerns. And when the magic fails, I stop, turning to face her. Most humans would flinch at my height, at the way my wings cast shadows over them. But Eva meets my gaze steadily, that same quiet assessment in her amber eyes. Magic doesn't fail in my home. Everything fails eventually. She says it matter-of-factly, no challenge in her tone. Just certainty born of experience. Even the grandest things break down if not properly maintained. Something about her words strikes too close to home. I turn away, continuing down the hall. You speak from experience. The bakery's enchanted ovens break down twice a year. I've learned to repair them myself rather than wait for a mage. The admission surprises me. Most humans avoid touching magical items, fear bred into them from generations of warnings. But then, nothing about Eva fits my expectations of humans. We reach Annalise's chambers and I pause before knocking. Eva stands beside me, her hands clasped in front of her apron. She's changed into a clean dress, but missed a spot of flour behind her ear. The urge to brush it away gnaws at me. I rap twice on the door, no response. Annalise! My voice carries the edge of command. Open the door. Go away. The words are muffled, sullen. Eva steps forward before I can respond. I brought those honey-filled pastries you liked yesterday. The door cracks open. Annalise's silver eyes peer out, narrowing when they land on me. But they brighten at the sight of Eva, and the door swings wide. You remembered? Annalise's wings flutter, a tell she's trying to suppress her excitement. The golden feathers catch the light, so like my own it makes my chest ache. Of course. Eva produces a small wrap package from her bag, though I added a bit more cinnamon this time. Annalise snatches the package and retreats to her window seat, legs folded beneath her. The sullen mask she usually wears in my presence melts away as Eva follows her inside. Why aren't you at the bakery? Annalise asks between bites. Flakes of pastry dust her lap. Don't they need you to run the ovens? Eva perches beside her, smoothing her skirts. I finished my morning shift, and there are others that can work the ovens, though sometimes they have minds of their own. Last week, one decided all the bread should be purple. Annalise laughs, a sound I haven't heard in weeks. Purple bread? Did anyone buy it? The children loved it. Their parents not so much. I lean against the doorframe, watching as my daughter peppers Eva with questions. Each answer draws Annalise further out of her shell. Eva meets her curiosity with patience, never dismissing her questions as childish or beneath notice. When was the last time someone spoke to Annalise like this? Like she matters beyond her bloodline and status? Eva catches my eye over Annalise's head. Something passes between us. An understanding, perhaps. Or a challenge. She sees what I've missed, what I've let slip away while buried in duties and old grief. I follow them to the courtyard, maintaining enough distance that Annalise won't notice my presence. The afternoon sun catches Eva's hair, turning the chestnut strands to liquid copper as she helps my daughter tend to the withering garden. My wings twitch with each of Annalise's laughs. Sounds I haven't heard in years. Eva kneels in the dirt, heedless of her dress, showing Annalise how to check the soil. Her fingers dig into the earth with practiced ease while explaining something about root systems. Annalise leans in close, her golden wings spread wide for balance as she mimics Eva's movements. The sight stirs something in my chest. When was the last time I taught Annalise anything? When did I stop being her father and become just another authority figure she rebels against? They move through the courtyard methodically, Eva pointing out signs of magical interference in the plant's growth. My daughter soaks up every word, asking questions I should have answered years ago. The garden was Sierra's pride. I let it decay after her death, another failure to add to my growing list. The sun dips low, casting long shadows across the flagstones. Eva brushes dirt from her skirts and guides Annalise toward the house. She pauses at the entrance, touching my daughter's shoulder. Go wash up for dinner. I'll be right behind you. Once Annalise disappears inside, Eva turns to face me. I expect her to startle at finding me so close, but she meets my gaze without flinching. You should be the one talking to her like this. Her voice carries no judgment, just quiet certainty. The words slice through my carefully constructed walls. She needs her father, not just another authority figure. I draw myself up, wings spreading. Most humans would cower at the display of dominance. Eva just watches me, those amber eyes seeing too much. The guilt coils in my stomach, hot and heavy. I push it down, ignoring the truth in her words. You overstep, human. The words taste bitter on my tongue. Eva's shoulders straighten. Then dismiss me, but you know I'm right. I work my jaw. Have you reached a decision? I'll stay. Her eyes dart toward the door. For her. I know she needs someone, but you could at least try with her. I don't know how to process the second part of her answer, so I only answer the first. I'll send someone to tell your employer and gather your things. You can choose one of the rooms in Annalise's wings. Eva's eyes assess me with a cunning I'm not used to. I might be your daughter's companion, but that won't make me agree to everything you say. And then she turns and walks into the house, leaving me alone with thoughts I've avoided for years. Hours later, I sit in my office, staring at reports without reading them. The words blur together, meaningless scratches on parchment. My wings ache from holding them rigid against my back. The floating orbs cast harsh shadows across my desk, throwing the neat stacks of papers into sharp relief. I shove back from the desk. The chair scrapes against stone, the sound echoing through the empty room. Even the scratch of my quill feels too loud in this silence. My feet carry me through the halls before conscious thought takes hold. The estate stretches vast and hollow around me, its grandeur mocking the emptiness within. Golden archways soar overhead, their magical lights dimmed for evening. My footsteps echo off floors that haven't felt the patter of running feet in years. I find myself outside Annalise's door, drawn by the sound of laughter spilling through the crack beneath. Eva's voice drifts out, warm and rich as she describes some mishap at the bakery. Annalise's giggles follow, a sound so foreign it takes me moments to recognize it. My hand lifts to the door handle, then falls away. When did I become a stranger in my daughter's life? When did her laughter become something I hear only through closed doors? The walls press in, suffocating despite their height. My wings flex, itching to spread wide and carry me far from these memories. From Eva's knowing gaze and my daughter's silver eyes that look so much like her mother's. Another burst of laughter rings out. The sound wraps around my throat like a vice. This is what I've denied her, what I've denied us both. Simple joy, connection, the warmth of shared stories and gentle teasing. Eva brought life back into these halls with nothing more than patience and pastries. While I've spent years building walls of duty and protocol, she knocked them down with a smile and flour-dusted hands. I press my forehead against the cool wood of the door, wings trembling with the effort of keeping them still. On the other side, my daughter lives and breathes and laughs, and I stand here in the dark, a shadow at the edges of her world.
Chapter 5. Eva. The morning sun filters through the kitchen windows as I knead fresh dough, falling into an easy rhythm. 2 weeks into my new position, and I've memorized the layout of every cabinet, drawer and shelf. The countertops gleam beneath my flour-dusted hands. Not that I'm required to help in the kitchens, but I couldn't give up something I love. A door slams upstairs, followed by heavy footsteps. Ridwan's commanding voice echoes through the halls. Annalise, your tutor arrives in an hour. Be presentable. No response. More footsteps, these lighter and faster. Annalise appears in the kitchen doorway, her platinum hair dishevelled, silver eyes blazing. She yanks open the icebox, grabs a juice, and slams it shut. Did you hear me? Ridwan's massive frame fills the doorway, his golden wings tucked tight against his back. The scar on his cheek stands out stark against his bronze skin. Yes, father. Be presentable, like always. Annalise doesn't look at him. instead focusing on picking at the label of her drink. And your assignments? Completed. All of them? Yes. Her knuckles whiten around the bottle. Ridwan's jaw tightens. Show me. They're in my room. Then get them. Annalise storms past him, her own smaller wings rigid with tension. The temperature in the kitchen drops several degrees as Ridwan watches her go, his golden eyes hard as steel. I keep kneading, trying to fade into the background, but my hands shake. Every interaction between them feels like watching a storm gather, all crackling energy and impending destruction. Ridwan notices me then, his gaze softening a fraction. He's always analysing me, but he doesn't push me, doesn't bully me like most Xafan will. The kitchen smells good. Thank you. I brush flour from my hands, painfully aware of how human I must look. No wings, no otherworldly grace, just messy hair and flushed cheeks from the oven's heat. He nods once and leaves, his footsteps fading down the hall. Within minutes, I hear his study door close with a decisive click. That's how it always goes. Commands, short responses, closed doors. The vast mansion feels more like a mausoleum than a home, with father and daughter orbiting each other like distant planets, never quite connecting. I spend the next hour shaping loaves and watching the quiet war unfold. Annalise's tutor arrives at precisely 9, only to find an empty study. The poor man wrings his hands, pacing the halls until Ridwan emerges from his office like an oncoming storm. I follow the sound of wings to the courtyard. Annalise perches on the edge of the fountain, her bare feet trailing in the water, platinum hair glowing in the morning light. She looks so young, so fragile despite her height and sharp edges. Your tutor's here. I set a plate of fresh pastries on the fountain's edge. I know. She traces patterns in the water. Father's probably furious. He is. Good. But her voice cracks on the word. I sit beside her, careful to keep space between us. The fountain bubbles behind us, masking the sound of approaching footsteps. You know, when I was your age, I used to break my mother's plates. Her silver eyes flick to mine. Why? Because she worked 3 jobs and was never home. Breaking things meant she had to stop and look at me, even if it was just to yell. Annalise's wings twitch. That's stupid. It was, but it worked, didn't it? She noticed me. She pulls her feet from the water, wrapping her arms around her knees. Father notices everything I do wrong. He notices everything you do, period. You don't have to do anything wrong for him to see you, Annalise. A shadow falls across us. Ridwan stands at the courtyard entrance, his massive wings blocking the sun. Your tutor is waiting. Annalise's shoulders tense. She grabs a pastry and stalks past him without a word, leaving wet footprints on the stone. Ridwan's jaw clenches as he watches her go. For a moment, something raw and painful flashes across his face. Then it's gone, buried beneath layers of cold control. He turns and strides away, leaving me alone with the sound of running water and the weight of words left unsaid. I fume all afternoon, watching father and daughter dance their familiar steps of anger and silence. When Annalise finally storms upstairs and slams her door hard enough to rattle the windows, something in me snaps. My feet carry me down the hallway before my brain catches up. The rich carpets muffle my steps as I march straight to Ridwan's office, not bothering to knock. The heavy oak door swings open. He sits behind his massive desk, golden wings a stark contrast against the dark leather of his chair. Papers scatter across the polished wood, illuminated by floating orbs of light. The scar on his cheek catches the glow, making it look deeper, more savage. "She's your daughter," I snap, arms crossed tight against my chest. My heart pounds, but I force my voice steady. Act like it. His golden eyes narrow at the challenge, and the temperature in the room plummets. He rises slowly from his chair, unfurling to his full height. The desk between us suddenly feels very small. You forget your place. His voice is quiet, dangerous. My place. I step forward, hands trembling. My place is in this house, watching a child cry herself to sleep because her father can't look at her for some reason. Ridwan's wings flare wide, casting shadows across the walls. You know nothing about... I know she breaks rules to get your attention. I know she aces every test, but you only ask about the ones she fails. I know she has your wings, but clearly her mother's eyes. His eyes are golden, not like Annalise's. And you can't handle either. The muscle in his jaw ticks. Papers flutter as his power ripples through the room. Get out. You can't keep ignoring all of your problems. The words slip out before I can stop them. My heart slams against my ribs, but I plant my feet. His eyes blaze like molten gold. He stalks around the desk, each step measured, predatory. I have to crane my neck to hold his gaze. His power crackles through the air, making my skin prickle. The floating orbs flicker and dim, casting twisted shadows across his face. My legs want to shake, but I lock my knees. You know nothing of how I raise my child. His voice drops lower, a growl that vibrates in my chest. I lift my chin. Maybe if you actually raised her, she wouldn't be running off to strangers. The temperature plunges. Frost creeps along the edges of the windows. His massive wings spread wider, golden feathers bristling as he towers over me. One step and he's in my space, close enough I can see the flecks of amber in his eyes, smell leather and smoke on his skin. Choose your next words carefully. His fingers curl at his sides. You are a servant in this house, nothing more. I'm the only one who sees her. My voice rises, betraying the tremor I'm fighting to control. While you hide in here with your papers and your meetings, she's out there trying anything to make you look at her. She might not have left the estate since I've come here, but it's taken me 2 weeks to see something you should have by now. What will it take? Does she need to fall and break her neck before you notice? His hand shoots out, slamming against the wall beside my head. The impact shakes dust from the ceiling. I notice everything. Maybe. I press my palms flat against his chest and shove. He doesn't budge, but his eyes widen at my audacity. But you only mention her failures, her mistakes. When's the last time you asked about her art, her music? Did you know she composes, that she stays up late reading poetry, that she... Enough. The word cracks like a whip. She needs her father, not her commander. His other hand finds the wall, caging me between his arms. You overstep. Someone has to. I meet his glare, refusing to shrink despite my racing pulse. Because you're too busy being the perfect leader to see you're losing her. I spend the rest of the evening in the kitchen, hands shaking as I aggressively knead dough and replay our confrontation. The sun sinks below the horizon, casting long shadows through the windows. My stomach churns. Any minute now a guard will appear to escort me out. Instead, the dinner bell chimes. I watch the other servants plate and roll dinner into the formal dining room, knowing Annalise will expect me. I share every meal with her so I won't be alone. With dread pooling in my stomach, I head to the dining room. The heavy doors creak open. I freeze. Ridwan sits at the head of the massive table, his wings folded tight against the high-backed chair. Annalise is standing by her own seat, silver eyes wide as she stares at her father. The floating orbs cast a warm glow across the polished wood, highlighting the tension in both their shoulders. My hands tremble as I take my seat. Neither speaks. Ridwan's jaw remains tight, the scar on his cheek more pronounced in the dim light. But he's here, actually sitting at the table instead of locked in his study with paperwork. Annalise pushes food around her plate, sneaking glances at him between bites. Her wings twitch with nervous energy. The silence stretches, broken only by the soft clink of silverware. "These vegetables are seasoned well," Ridwan says finally, his deep voice startling in the quiet. Annalise's head snaps up. "I helped Eva harvest them in the garden." A muscle ticks in his jaw, but he nods. "I noticed." The simple acknowledgement makes Annalise's wings relax slightly. She takes a real bite of food, then another. The rigid line of her spine softens degree by degree. I don't say a word, watching father and daughter share their first meal together in months. They barely speak, but the silence feels different now, less like a wall and more like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Annalise's shoulders have lost their defensive hunch. For once, she looks her age. A young girl having dinner with her father, not a soldier awaiting orders. And though Ridwan's expression remains stern, his golden eyes track her movements with something that looks almost like longing.
Chapter 6. Ridwan. Through the ornate windows of my study, their laughter drifts up like wind chimes, foreign and startling. I pause mid-signature, the quill hovering over another endless stack of reports. The sound comes again, Annalise's bright peal mixing with Eva's lower, warmer tones. My wings twitch with unease. When was the last time I heard my daughter laugh like that? Not the sharp, sarcastic bark she uses to deflect conversation, but genuine mirth. I rise from my desk, drawn to the window overlooking the palace gardens. The afternoon sun gilds everything in warm light, catching on the fountain's spray and the delicate petals of blood roses. Eva and Annalise sit on the grass, their heads bent close together. Eva's chestnut hair has escaped its usual tight knot, falling in wisps around her face as she demonstrates something with her hands, probably another baking technique. My daughter watches with rapt attention, her platinum hair a stark contrast to Eva's darker coloring. "No, like this," Eva's voice carries up. "You have to fold it gently or the air bubbles will collapse." "Oh, I see now." Annalise mimics the motion, then dissolves into giggles when whatever she's holding apparently goes wrong. "I'm hopeless at this." "You're not hopeless. You just need practice." The easy affection in Eva's voice makes something in my chest constrict. She speaks to Annalise the way I should have all these years, with patience, with warmth. Instead, I've kept my distance, buried myself in work and responsibility until my own daughter became a stranger. My fingers press against the cool glass. The scar on my cheek tingles. A phantom reminder of old battles, old losses. Seeing them together like this, it sets my teeth on edge. Not because I disapprove, but because it forces me to face my own failures. Eva has managed in weeks what I couldn't accomplish in years. I turn away from the window, their continued laughter following me back to my desk like an accusation. I'm not even sure when I consciously decide to, but I leave my study, heading down to the garden's doors. But as I approach, I overhear their conversation and freeze. "Maybe your father cares more than you think." Eva's voice drifts through, gentle but firm. My chest tightens. The muscles in my wings lock, every feather rigid. "Right." Annalise's tone drips with familiar venom. "That's why he barely looks at me anymore." "Have you considered he might not know how?" Eva's words hit like a blade between my ribs. Sometimes people get stuck in patterns they don't know how to break. Fabric rustles, probably Annalise shifting position. I should walk away. This isn't a conversation I have any right to hear, but my feet remain rooted. "He used to be different," Annalise says, her voice smaller now. "Before Mom died, he'd smile sometimes. Now it's just orders and expectations and disappointment." "Disappointment?" Eva asks. "Please, look at me. I'm nothing like what a Xaphan noble's daughter should be. Can't even manage basic combat forms without tripping over my own feet. That's not—" "You don't have to defend him." Annalise cuts her off. He made his choice a long time ago. Work comes first. Always has. My fingers curl against the door. She's right. I did make that choice. After Sarah died, I threw myself into duty because it was easier than facing my grief, easier than looking at our daughter and seeing her mother's eyes staring back at me. People can change, Eva says softly, if you give them the chance. The silence that follows feels heavy enough to crush bone. I wait for Annalise's response, barely breathing, my wings trembling with the effort of staying still. Maybe, Annalise finally whispers, but I'm tired of hoping for something that's never going to happen. The words slice through me, each syllable drawing blood. My wings curl forward instinctively, a shield against truths I don't want to hear. The garden door's brass handle bites into my palm, grounding me in this moment I never meant to witness. Memories flash. Every time I've barked orders at her, every cold dismissal, every disappointed glance when she failed to meet the impossible standards I set. Standards meant to protect her, to make her strong enough to survive in this cruel world. But all she's seen is rejection. My chest burns, a familiar ache spreading beneath my ribs. The scar on my cheek throbs in time with my pulse. I've become exactly what I swore I wouldn't. A shadow of my own father, ruling through fear and duty rather than love. Eva murmurs something too low for me to catch. Fabric rustles against grass. I should leave, should return to my reports and pretend I never heard this conversation. But my feet won't move. The truth has me pinned like a butterfly under glass. At least when I mess up, he looks at me. Annalise continues, her voice cracking, even if it's just to tell me what a disappointment I am. Better than being invisible, right? The words hit harder than any blade I've ever taken in battle. My wings shudder, golden feathers catching the light as they tremble. Is that what she thinks? That I have to be angry to see her? I press my forehead against the cool wood of the door. Every muscle in my body screams to burst through, to gather her in my arms like I did when she was small. To tell her she's never been invisible, that every time I look at her I see Sarah's grace, her strength, her fierce spirit. But I don't, because she's right. I've trained myself to only react when she rebels. It was easier than facing the guilt, the grief, the fear of failing her like I failed her mother. I retreat from the garden door, my footsteps silent against the floor. Eva's words echo in my mind, each one a thorn digging deeper. The halls of my wings stretch before me, all gleaming gold and crystal, but they've never felt more like a prison. Hours later, I sit at the head of our formal dining table, the space between Annalise and me a gulf wider than the Arasak Sea. Candlelight flickers across the elaborate place settings, casting shadows that dance across her face. She pushes food around her plate, her wings pulled tight against her back, a defensive posture I recognize all too well. It doesn't help that Eva didn't join us tonight, though I'm not sure why. My throat feels raw. Words pile up behind my teeth, choking me. The blood roses are blooming early this year. Her fork pauses mid-motion. Silver eyes flick up to mine, surprise evident in their pale depths. They are. I noticed them from my study window. I forced myself to hold her gaze. The ones your mother planted. Color floods her cheeks. She sets down her fork, her fingers trembling slightly. You remember which ones those were? The white and crimson varieties near the eastern fountain. My wings shift restlessly. She used to say they reminded her of sunrise. A small smile tugs at her lips, not her usual sharp smirk, but something softer, more genuine. I didn't know you paid attention to the gardens. I pay attention to more than you might think. The words come out rougher than intended. I clear my throat. I saw you there today, with Eva. Tension ripples across her shoulders. Come to tell me I'm wasting time that could be spent on combat training? No. I set down my knife, the silver clinking against fine porcelain. I thought, Perhaps you could tell me what you were learning." Her eyes go wide, catching the candlelight like mirrors. For a moment, she looks so much like Sarah, it steals my breath. "Really?" I nod, not trusting my voice. "Eva was teaching me how to fold pastry dough." The words tumble out in a rush, like she's afraid I'll change my mind. "I'm terrible at it, but she says practice helps and—" She stops, watching me warily. "You actually want to hear about this?" "Yes." I force my wings to relax, trying to appear less imposing. "I do!" The smile that breaks across her face is like watching the sun rise. It's the first dinner that has been nice in so long, and by the time we finish, Annalise looks actually happy to be near me. I watch after her long after she leaves the dining room, and I find myself wondering how Eva is managing to bring us closer. I'm not even surprised when I find myself outside of Ava's door instead of my study. Not that I have any right to her, and I should give her her own privacy. I just keep finding myself drawn to her. I shift my weight as I stand outside the door, uncertain of what to do, my wings casting long shadows in the dim hallway light. The carved wood gleams like liquid gold, mocking my indecision. My hand lifts, hovers near the surface. What would I even say? Thank you for showing my daughter the kindness I couldn't, for teaching me how badly I failed. The scent of meadowmint tea and fresh-baked bread drifts through the gap beneath her door. So different from the metallic tang of battle or the musty pages of reports that fill my days. My enhanced hearing picks up soft humming, an old lullaby I haven't heard since Sierra. My wings snap tight against my back. The comparison unsettles me. Eva is nothing like Sarah. Where my late love was all sharp edges and fierce pride, Eva radiates a quiet strength. Her hands create rather than destroy. Her amber eyes see through pretense with unnerving clarity. A floorboard creaks beneath my weight. The humming stops. I step back, my heart thundering against my ribs with a force that surprises me. When did this human baker start affecting me like this? When did her presence begin to feel like more than just an oddity in my carefully ordered world? My scar throbs, a warning. The last time I let someone past my defenses, it ended in ashes. I can't afford such weakness again. My position demands focus, control, dedication to duty above all else. Even if this isn't a battle and Eva isn't someone I have to defeat, I can't let my guard down. But Eva's earlier words echo in my mind. Sometimes people get stuck in patterns they don't know how to break. I turn away from her door, my wings rustling with agitation. The stone corridors feel colder than usual as I stride toward my chambers. Or perhaps it's just the growing awareness that Eva has somehow slipped past my carefully constructed walls without me noticing. The realization sits like ice in my chest. Dangerous, sharp-edged, impossible to ignore. Sleep will not come easily tonight.
Chapter 7. Ava. The stone floors chill my bare feet as I pad through the darkened halls of the estate. Moonlight filters through towering windows, casting long shadows that dance across gilded walls. My stomach growls, reminding me why I left my warm bed in the first place. The kitchen feels different at night. During the day it bustles with activity, servants rushing about, pots clanging, ovens blazing. Now it's still, peaceful, like it belongs to me alone. I light a small oil lamp, keeping the flame low. The familiar scent of yeast and sugar lingers in the air. My fingers trail along the smooth countertop as I make my way to the pantry. Inside, rows of glass jars glint in the lamplight. There, the honey cakes I baked this morning. A floorboard creaks somewhere in the darkness and I freeze, heart jumping. But it's just the old house settling. I've been here long enough to know its sounds, yet something about the night makes everything feel different, more alive somehow. I grab a cake and settle onto the window seat, drawing my knees up to my chest. Outside, the moons of Erisac paint new solace in shades of silver and blue. The city sprawls beneath the estate like a blanket of stars, golden spires reaching toward the sky. During the day, it's almost too bright to look at, all that gleaming metal and magic. But now, in the quiet hours, it feels almost peaceful. The honeycake melts on my tongue, sweet and familiar. I close my eyes, savouring it. These moments alone are rare. No duties, no expectations, no need to prove my worth. Just me and the night, and the simple pleasure of something I created with my own hands. A cool breeze whispers through the kitchen, making the lamp flame dance. Shadows shift across the walls like living things. But I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. Sometimes I think I understand it better than the light. The honeycake sweetness still lingers on my tongue as I make my way back through the quiet halls. A faint golden glow catches my eye, light spilling from beneath the training hall doors. Strange for this hour. My feet move before I can stop them. The massive wooden doors stand ajar, and I peek through the gap. My breath catches. Ridwan moves through combat forms with lethal grace, muscles rippling beneath bronze skin that gleams with sweat. His massive wings arc behind him, golden feathers catching the lamplight as he executes a perfect spinning strike. The training sword whistles through the air. I should leave. I shouldn't watch him like this, shouldn't notice how his dark hair falls in his eyes, or the way his jaw clenches with each precise movement. But I'm rooted to the spot, mesmerised by the raw power in every strike, the control in each careful step. It's not like I haven't noticed before how handsome he is. I've just tried so hard to squash that thought, though it feels near impossible right now. A scar traces down his left cheek, stark against his skin. His expression is intense, focused, the same look he gets when reviewing reports or speaking with his generals. Always the commander, even alone in the dead of night. He spins again, wings flaring for balance, and I catch a glimpse of more scars across his broad chest and shoulders. Each one tells a story of battles fought, victories won. Of a warrior who traded his sword for a desk but never truly left the fight behind. The wooden practice sword slams into a training dummy with enough force to crack it. Ridwan's chest heaves as he steps back, golden eyes narrowed at his target. So much carefully contained strength, so much control. My hand trembles against the doorframe. I need to go now before he notices me, before I have to explain why I'm standing here staring at him like some love-struck fool. But my feet won't move, trapped by the sight of him, by the way the lamplight plays across his skin, by the dangerous grace of his movements. My fingers dig into the wooden doorframe as I watch him, heat rising to my cheeks. Sweat glistens on his shoulders, highlighting the defined planes of muscle that shift with each precise movement. His wings sweep out in a deadly arc as he spins, the golden feathers catching lamplight like liquid metal. The sharp line of his jaw, the intensity in those amber eyes, the way his dark waves fall across his forehead. I've always known he was attractive. But this is different. This isn't the controlled, distant commander who sits behind his desk. This is pure power unleashed. Another strike lands with bone-crushing force. His chest rises and falls with controlled breaths, each one highlighting the sculpted muscle beneath bronze skin. Scars map stories across his torso, some thin and precise, others jagged and brutal. Each one speaks of battles fought, of a warrior who earned his position through blood and steel rather than politics. My mouth goes dry as he executes a complex series of forms, wings spreading wide for balance. The raw strength in his movements steals my breath, but it's the focus in his eyes, the absolute control in each strike that makes my heart race. Even alone, even in the dead of night, he maintains that iron discipline. I try to force myself to leave, but I can't. Not when I'm so focused on memorizing the way shadows play across his face, or how his muscles flex with each powerful movement. But I can't look away. Can't stop wondering what it would feel like to have all that controlled strength focused on me. Heat floods my face at the thought. This is madness. He's my employer, Annalise's father. I have no business standing here in my nightclothes, staring at him like some moonstruck girl. But still, I linger, trapped by the deadly grace of his movements, by the warrior's heart that beats beneath the commander's carefully maintained facade. My heart nearly stops when I shift, and Ridwan's movements freeze mid-strike. His wings fold against his back, the golden feathers rustling in the silence. He turns, and those piercing amber eyes lock onto mine through the gap in the doorway. I step back, pulse thundering. Of course he sensed me. Zafan perception far outmatches human senses. Heat crawls up my neck at being caught staring like some foolish girl. A part of me wonders how long he's known I was here. Couldn't sleep. His voice is different than I've ever heard it. Lower, gentler, without the sharp edge of command that usually colours his words. It makes my stomach flip in ways I desperately try to ignore. Sweat still gleams on his bronze skin, highlighting the network of scars that map his torso. His dark hair falls in damp waves across his forehead, softening the usual severity of his features. The practice sword dangles loose in his grip, and his wings shift slightly, catching the lamplight. I should apologise for intruding, should explain myself, or at least say something, but my tongue feels tied in knots under that golden gaze. He's looking at me with an expression I can't quite read, something between curiosity and something else that makes my pulse quicken. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken things. He takes a step closer, and I have to fight the urge to retreat. Not from fear, never that, but from the way my body reacts to his proximity, to the raw power still emanating from him in waves. His eyes haven't left mine, and I feel stripped bare beneath that intense focus, like he can see right through my flimsy nightdress to all the inappropriate thoughts I've been having about him. The heat in my cheeks deepens. No, I couldn't. The words come out softer than intended. I was getting something from the kitchen. At this hour? His wings shift, feathers catching the light as he moves closer. The practice sword finds its rack with barely a sound. Sometimes the quiet helps me think. I wrap my arms around myself, too aware of my thin nightdress, of his bare chest, of the way his presence fills the space between us. And what thoughts keep you awake? There's that gentleness again, so different from his usual sharp commands. It draws me in. Annalise, actually? The words slip out before I can stop them. His expression shutters, but I press on. She misses you. His jaw tightens. She has an interesting way of showing it. She's 14. She's testing boundaries because... I hesitate, but the quietness of the hour makes me bold. Because she wants to know you care. Golden eyes fix on mine, intense enough to steal my breath. You seem very certain about things that aren't your concern. I watch, I listen. My heart pounds, but I hold his gaze. You're a good father, Ridwan. Or at least, you could be. The air between us crackles with sudden tension. His wings spread slightly, casting me in their shadow. Those amber eyes darken as they track over my face, down my neck, leaving trails of heat in their wake. My skin prickles with awareness. When he speaks, his voice is rough. You should get some rest, Eva. But the way he looks at me, like he wants to devour me whole, like he's fighting every instinct that makes him the warrior I just watched, it sets every nerve ending alight. Heat pools low in my belly as his gaze lingers on my parted lips. I manage a nod and turn to leave, but I feel his eyes on me with every step. Feel the weight of unspoken things pressing against my skin like a physical touch.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Proththea are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prothea's magic is eternal. With the romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Ridwan. I slam my fist into the training dummy, the impact echoing through the empty hall. My wings twitch with irritation. Every time I try to focus, her face appears in my mind. Ava, standing in the doorway last night, her amber eyes following my movements. The memory burns. I'd been working through combat forms, letting the familiar motions drain the tension from my shoulders when her scent hit me. Sweet, like the pastries she bakes, mixed with something uniquely her. I throw another punch, harder this time. The dummy rocks on its base. She'd leaned against the stone archway, arms crossed, not intimidated by my size or status like everyone else. Just watching. And I didn't know what to make of it. Not when I caught her staring. Not when I found myself wondering why she was at all. If she was feeling the same things I do sometimes. The same emotions I try to bury and ignore. That I shouldn't be having when it comes to her. I grunt and slam my wing into the dummy, knocking it sideways. The memory won't fade. Not of how she looked in the moonlight, stunning with her guard lowered a little. My fist connects with the dummy again. The leather splits under my knuckles. Blood trickles down my fingers, but I barely notice the sting. "You're a good father, Ridwan," she'd whispered. "Or at least, you could be." I'd asked her to go then, leaving me with thoughts I couldn't silence and feelings I refused to name. Now here I am, still thinking about a human who dared speak to me as an equal, who looked past my walls and saw too much. I flex my bloodied hand. The physical pain is easier to deal with than her words that keep echoing in my head. I clean the blood from my knuckles and change into fresh clothes. My wings ache from the early morning workout, but the pain grounds me, keeps my mind from wandering to places it shouldn't. The dining hall stretches before me, morning light streaming through tall windows. My footsteps echo against the floor as I approach the private table where Annalise and Eva take their meals. Eva's fork freezes halfway to her mouth. Her amber eyes widen for a fraction of a second before she recovers, returning to her plate with careful precision. But I catch the slight tremor in her hands, the way her throat moves as she swallows. Annalise's reaction is less subtle. "Father," her silver eyes narrow, suspicion written across features so like her mother's it makes my chest ache. "What are you doing here?" I pull out the chair across from them. The scrape of wood against stone fills the silence. I wasn't aware I needed permission to eat breakfast in my own home. Eva's gaze flicks between us, tension radiating from her slim frame. She pushes a plate of sweet rolls toward me, the ones I'm certain she baked this morning, their scent still warm and inviting. "You've never eaten with us before." Annalise's wings rustle, betraying her agitation. "Why start now?" The challenge in her voice should irritate me, even though it's true. I just started sharing dinner with her, but not the other meals. Instead, I find myself studying the way she holds herself. Rigid, defensive, ready for rejection. When did my daughter start looking at me like an enemy? Eva clears her throat softly. She doesn't speak, doesn't need to. Her expression says enough. Fix this. I reach for one of her rolls, letting the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey fill my lungs. Perhaps I should have started sooner. The tension bleeds from Annalise's shoulders as she picks apart her sweet roll. Her wings relax, no longer pulled tight against her back. When she laughs at something Eva whispers, the sound hits me like a physical blow. When was the last time I heard her laugh? Eva's fingertips brush Annalise's arm, a casual gesture of affection I've never managed. The morning light catches in her chestnut hair, creating patterns that draw my attention despite my attempts to focus on my breakfast. She tucks a loose strand behind her ear, the movement graceful, unconscious. My daughter's happiness should be enough to hold my focus, but my gaze keeps drifting to Eva's hands as she gestures, describing some mishap in the kitchen. Strong hands marked with small burns and calluses from her work. When she smiles, really smiles, not the polite mask she usually wears, transforms her entire face. Her amber eyes catch the light, warm and bright as sunrise. I force my attention back to my plate. These observations are inappropriate, dangerous. But then Eva laughs at something Annalise says, and the sound slides down my spine like honey. Father. Annalise's voice pulls me from thoughts I shouldn't be having. Eva's teaching me to bake later. Would you... She hesitates, silver eyes uncertain. Would you like to join us? Eva's breath catches. She tries to hide it by taking a sip of tea, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands, the way her pulse jumps at her throat. I have meetings, I say, the words automatic. But then I see Annalise's face fall, see the knowing look in Eva's eyes. Hiding, she'd called it. And something in my chest twists. But perhaps I could stop by, briefly. The smile that breaks across Annalise's face is like watching the sun rise. Eva's lips curve up, subtle but genuine, and I find myself studying the way dimples appear at the corners of her mouth. After we finish, the remnants of breakfast clutter the table, crumbs scattered across fine china, half-empty teacups growing cold. Annalise gathers her books, her wings brushing against the chair as she stands. Eva rises with fluid grace, stacking plates with practiced efficiency. Her movements are precise, economical, no wasted motion. She steps around the table, balancing the dishes. I know she often helps with the kitchen, and I'm not sure if I should stop her. The space between us narrows. Her shoulder brushes mine as she reaches past, collecting my empty plate. Heat blazes where our bodies connect, brief but searing. Her scent engulfs me, honey and spice, and something that makes me want to pull her close so I can smell her again. My fingers curl into fists, nails biting into my palms. The pain helps ground me, but her warmth lingers like a brand against my skin. Even after she moves away, I feel the phantom touch of her body against mine. The rational part of my mind knows it was accidental, but my body reacts like I'm some untried youth, heart thundering against my ribs, wings twitching with the urge to spread wide, I force the thought down, lock it away with all the other dangerous impulses she stirs in me. She's human, my employee, the woman who helps care for my daughter, nothing more. But her warmth refuses to fade. It seeps through my clothes, under my skin, settling in my bones like molten gold. My nails dig deeper, drawing blood. The metallic scent mingles with the lingering traces of her perfume. Eva pauses at the doorway, glancing back. Sunlight catches in her chestnut hair, turning the strands to liquid copper. Her amber eyes meet mine for a heartbeat before she turns away. I remain frozen, muscles locked against the urge to follow, to grab her wrist and pull her close. No. I am the son of a general, leader of the Guard of New Solus. I will not be undone by a simple brush of shoulders, a lingering scent, a backward glance. But her warmth remains, a silent accusation against my skin. It lingers even when I return to my study. I stare at my hands, spread wide across the mahogany desk. The small cuts from this morning's training have already healed, leaving no trace of weakness. But something else lingers. The phantom warmth where Eva's shoulder brushed mine. A sensation that refuses to fade even hours later. Reports scatter across the surface, documents requiring my attention. Trade agreements, security briefings, a letter from the council demanding updates on border patrols. The words blur together, meaningless shapes that can't compete with the memory of her scent. I try to shake it off, but it doesn't work. Not when I can still feel the curve of her shoulder, the softness of her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. Such a small thing. Insignificant. Yet it burns like a brand, spreading heat through my veins until my wings twitch with restless energy. I push back from the desk, pacing the length of my study. Shadows dance across book-lined walls as I pass, cast by enchanted flames that never dim. The familiar space feels too small, too confining. My wings ache to spread wide, to take flight and escape these walls. These thoughts. But I can't outrun the ghost of her touch, the way her breath caught when our bodies connected. The slight tremor in her hands as she gathered the dishes, betraying that she felt it too. I flex my fingers, remembering how they itched to grab her wrist, to pull her close instead of letting her step away. The urge had been primal, instinctive, everything I've spent years learning to control. A growl builds in my chest. I slam my fist against the wall, stone cracking under the impact. Pain shoots through my knuckles, but it's not enough to drown out the memory of her warmth, the way her pulse jumped at her throat, the knowing look in those amber eyes when she glanced back. My hands remember too much. The curve of her shoulder, the heat of her skin, the way she moved with such fluid grace, like she belonged in my space, like she had every right to leave her mark on my flesh, even through layers of clothing. I drop into my chair, wings spreading wide with agitation. The stack of reports mocks me, demanding attention I can't give. Not when my hands still burn with the echo of her touch.
Chapter 9. Ava. The morning sun streams through the tall windows of the study as I help Annalise with her arithmetic. She hunches over her desk, platinum hair falling like a curtain around her face, while she scribbles numbers across the page. I lean against the wall nearby, watching her progress. A shadow crosses the doorway. Ridwan stands there, his massive wings folded against his back, their golden feathers catching the light. His presence fills the room, making the air feel thicker, heavier. Father. Annalise doesn't look up from her work. Did you need something? Just checking your progress. His deep voice rumbles through the space between us. I feel his gaze slide over to me, lingering like a physical touch. My skin prickles with awareness. When I glance up, his golden eyes are already moving away, but there's a tension in his jaw that wasn't there before. This has been happening more lately. These loaded moments where time seems to stretch and bend, where his stoic mask slips just enough for me to catch glimpses of something else underneath. I'm almost finished, Annalise says, her tone carrying that edge of defiance she reserves for him. Ridwan doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he takes a few steps into the room, his movements carrying the fluid grace of a predator. I press my back harder against the wall, trying to make myself smaller as he approaches his daughter's desk. But even as he looks down at her work, I feel his attention split, part of it always remaining with me. Good. He straightens, and though he's facing Annalise, his body angles slightly in my direction. Continue. He turns to leave, and I catch the way his fingers flex at his sides, like he's restraining himself from reaching out. The scar on his cheek catches the light, making him look dangerous and untouchable. But there's something in the set of his shoulders, in the careful way he holds himself apart, that speaks of control rather than indifference. As he passes through the doorway, his wing brushes the frame, an unusual slip for someone usually so precise in his movements. The gesture feels almost deliberate, like he's reminding us both of his physical presence, of his power. Long after he's gone, I can still feel the weight of his unspoken attention pressing against my skin. The study's tense atmosphere lingers through dinner, but by morning I've made up my mind. I can't keep tiptoeing around whatever this is between us. I've felt it brewing in the weeks I've been here, and since that night that I found him in the training room, there's been tension between us, like we're circling one another. I arrive early to the dining room, before Annalise's usual appearance. Ridwan sits at the head of the long table, papers spread before him as he picks at his breakfast. His dark waves fall across his forehead as he reads, and I notice the way his brow furrows in concentration. Those must be fascinating reports. I slide a fresh plate of sweet rolls onto the table. Your eggs are getting cold while you devour all that riveting paperwork. His head snaps up, golden eyes narrowing. But there's something else there too, a flicker of surprise at my boldness. The trade agreements won't review themselves. His voice carries its usual commanding tone, but lacks its typical edge. No, but they might be easier to digest with actual food. I reach across him to move a stack of papers, deliberately letting my arm brush his. The contact sends a thrill dancing across my skin. Unless Zafan sustain themselves on diplomatic correspondence these days? His lips twitch, just slightly, fighting against the smile I can see trying to break free. The scar on his cheek pulls with the movement, softening his severe features for just a moment. Careful. The word comes out low, rough. Some might consider such familiarity inappropriate. Some might. I straighten, meeting his gaze directly. But you've never struck me as someone who cares much for others' considerations. This time the twitch is more pronounced, a ghost of amusement dancing across his face before he schools his features back to neutrality. His wings shift behind him, the golden feathers catching the morning light in a way that makes my breath catch. You're unusually bold this morning. He sets down his papers, giving me his full attention. Perhaps I'm tired of pretending I don't notice things. I push his plate closer, like how you haven't eaten a proper breakfast in days. A door scrapes against the floor, and I turn to find Annalise standing in the doorway, her silver eyes dancing with mischief. She glides into the room with that ethereal grace she inherited from her father, though her smirk is all her own. Good morning. She drops into her usual seat, her golden wings settling behind her. Her gaze flicks between Ridwan and me, that knowing smile growing wider. Am I interrupting something? My cheeks burn, but I focus on arranging the breakfast plates. Just trying to convince your father that sustenance isn't optional. Oh? She props her chin on her hand, platinum hair spilling over her shoulder. And how's that working out? Ridwan's jaw tightens. He picks up his fork with deliberate precision, as if to prove a point. Your arithmetic still needs work. Does it? Annalise's tone drips with false innocence. I thought Eva said I was improving. She did. His golden eyes find mine again. She seems to have opinions about many things lately. My stomach does a slow roll, but I lift my chin. Someone has to. Annalise's quiet laugh fills the space between us. She leans back in her chair, wings rustling as she watches us like we're putting on a show just for her. The morning light streaming through the windows catches her hair, creating a halo effect that does nothing to hide the devilish glint in her eyes. Don't let me stop you. She reaches for a sweet roll, her movements deliberately casual. This is far more entertaining than my usual breakfast entertainment of watching father glare at trade reports. None of us comment on how that is a development of itself, At least Ridwan has been at breakfast every morning. Ridwan's wings twitch, a tell I've come to recognise as annoyance. Annalise. What? She tears into the bread, still wearing that insufferable smirk. I'm just appreciating Eva's concern for your well-being. I duck my head, and Ridwan glares at his daughter. But she just beams and grabs a roll, making me fight off a smile. He really does have his hands full with that one. The afternoon sun beats down on the garden's stone benches where Annalise and I sit. She plucks petals from a flower, letting them scatter across her lap while we discuss her morning lessons. I still don't understand why I need to learn all these military formations. She drops the stripped stem. It's not like I'll ever lead troops into battle. Your father thinks... Movement catches my eye. Ridwan strides across the garden path. His golden wings spread slightly to catch the breeze. My words die in my throat. In all my time here, he's never sought us out during our afternoon talks. Annalise straightens, her own wings pulling tight against her back. Father. He stops before us, blocking the sun. His shadow falls across my legs, and I fight the urge to shiver despite the heat. Continue your discussion. Don't let me interrupt. You never join us. Annalise's voice carries that familiar edge of challenge. Instead of responding, he settles onto the bench opposite us. His wings adjust to accommodate the space, and I catch myself staring at the way the light plays across his feathers. He's rolled up his sleeves, revealing corded forearms marked with old scars. Gorgeous. His presence makes the garden feel smaller somehow, more intimate. The military formations, he says, his deep voice resonating in my chest, are about strategy, leadership, skills you'll need regardless of whether you ever see battle. Annalise's mouth opens, then closes. For once, she seems at a loss for words. I shift on the bench, hyper-aware of his proximity. His scent reaches me, something sharp and clean, like ozone before a storm. When I dare to look at his face, I find his golden eyes already fixed on me, intense and unreadable. Ava has been helping me understand the theoretical aspects, Annalise says, recovering her voice, though she probably thinks I'm hopeless at it. You're not hopeless. I tear my gaze away from Ridwan. You just need to approach it differently. Perhaps. Ridwan leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You could benefit from hearing how these strategies apply in practice. The casual pose does nothing to diminish his commanding presence. If anything, the relaxed posture only highlights the coiled power beneath his surface. His scar catches the sunlight, a reminder of battles fought and won. Annalise leans forward, her silver eyes bright with interest, as Ridwan begins explaining a flanking maneuver from his military days. I try to focus on his words, but my attention keeps drifting to the way his hands move as he speaks. Strong, precise gestures that hint at contained power. The garden air grows thick with his presence. My skin prickles every time he shifts, hyper-aware of each minute movement. The bench feels too small, too confining. I want to reach across the space between us, to trace the scar on his cheek, to feel if his skin is as warm as it looks in the sunlight. The thought hits me like a physical blow. Heat crawls up my neck, and I curl my fingers into my skirts to keep them still. This is dangerous territory. He's not just my employer. He's a Zafan noble, a being of immense power and status, and I'm human, disposable. But my body doesn't seem to care about those distinctions. When he laughs at something Annalise says, a rare, rich sound that makes my chest tight, I find myself swaying toward him like a flower-seeking sun. His wing stretches across the back of his bench, and I imagine how it would feel to run my fingers through those golden feathers. Ava? Annalise's voice snaps me back to reality. You're being awfully quiet. Ridwan's gaze locks onto mine, molten gold burning with an intensity that steals my breath. His nostrils flare slightly, as if catching my scent on the breeze, and something primal in me responds to that subtle display of predatory attention. Just thinking about the strategies. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I clear my throat, trying to ignore how his eyes track the movement. It's different, hearing about real applications versus theory. His lips curve into something almost like a smile, and my heart stumbles in my chest. This close, I can see flecks of darker amber in his eyes, like trapped flames. The urge to close the distance between us grows stronger with each passing moment, terrifying in its intensity. I need to leave. Now before I do something foolish, like reach for him across this garden that suddenly feels too small to contain whatever is building between us.
Chapter 10. Ridwan. I jolt awake, my wings rustling against silk sheets. Moonlight filters through the tall windows of my chambers, casting long shadows across the floor. Sleep eludes me again, replaced by thoughts of her. Ava. Her image burns in my mind, chestnut hair falling loose from that messy ponytail she always wears, amber eyes that challenge mine without hesitation. No demure glances or rehearsed courtesies. Just raw honesty that cuts through the walls I've built. I push off the bed, bare feet silent on cold stone as I pace. My wings flex and fold with each turn, a rhythmic movement that does nothing to calm the storm inside. The scar on my cheek tingles, a phantom reminder of battles fought and won. But this is a different kind of battle. Eva doesn't bow or simper. She stands her ground even when my temper flares. Yesterday in the kitchen, she dared to argue about Annalise's studies. Any other servant would have cowered, but she planted her feet and matched my glare. The memory of flour dusting her cheek, the flush of anger on her skin, the way her fingers curled into fists at her sides. It's all seared into my mind. I shouldn't want her. She's human. She works for me. She's responsible for my daughter's welfare. Every logical reason piles up like the reports on my desk. And yet, the distant city lights of New Solas glitter below, a sea of gold that reminds me of my position, my responsibilities. The weight of my lineage settles heavy across my shoulders. But even that can't drive away the memory of Eva's rare smile, the one she saves for Annalise, the one that makes my chest tight with an emotion I refuse to name. I stalk through dark corridors, wings pulled tight against my back. The familiar path to the kitchen offers no distraction from my thoughts. At this hour, the manor sleeps, or should. Warmth and light spill from beneath the kitchen door. The scent of vanilla and spices hits me before I push it open. Ava stands at the center island, hair escaping her ponytail in wild strands, hands deep in dough. Her sleeves are rolled to her elbows, revealing strong forearms dusted with flour. She looks up, those amber eyes widening. No fear, just surprise. What brings you here? Can't sleep. I move closer, drawn by the rhythm of her kneading. Her fingers press and fold with practiced ease. You should be resting. So should you. She doesn't pause her work. I bake when I can't sleep. The routine helps quiet my mind. The kitchen feels smaller with both of us in it. Steam rises from cups of tea on the counter. She's been here a while. My wings brush a shelf as I shift, and bottles clink together. Careful with those wings. She shoots me a look that few would dare. Some of us have to clean up after you. Watch your tone. But there's no heat in my words. The familiar dance of our exchanges settles something in my chest. Eva snorts and shapes the dough into a loaf. Flour streaks her cheek, and my fingers itch to brush it away. You're not exactly radiating authority in those sleeping clothes. She's right. I'm standing in my kitchen in loose pants and an open shirt, wings half spread like some restless fledgling. But her casual dismissal of my status, it should infuriate me. Instead, it loosens the knot between my shoulders. The quiet domesticity of the moment strikes me. Eva moves through my kitchen with the same confidence she shows in everything, claiming the space as her own. She slides the loaf into the oven without looking at me, but a small smile plays at her lips. I watch her pull another batch of dough from a covered bowl. Her movements are precise, practiced. Nothing wasted. No noble grace here, just the earned efficiency of someone who's mastered their craft. Want to learn? Eva glances up through escaped strands of hair. Or are you just going to loom there all night? My first instinct is to turn away. I don't bake. I lead armies, command respect, broker deals that shape the future of New Solus. But something in her easy confidence holds me in place. Show me. Eva's eyebrows lift, but she gestures me closer. Wash your hands first. Thoroughly. I bristle at being ordered around in my own kitchen, but comply. The warm water feels good against my skin, grounding. Here? She steps aside, making room at the counter. My wings brush her back as I take position, and she doesn't flinch, just reaches around me to dump flour onto the surface, like this. Eva's hands cover mine, smaller but stronger than I expected. She guides my fingers into the dough, showing me how to press and fold. Her chest presses against my arm as she leans in. You need to feel the texture change. Too rough and you'll make it tough. The dough is alive under my hands, responding to each push and pull. Eva's breath warms my shoulder as she watches my technique. Her proximity sets my nerves on fire, but I force myself to focus on the task. Harder than it looks, isn't it? She smirks when I tear the dough. The mighty Ridwan defeated by bread. Watch yourself, I growl, but there's no real threat in it. Her laugh, low and genuine, stirs something in my chest. She steps closer, adjusting my grip. Like this. Let the weight of your hands do the work. Her fingers slide between mine, demonstrating the motion. The casual intimacy of it sends a thrill through me. The dough takes shape under our joined hands, smooth and elastic. Eva's presence at my side feels dangerous and necessary, like the edge of a blade against skin. The kitchen falls silent except for our breathing and the soft sounds of dough against. Eva's hands remain tangled with mine, guiding each movement. Her back presses against my chest, fitting perfectly between my wings. The scent of vanilla and spices mingles with something uniquely her, warm skin and summer herbs. My thumbs brush her wrists with each press into the dough. Her pulse jumps beneath my touch. The kitchen suddenly feels too warm, too small, too intimate. Eva. Her name escapes before I can stop it, rough and low. She stills but doesn't pull away. Yes? The word ghosts across my collarbone. I close my eyes, fighting for control. When did this human slip past my defenses? She's brought color back into my world, laughter in the halls, warmth in forgotten corners. Even Annalise smiles more now, her sharp edges softening under Eva's patient care. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a golden canopy around us both. Eva's breath catches, her fingers tighten against mine in the dough. Look at me. The words come out as a command. She turns in the circle of my arms, face tilted up. Flour streaks her cheek, and this time I give in to the urge to brush it away. My thumb leaves a trail of heat across her skin. You've changed things here. I trace the line of her jaw. Made this place feel like home again. Eva's eyes darken, pupils wide in the dim light. No fear in her gaze, only challenge and something deeper that makes my blood burn. Someone had to. The words strike true. Before her, these halls echoed with silence. Annalise and I circled each other like wounded animals, neither knowing how to bridge the gap. But Eva stepped between us, fearless and determined, refusing to let us hide behind our walls. My hand slides into her hair, loosening what remains of her ponytail. Dark strands spill over my fingers like silk. Eva's breath hitches, her hands coming to rest against my chest. The touch sears through the thin fabric of my shirt. Ridwan. My name on her lips sounds like a prayer and a warning. The world narrows to this moment, her amber eyes reflecting lamplight, the warmth of her body against mine, the slight tremble in her fingers where they press against my chest. Nothing exists beyond the circle of my wings, beyond the electric current crackling between us. Eva's lips part, soft and inviting. The sight pulls at something primal inside me. Her pulse races beneath my palm where it cradles her jaw. She tilts her face up and I find myself bending down, drawn by an invisible force I can't fight. A heartbeat away from tasting her, reality crashes back. The weight of my position, my duties, my failures, they slam into me like physical blows. Sarah's face flashes through my mind, followed by Annalise's. I can't do this, can't risk destroying another life with my poison. My hands curl into fists as I wrench away. The loss of contact feels like tearing open a wound. Ava makes a small sound. Hurt or protest, I don't know. Don't let myself look to find out. This was a mistake. The words scrape my throat raw. I turn, wings snapping tight against my back. The kitchen suddenly feels like a trap, the warm domestic scene twisted into mockery. My feet carry me to the door in long strides while my chest constricts with each step. The dark corridor beckons. Familiar, safe, empty. I don't look back. Can't bear to see the expression on her face. The door closes behind me with devastating finality. The sound of my boots on echoes through the sleeping manor as I flee like a coward from the one thing that's made me feel alive in years.
Chapter 11. Eva. I stare at the dough in front of me, but my hands won't move. The morning sun streams through the kitchen windows, casting golden light across the wooden countertop where just hours ago. My fingers brush over the spot where his hands pressed into the dough. Heat crawls up my neck at the memory of his broad chest, nearly touching my back, his wings creating a curtain around us as he leaned in. The air had crackled between us, charged with something I'm afraid to name. I close my eyes, but that only makes it worse. Now all I can picture is the way his jaw clenched when I adjusted his grip on the dough, how his golden eyes darkened when I turned to face him. He'd been so close. Close enough that I caught the scent of leather and spice that clings to his skin. Close enough that I saw the slight roughness of stubble along that scar on his cheek. Damn it. I slam my palms on the counter. I'm acting like some lovesick fool, mooning over a man who would never look twice at a human, even if last night felt different, even if his fingers had lingered on mine longer than necessary, even if he'd started to lean down, his lips parting. The dough sits forgotten as I pace the kitchen. I need to get myself under control. Zafan don't kiss their servants, and they certainly don't kiss humans. Whatever I thought I saw in his eyes last night was probably just shadows from the lamplight. Or worse, pity. But my traitorous mind keeps wandering back to his hands, so much larger than mine, and how gentle they became when I showed him how to work the dough. How the hard lines of his face softened when he concentrated on the task. The way his wings twitched when our fingers brushed. I press my hands to my burning cheeks. This is ridiculous. I have work to do. Annalise will be awake soon, and I can't spend all morning fantasizing about kissing her father. Even if I desperately want to know if his lips would be as warm as his eyes were last night. A knock at my door startles me from my thoughts. Eva, are you coming? Annalise's voice carries through the wood, impatient as always. I hurry to open it, finding her already dressed in a flowing silver gown that matches her eyes. She bounces on her toes, that restless energy of hers impossible to contain. Sorry, I was just... The lie dies on my tongue. Never mind. Let's get breakfast. We make our way through the gilded halls of the manor, Annalise chattering about her latest magical theory studies. I try to focus on her words, but my attention snaps to the tall figure approaching from the opposite direction. Ridwan strides toward us, wings tucked close, his attention fixed on the papers in his hands. My heart stutters, but his expression remains impassive as he looks up. Annalise. He nods curtly. Ava. His voice is cool, professional. None of that warmth from last night remains. The distance in his golden eyes makes my chest ache. Father. Annalise's shoulders tense. We're going to breakfast. Good. Don't forget your arithmetic lessons afterward. He passes us without another glance, his wings a rigid wall between us. Not going to the dining room for breakfast like he usually does. I watch him disappear around the corner, my fingers curling into fists. Of course. What did I expect? That one moment of connection would change anything. He's impossible. Annalise kicks at the floor. Did something happen? He seems even more closed off than usual. No. The word comes out sharper than intended. Nothing happened. She raises an eyebrow. Those otherworldly eyes too perceptive. Right, that's why you're both acting weird. I'm not acting weird. I start walking again, faster this time. Come on, you need to eat before your lessons. Whatever you say. She falls into step beside me, but I can feel her studying my face. But you know you can talk to me, right? I force a smile. I know. There's just nothing to talk about. Nothing except the phantom touch of his hands and the memory of almost kisses that apparently meant nothing at all. You were totally staring at him. Annalise drops into one of the plush chairs in her study room, her silver dress pooling around her like liquid moonlight. The whole time he was at breakfast, I counted at least 6 lingering looks. I was not. I busy myself arranging her arithmetic books, keeping my back turned to hide the heat creeping up my neck. Ridwan ended up coming to the dining room when we were halfway through, and Annalise perked up. I, on the other hand, couldn't look at him. I was making sure he ate enough. He works too hard. Right. She stretches her long legs out, tipping her chair back. And I suppose you also needed to watch him drink his tea to make sure he didn't choke. Annalise. Or maybe you were concerned his hands might forget how to hold a fork. A wicked grin spreads across her face, though I noticed you paid special attention to his hands. My fingers fumble the books. The memory of those hands, strong and calloused, covering mine as I taught him to knead dough, flashes through my mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Please. She rolls her eyes. You barely touched your own food, too busy watching the way his jaw moved when he... Enough! The books hit the desk harder than intended. This isn't appropriate conversation. Since when do we care about appropriate? She leans forward, those ethereal silver eyes piercing straight through my defences. Come on, Ava. I'm not blind. The way you look at him. I sink into the chair across from her, shoulders slumping. There's no point denying it, not to her, not when she's watched me pine after her father for months. Not when my eyes betray me every time he enters a room, drawn to him like I've been spelled. It doesn't matter how I look at him. I trace the old scar on my hand, a reminder of my place. He's a Zafan. I'm just a human who works for him. You're not just anything. Annalise's voice turns sharp, and Father's not as indifferent as he pretends to be. I've seen the way he watches you when you're not looking. My heart stutters. He doesn't. 8 times, Ava. She smirks. That's how many times he looked at you during breakfast too. I look away. Annalise, this isn't what you think it is. And then I stand, leaving her in the study room, knowing her tutor will be here soon. But Annalise's words echo in my mind as I walk through the Manor's west wing, carrying a stack of books to return to the library. My footsteps echo off floors, the sun shining through towering windows. I round the corner and freeze. Ridwan stands at the end of the hall, his golden wings catching the light. My heart slams against my ribs as his gaze meets mine, For a moment, neither of us moves. Then his eyes drift down to my lips, lingering there before he jerks his head away. The gesture is so quick I might have imagined it, but heat floods my cheeks. My lord. The words scratch my throat. I hate using his title, but right now it feels safer than his name. He shifts his weight, wings tensing. Eva. I take a step closer. About last night. I have meetings. He cuts me off, voice clipped. But he doesn't move away, his hands clenched at his sides. Please. I reach for him without thinking. Can we just... He steps back before I can touch him, putting careful distance between us. The rejection stings worse than any physical blow. There's nothing to discuss. His words are ice, but his eyes, they burn when they meet mine again. Last night was a mistake. A mistake. My fingers dig into the leather book covers. Is that what you tell yourself when you look at me like that? His jaw tightens. I don't look at you any particular way. You're doing it right now. Golden eyes darken. The air feels thick, charged with the same intensity from last night. His wings twitch, betraying the rigid control of his stance. Eva! My name comes out rough. Don't what? Don't notice how you can barely stand near me? Don't see how your wings spread every time I get close? The books tremble in my grip. Don't feel this thing between us? He takes another step back, but his gaze drops to my lips again. This time he doesn't look away fast enough to hide the hunger there. There is nothing between us. Each word sounds forced. There can't be. I lie in my bed, staring at the shadowed ceiling as moonlight filters through gauzy curtains. The manor creaks and settles around me, but all I can think about is the way Ridwan's eyes darkened when they fell to my mouth. My fingers drift to my lips, tracing their outline. If I'd been braver, if I'd just leaned in those few inches that separated us in the hallway, would he have pushed me away? Or would his control have finally snapped? Heat pools in my belly at the thought of those strong hands gripping my waist, of being pressed against the wall by all that contained power. I imagine his wings creating a golden cage around us, blocking out the world until there was nothing but his mouth on mine. The wanting aches, sharp and hollow in my chest. I shouldn't desire him like this. He's not just any Zafan. He's a lord, my employer, Annalise's father. The divide between us might as well be an ocean. But I can't stop remembering how gentle his touch became when I guided his hands through the dough. How the hard lines of his face softened for just a moment. The way his breath caught when our fingers brushed. I roll onto my side, curling around the emptiness in my bed. My lips tingle where his gaze lingered, and I press my fingers there harder, as if I could somehow capture the phantom sensation of a kiss that never happened. The worst part is knowing he feels it too. For all his cold words and careful distance, his wings give him away every time. They reach for me even when he steps back, spreading wide like they want to draw me closer. I squeeze my eyes shut, but that only makes the wanting worse. Now all I can picture is how his lips might feel, warm and demanding, maybe with just an edge of teeth. Would he taste like spice and leather, like he smells? Would his stubble scrape against my skin as he... Stop it, I whisper into the darkness. But my treacherous mind keeps spinning possibilities, each one more tempting than the last.
Chapter 12. Ridwan. The sharp snap of wings cuts through the morning air. I lift my gaze from the reports scattered across my desk, sensing the familiar presence of one of our messengers approaching. Standing, I roll my shoulders back, my own golden wings flexing with the movement. Outside, the cool breeze carries the scent of morning dew. A young Zafin descends, his gray speckled wings spreading wide to slow his landing. His boots touch the ground with practiced grace, though his posture stiffens when he spots me. Lord Ridwan. He bows, fumbling with the leather satchel at his hip. Reports from the city guard and training grounds, sir. I extend my hand, and he places several rolled parchments in my palm. The seal of New Solas glints gold in the early light routine reports. Nothing urgent. Still, duty demands attention to every detail. Any disturbances? My voice carries the weight of authority I've spent decades cultivating. The messenger's wings twitch. Nothing significant, my lord. Though Captain Marial requests your input on the new guard rotation schedules. I break the first seal, scanning the neat rows of text. Training numbers remain steady. 3 minor incidents in the merchant district, petty theft, a drunken brawl, nothing requiring immediate intervention. And the eastern district? Quiet, sir. The increased patrols have deterred the recent string of break-ins. I nod, already absorbed in the reports. The familiar rhythm of administration fills my thoughts. Numbers, schedules, resource allocation. It's a far cry from the battlefield, but no less crucial to maintaining order. I scan another report, mind already drifting to the next task when the messenger shifts his weight. Strange sight this morning. His wings ruffle. You let your human pet get close to your daughter? The parchment crumples in my grip. My wings snap outward, golden feathers catching the light as I rise to my full height. The temperature in the room plummets. The messenger's face drains of color. His own wings fold tight against his back, gray feathers trembling. Smart. Showing submission might save his hide. Blood pounds in my ears. The warrior part of me, the part I've buried beneath years of bureaucracy and leadership, surges forth. Eva is not some pet. I crush that thought before it can form. But the rage remains, a slow-burning coal in my chest. The messenger's words strike too close to the prejudices I fought against, the whispers that follow Eva through the halls of New Solas. My jaw clenches. One step forward and the messenger stumbles back, his wings bumping against the wall. Fear rolls off him in waves. I could remind him of his place. Could show him why even retired warriors command respect. My fingers itch to grab his collar No, I'm not that man anymore, but my voice carries the edge of steel when I speak. Leave. He bolts, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape. The door slams behind him, echoing through my office. I remain standing, wings spread wide, fighting to contain the protective fury coursing through my veins. The crumpled report falls from my hand. Eva's face flashes through my mind, her quiet strength, her gentle way with Annalise. She's earned her place here, proven herself 100 times over. And yet fools like that messenger still see only what they want to see. Heading back inside, I pace the confines of my office, wings twitching with restless energy. The messenger's words echo, each repetition stoking the ember of rage in my chest. Pet. As if Eva were some docile creature to be kept on a leash. My fist connects with the stone wall. Pain shoots through my knuckles, but I welcome it. Better than dwelling on thoughts of her. Of the way she moves through the halls with quiet grace. How she meets my gaze without flinching, speaks her mind without the simpering deference others show. No, I can't think of her amber eyes or the curve of her smile. Can't acknowledge how my wings spread wider when she enters a room, how my body gravitates toward her presence. I snatch up another report, but the words blur together. Instead, I see Eva in the garden with Annalise, their heads bent close as they study. Eva's fingers trailing over ancient texts, her voice steady as she explains complex theories. The way she challenges my daughter's quick mind, nurtures her curiosity instead of stifling it. A growl builds in my throat. Eva has earned every scrap of respect she commands. She's not some temporary amusement or status symbol. The thought dies unfinished. Because finishing it means acknowledging the heat that floods my veins when she's near. Means admitting that somewhere between hiring her as Annalise's companion and now she's become essential, like air, like blood. My wings snap out, knocking papers from the desk. The golden feathers catch the light, a reminder of everything I am, everything she isn't. I shouldn't notice how her hair catches the sunlight, shouldn't track her movements through my home, shouldn't feel this possessive fury at anyone dismissing her worth. But I do, and that truth burns hotter than any rage. I miss dinner. I spend so much time in my study, trying to work and not working, that it's late by the time I decide to leave. Not to eat or sleep, neither are appealing, but I need to move. Moonlight streams through tall windows, casting silver patterns across floors. My footsteps echo, wings brushing stone walls that feel closer than usual tonight. I reach Eva's door and freeze mid-stride. Light seeps beneath the wooden frame, a warm glow that means she's still awake. My wings twitch, spreading slightly before I force them still. The urge to knock pulses through my body like a second heartbeat. What would she do if I did? Would she open the door with that soft smile that makes my chest ache? Or would I see fear in those amber eyes, finally realizing what kind of monster lurks beneath my careful control? My hand lifts, hovers near the smooth wood. One knock. That's all it would take to shatter this fragile peace we've built, to unleash the hunger that claws at my insides whenever she's near. No, I can't, won't. I force my feet to move, each step away from her door a battle against instinct. My wings snap out, nearly spanning the corridor's width. The need to turn back, to claim what every fiber of my being screams is mine, burns through my veins like molten gold. The walls press too close. The air grows thick, heavy with unspoken desires. I need space, need to breathe without her scent clouding my thoughts. My pace quickens toward the courtyard. Maybe the night air will cool this fever in my blood. Maybe distance will dull the memory of her door, of knowing she sleeps just beyond it, unaware of the war she sparked inside me. But even as I stride through shadowed halls, my wings remain half spread, ready to turn back at the slightest provocation, ready to damn us both.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 13. Ava. The stone halfway bites into my palms as I lean against it in the courtyard, letting the night air wash over my heated skin. Stars glitter above New Solace like scattered diamonds, their light casting strange shadows across the golden spires that pierce the darkness. Below, the city sprawls in terraced layers, magical lamps flickering like fallen stars. My breath catches as I remember the way Ridwan's wings had cast shadows across the hallway wall earlier, how his golden eyes had fixed on my mouth before he'd turned away. The memory burns, much like the lingering scent of cinnamon and honey from our failed baking lesson days ago. I close my eyes, but it only makes the image sharper. His broad frame crowding me against the counter, flour dusting his bronze skin, the way his fingers had brushed mine as I'd shown him how to knead dough. I've replayed that almost kiss so many times that it's endlessly playing behind my eyes at this point. But then I remember the way he'd pulled away, wings snapping tight against his back, leaving nothing but cold air and unspoken words between us. Now he barely looks at me, except for moments like today, when our paths cross in the endless halls. The weight of his gaze follows me, heavy with something I'm afraid to name. A gust of wind sweeps across the courtyard, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens below. I wrap my arms around myself, but the chill isn't what makes me shiver. It's the memory of how close we'd been, how his wings had started to curl forward, as if to shield us both from the world. I press my fingers to my lips, remembering the almost kiss that haunts my dreams. The smart thing would be to forget it, to focus on my duties to Annalise. But every time I see him, every accidental brush in the hallway, every loaded glance across the dining table, it all pulls at something deep in my chest, something that terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. The night offers no answers, only the distant sound of wing beats as Zafan patrol the city below. The chill seeps deeper into my bones, and I wrap my arms tighter around myself. Stupid. I should have grabbed something warmer before coming out here to wallow in memories that lead nowhere. My thin dress offers little protection against the night air. Before I can turn to retreat inside, something heavy and warm drapes across my shoulders. The fabric carries his scent, amber and thunderstorms. My heart stutters as warmth radiates through me, but it's not from the cloak. You'll catch your death out here. Ridwan's deep voice cuts through the silence. I grip the edges of his cloak, pulling it closer. The material is rich beneath my fingers, finely woven and edged with gold thread. It drowns my smaller frame, the hem pooling at my feet. I didn't hear you come out. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. He moves to stand beside me, his massive wings folded tight against his back. Moonlight catches the golden feathers, making them gleam. His presence fills the balcony, making the space feel smaller, more intimate. The air feels loaded with everything he's not saying. His eyes fix on where my fingers clutch his cloak, and something flashes across his face. Possessiveness, hunger, fear, before his expression smooths back to careful neutrality. I should thank him and leave. But my feet remain rooted as he shifts closer, until his wing brushes against the cloak. The contact sends adrenaline rushing through me. I startle at his closeness, my breath catching as I tilt my head back to meet his gaze. His expression remains unreadable, but his eyes burn like molten gold in the darkness. The height difference between us feels more pronounced with him standing this near. I barely reach his chest. His wings create a dark backdrop against the starlit sky, the golden feathers rustling softly in the night breeze. Ridwan's hands linger at the edges of the cloak, his fingers brushing against my collarbones through the fabric. The touch sends sparks across my skin, and I fight the urge to lean into his warmth. Each breath brings his scent, amber and storms and something distinctly male that makes my head spin. He steps back, breaking the moment. You shouldn't be out here dressed like that. The loss of his proximity hits like a physical blow. I remain frozen, caught between the desire to close the distance and the knowledge that I should maintain it. The thin silk of my dress suddenly feels inadequate under his scrutiny, though his cloak shields me from both the cold and his gaze. My fingers tighten in the rich fabric, seeking an anchor against the storm of emotions his presence stirs. The gold thread catches the moonlight, creating patterns that dance across my skin like trapped lightning. His wings shift, betraying tension that his face refuses to show. The space between us crackles with unspoken words and half-formed desires. I open my mouth to respond, but my voice fails me. The weight of his stare pins me in place, heavy with something that makes my pulse race and my skin flush despite the cool night air. I clutch the cloak tighter, drawing it around my shoulders like armour. His scent wraps around me, thunderstorms and amber and something wild that makes my heart race. The fine material whispers against my skin, a reminder of the vast differences between us. A servant shouldn't wear something so fine, shouldn't breathe in the scent of her employer like she's drowning. But I'm tired of dancing around this thing between us. Tired of pretending I don't see the way his wings flex when I enter a room, how his eyes track my movements. I didn't think you cared. The words slip out before I can stop them, deliberately light despite the weight behind them. A test, a challenge, a step into dangerous territory. His golden eyes catch the starlight, burning with something that makes my breath catch. Shadows play across the scar on his cheek, deepening the mark. His wings shift, the movement drawing my gaze to the powerful curves of muscle beneath bronze skin. The silence stretches between us, thick with unspoken words. His jaw clenches, a muscle jumping beneath skin. Those piercing eyes rake over me, lingering on where his cloak drapes across my shoulders, and heat blooms in my chest at the possessive gleam I catch there. Still, he doesn't answer. The weight of his stare pins me in place, heavy with something that makes my pulse thunder in my ears. I fight the urge to step back, to retreat from the intensity rolling off him in waves. His wings cast shadows across the balcony, creating a pocket of darkness around us that feels intimate, dangerous. The night air carries the scent of his power, ozone and lightning waiting to strike. My fingers tremble where they grip his cloak, but I lift my chin, refusing to look away from that burning gaze. The silence stretches until it feels like a physical weight. His wings shift, casting new shadows across the balcony stones. The starlight catches his profile, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw, the tension in his shoulders. For a moment, I think he'll speak, his lips part, and my heart leaps into my throat. But he only gives a sharp nod, turning on his heel. The movement is crisp, military, a reminder of the soldier he used to be. His wings fold tight against his back as he strides away, but I catch the way his hands curl into fists at his sides. The tendons stand out on his forearms, betraying the rigid control he maintains. The shadows swallow him whole, leaving me alone with his cloak and the ghost of his presence. The rich fabric still carries his warmth, his scent wrapping around me like an embrace I shouldn't want. My fingers dig into the material, seeking an anchor against the storm of emotions his retreat stirs. His footsteps fade down the hallway, measured and even despite the tension I'd seen in his frame. Each step feels like another wall being built between us, another reminder of all the reasons this, whatever this is, can't happen. But I can't forget how his hands had clenched, like he was physically restraining himself from reaching out. The memory of that small tell burns brighter than the stars above, a crack in his perfect control that speaks volumes more than words ever could. I press my face into the soft material of his cloak, breathing in the scent of thunderstorms and amber. My skin still tingles where his fingers had brushed my collarbones, and I know sleep will be impossible tonight. Not with the weight of his gaze still burning in my memory, heavy with things left unsaid.
Chapter 14. Ridwan. I stand at my office window, watching shadows stretch across the courtyard below as night descends on New Solus. The image of Eva won't leave my mind, her small frame huddled against the cold stone wall, shoulders trembling. It was purely practical. She was cold. I had a cloak. Simple math. But the way her amber eyes widened when I draped it over her shoulders, the slight part of her lips as if she meant to protest, but couldn't find the words. I gripped the window frame, wings tensing against my back. The memory plays again, her fingers curling into the thick fabric, pulling it closer. The scent of sugar and flour still clung to her skin from the kitchen. When she tilted her head up to thank me, a strand of chestnut hair had fallen loose, brushing against her flushed cheek. I slammed my palm against the wall. This is exactly what I can't afford. These thoughts, these distractions. Eva is here to care for Annalise, nothing more. I won't repeat past mistakes. But my cloak had swallowed her smaller frame, the golden trim a stark contrast against her fair skin. She looked right, wrapped in my colors. The thought sends a possessive surge through my chest that I immediately try to crush. I pace the length of my office, wings rustling with agitation. The stack of reports on my desk offers no distraction. I've read the same line 5 times without absorbing a word. All I can see is the way Eva's shoulders relaxed under the weight of the cloak, how she unconsciously nuzzled into its warmth. Practical. It was practical. Nothing more, but I know I'm lying to myself. The truth burns in my chest. I wanted to see her in my cloak, wanted to mark her with my scent, my colors, my protection. These instincts are dangerous. They lead down paths I swore never to walk again. Yet still, the image persists. Ava, small and fierce and beautiful, wrapped in my cloak like she belongs there, like she belongs to me. Dawn hasn't broken when I leave my chambers, muscles stiff from a restless night. The weight of exhaustion drags at my limbs, but sleep proved an elusive enemy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her. The training yard stands empty, torches casting long shadows across packed dirt. Perfect. I strip off my formal coat, letting my wings stretch wide. The cool morning air rushes between my feathers, a welcome relief from the suffocating heat of sleepless thoughts. I grab a practice sword, its familiar weight centering me as I move through forms that should be mindless after centuries of repetition. But today, every slash feels wrong, unbalanced. My wings snap out for balance when I stumble on a basic move I mastered as a child. Damn! The sword embeds itself in a wooden post. I lean my forehead against the rough wood, breathing hard. She's everywhere in my house now. Her scent lingers in the halls. Sugar and flour and something uniquely Eva. Her laughter echoes from Annalise's wing, a sound I haven't heard from my daughter in years. Even the kitchen staff move differently, lighter somehow, as if her presence has lifted a weight none of us realized we carried. I rip the sword free, wood splintering. My wings arch high, casting massive shadows in the torchlight as I throw myself into a brutal sequence of attacks. Each strike should drive her from my mind. Each breath should focus only on form, on duty, on the 1,000 responsibilities that demand my attention. Instead, all I can think is how she looked yesterday, teaching Annalise to braid her hair, how my daughter's face softened, guard dropping and making her look her age. How Eva's hands moved with such gentle patience, weaving silver blonde strands while explaining the history lesson Annalise had been avoiding. The sword clatters to the ground. I brace my hands on my knees, wings drooping. This isn't working. Nothing is working. I drag myself back inside, wings still twitching with unspent energy. The dining hall's warmth hits me like a wall after the crisp morning air. Annalise sits at her usual place, picking at her breakfast, while Ava... My steps falter. Ava leans close to my daughter, demonstrating something with her hands while explaining what looks like a math problem. Her hair falls in soft waves today instead of her usual strict ponytail. The sight of it loose around her shoulders makes my fingers itch. So if you divide here first... Eva traces a line on the parchment, completely absorbed in her task. No hint of yesterday's encounter colors her movements or voice. She hasn't even glanced my way. But why can't I just solve this immediately? Annalise's brow furrows in that way that reminds me painfully of her mother. Because then you'll miss. Eva breaks off into bright laughter at whatever face Annalise makes. The sound hits me like a physical blow. Trust me, this way is faster. I sink into my chair, wings settling against the high back. A servant materializes with kafo, but the rich aroma does nothing to settle the acid churning in my stomach. Ava continues chatting, her movements easy and natural as she reaches for a piece of fruit. Not a single tremor betrays any awareness of my presence. She'd trembled yesterday. I'd felt it when I draped my cloak around her, that small shiver that had nothing to do with cold. But now, nothing. She's completely focused on Annalise, as if I'm merely another piece of furniture in the room. My kafo cup hits the saucer with more force than necessary. Eva doesn't even flinch at the sharp sound, just keeps smiling, keeps explaining, keeps being so perfect with my daughter while ignoring me completely. Father, you're going to break something. Annalise's dry observation cuts through my thoughts. I force my fingers to relax their death grip on the delicate porcelain. Eva finally looks up, but her expression holds only polite interest, the same she'd give any employer. No hint of yesterday's vulnerable gratitude shadows her amber eyes. The cough turns bitter on my tongue. I spend the rest of breakfast in stony silence, forcing my attention to the report spread beside my plate. The numbers blur together, meaningless scratches that pale against the sight of Eva's gentle hands guiding my daughter through her lessons. Professional, distant. That's what this arrangement requires. Eva works for me, nothing more. The fact that she's kind to Annalise, that she fills our cold halls with warmth and laughter, none of that matters. Can't afford to blur these lines. My quill snaps, splattering ink across the parchment. I shove back from the table, wings rigid with tension. Annalise, don't forget your history tutor this afternoon. My daughter's eye roll is practically audible. Eva already reminded me. Of course she did, because Eva is perfect at her job, and that's all she should be, all she can be. I retreat to my office, burying myself in work until my eyes burn. The sun has long since set when I finally emerge, my wings aching from hours hunched over my desk. The halls stand quiet, torchlight casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. A door opens down the corridor. Eva steps out, and every resolution I've made today crumbles to ash. Her hair hangs loose and dark with moisture, curling slightly as it dries. Droplets of water trace paths down her neck, disappearing beneath the collar of her simple dress. The scent of her soap, something floral and clean that makes me miss her sweet and honey scent, fills the narrow space between us. My wings snap forward before I can stop them, curving around her like they have any right to shelter her. She startles, those amber eyes going wide as she finds herself suddenly caged between stone and feathers. Ridwan? Her voice comes out breathy, uncertain. I force my wings back with brutal control, though every instinct screams to wrap her closer, to bury my face in that damp hair and breathe her in. Excuse me. The words scrape raw in my throat. The hall is narrow. A lie. The hall is plenty wide, but she accepts it with a small nod, stepping carefully around me. I catch another wave of that clean, floral scent, and my hands clench into fists at my sides. Professional, distant, necessary. I repeat the words like a prayer as I watch her disappear around the corner, my wings trembling with the effort of staying folded against my back. I wrench myself away, jaw clenched so tight my teeth might crack. The stone wall meets my palm with bruising force as I brace against it, wings trembling with the effort of staying still. One touch. That's all it would take. One brush of my fingers across her damp skin. One taste of those water droplets trailing down her neck. The beast inside me, the part that's all warrior and instinct, roars to claim her, to pin her against this wall and make her gasp my name. My nails scrape stone. The pain helps focus my scattered thoughts, but barely. Her scent still lingers in the air, floral and clean and absolutely maddening. I know exactly how this would play out. I'd cage her with my wings, feel her pulse jump under my hands. She'd make that small, startled sound again, the one that sets my blood on fire. And then I wouldn't stop. Couldn't stop. I'd devour every inch of her, mark her throat with my teeth, tangle my fingers in that wet hair and pull until she arches against me. The wall cracks under my grip. No, I can't. Won't. Eva deserves better than a broken man who can't even love his own daughter properly. She deserves someone whole, someone who isn't haunted by ghosts and failures. But gods, the way she looked at me just now, those amber eyes wide and dark. For a moment, I'd seen desire flash across her face before she'd hidden it away. The memory makes my wings snap out, feathers bristling with need. I force myself down the hall, each step a battle against the urge to turn back. To hell with propriety and position and all the reasons this can't happen. To hell with everything except the way she'd whispered my name, soft and questioning and perfect. My office door slams behind me, the sound echoing through empty corridors. I lean against it, breathing hard, wings spread wide and trembling. Even here, I can't escape her. Her scent clings to my feathers from where they'd curved around her, marking me as surely as I'd wanted to mark her.
Chapter 15. Ava. I stand at my window, watching shadows dance across the courtyard as the moons cast their pale light over New Solace. Once again, I'm thinking of our night in the kitchen. The almost kiss lingers like a phantom, taunting me with what could have been if he hadn't ran away. My fingers trace the sill, remembering how his cloak felt draped over my shoulders 3 nights ago, how he appeared from nowhere, silent as death itself, golden eyes reflecting starlight. The weight of the fabric carried his warmth, his scent, something wild and ancient that made my heart race. "You're being ridiculous," I whisper to my reflection. "He's a Zafan lord. You're just convenient." But then there are the glances. The way his gaze drops to my mouth when we pass in the halls, how his wings twitch and stretch when I'm near. A tell I've learned means he's affected. Yesterday, bringing Annalise her afternoon tea, I caught him watching me. Not the cold, assessing look he gives others, but something heated that made my skin flush. 2 weeks of this dance. 2 weeks of him pulling away whenever we get too close, of stilted conversations about Annalise's studies or household matters. The distance he keeps feels deliberate, calculated, like every step back pains him as much as it does me. I press my forehead against the cool glass. I'm reading too much into things, letting myself get caught up in fantasies. A Zafan doesn't look at a human that way, doesn't think about kissing them in dark kitchens or worry about their comfort on cold nights. But I swear I wasn't the only one affected when I showed him how to knead dough that night, his chest pressed against my back. And sometimes, when he thinks I'm not looking, his mask slips. The stoic lord gives way to something raw and wanting that matches the ache in my own chest. A week passes in careful avoidance. I time my movements through the manor like a thief, learning his schedule so I can slip past unseen. Breakfast becomes a quick bite in my room before dawn. Lunch is grabbed from the kitchen when I know he's in meetings. Dinner, I skip entirely, claiming headaches or fatigue. My stomach growls as I hurry down the hall, pressed against the wall. The sound echoes off, making me wince. 3 more steps to the corner, then I'm safe. When was the last time I ate a proper meal? Footsteps approach from the adjoining corridor. My heart pounds. Those steady, commanding steps can only belong to one person. I duck into an alcove, holding my breath as Ridwan passes. His wings brush the wall, filling the space with that intoxicating scent of storm winds and burning leaves. He pauses, head tilting. For a terrifying moment, I think he's sensed me. But he continues on, shoulders tight with tension beneath his formal coat. The hunger isn't the worst part. It's the hollow ache in my chest each time I glimpse him from afar. The way my skin prickles when I hear his voice floating down hallways. How I lie awake remembering the heat of his body against mine in that kitchen, imagining what might have happened if... No, this is better, safer. I can't let myself get lost in impossible dreams. He's a Zafan lord, practically nobility. I'm human. Whatever I thought I saw in those golden eyes was just wishful thinking. I press a hand to my empty stomach, willing it to be quiet. Just a few more hours until nightfall. Then I can sneak down to the kitchen, grab something small, enough to keep going, enough to maintain this careful dance of avoidance. Because if I see him up close again, if I have to meet that intense gaze or feel the brush of his wings, I might shatter completely. I'm organising Annalise's study materials when she corners me, her silver eyes narrowed with suspicion. She perches on the edge of her desk, wings folded tight against her back, a posture that reminds me so much of her father it makes my chest ache. You're avoiding my father. My hands fumble with the stack of papers. I'm not. You haven't eaten a meal in the dining room for days. She leans forward, platinum hair falling like a curtain. And don't think I haven't noticed you skulking around corners or diving into rooms when he walks by. I've been busy. The lie tastes bitter. There's your astronomy lessons to prepare for and… Stop! Annalise's wings flare out, golden feathers catching the morning light. You're lying. Badly. She hops off the desk and stalks toward me, all graceful limbs and sharp angles. Did something happen? Did he say something to you? My stomach twists, remembering flower-covered hands and almost kisses. Nothing happened. Then why are you acting like he's got some deadly disease? She crosses her arms. You used to at least look at him during dinner. Now you're taking meals in your room like some prisoner. The half-eaten breakfast from this morning sits heavy in my gut. I'd grabbed it from the kitchen before dawn, wolfing it down alone while staring at my wall. What kind of example am I setting? I dot. My voice cracks. This isn't fair to Annalise. She's finally starting to open up, to let down those walls she's built so carefully. And here I am, letting my foolish heart get in the way of being there for her. Ava. She steps closer, and for once there's no sarcasm in her voice. Whatever's going on, you can tell me. I'm not… She swallows. I'm not good at this friend thing, but I'm trying. The simple honesty in her words breaks something in me. I'm supposed to be helping her, not hiding away because I can't handle my feelings for her father. You're right. I sink into the chair beside her desk. I've been distracted lately. But that's not fair to you. How about we focus on your studies? You still need to master those star charts before… Nice deflection. Annalise drops into the seat across from me, but her usual sharp edges have softened. But I'll allow it, for now. We spend the morning mapping constellations, her quick mind absorbing the ancient Zafan names faster than I can teach them. It feels good to lose myself in work, in the familiar rhythm of lessons and gentle corrections. But then heavy footsteps echo down the hall. My heart leaps before I can stop it. The sound grows closer, that distinctive cadence I've memorized against my will. I grip my quill tighter, focusing on the star chart before me, as if it holds all life's answers. The footsteps pause outside the study door. My breath catches. Please don't come in. Please do come in. The war in my chest makes me dizzy. Keep going. Annalise's voice cuts through my panic. You were explaining about the hunter's crown. The footsteps continue past. My shoulders slump with equal parts relief and disappointment. The phantom sensation of his hands guiding mine through bread dough haunts me. The way his wings had created a private world just for us, golden feathers catching lamplight. How his breath had ghosted across my neck. Ava? I blink, finding Annalise watching me with knowing eyes. Sorry, the hunter's crown, right. I trace the constellation with shaking fingers. It appears in the northern sky during… A flash of gold passes the window, Ridwan crossing the courtyard below. My words die as I watch him move with that controlled power, wings half spread to catch the breeze. Even from here I can see the tension in his shoulders, the rigid set of his jaw. Does he feel this too? This maddening pull that makes every glimpse of him both torture and salvation. You know, Annalise says quietly, for someone who's avoiding him, you certainly spend a lot of time staring. Heat floods my cheeks. I force my eyes back to the star charts, but the symbols blur together. All I can see is bronze skin dusted with flour, golden eyes dark with unspoken promises. I'm not staring, I mutter. But neither of us believes me. Thankfully, Annalise lets it go for the rest of the day, and in response, I go to dinner. It's quiet and awkward, but I make it through. Now that Annalise is in bed, I curl up on the edge of my own, fingers tracing the intricate embroidery along the cloak's hem. Moonlight spills through my window, turning the fabric to liquid shadow. It still carries his scent, and I'm ashamed at how many times I've inhaled it. I should return it. The thought comes every night as I reach for the cloak, folded carefully in my dresser drawer. A proper servant would have delivered it back with thanks the very next morning. But I'm not just a servant anymore, am I? The way Ridwan looked at me in that kitchen, like I was something precious and dangerous all at once. The fabric slides between my fingers, softer than anything I've ever owned. Gold thread catches the light, forming delicate patterns that remind me of his wings, the way they'd stretched toward me before he caught himself, pulled back, always pulling back. I wrap the cloak around my shoulders, drowning in its warmth. It's too big, made for his broad frame and powerful wings. The hem pools around my feet like spilled ink. If I close my eyes, I can pretend he's here, that those wings are curling around me instead of this borrowed piece of him. Foolish girl, I whisper to the empty room. But I don't take the cloak off. Instead, I pull it tighter, remembering how his hands had trembled when he draped it over me that night, how his fingers had lingered at my throat, adjusting the clasp with a gentleness that belied his strength. The cloak smells like him, like magic and authority and things I can never have. I press my face into the fabric, breathing deep. My heart aches with wanting, with the memory of almost kisses and careful distance. I should return it, but I won't. Chapter 16. Eva. I slip out into the night, Ridwan's cloak wrapped tight around my shoulders. The fabric drowns me, falling past my knees, but I can't bring myself to care. His scent still clings to the material, though at this point it's fading. The courtyard stretches before me, bathed in the light of twin moons. Shadows pool beneath twisted metal benches, their golden surfaces dulled to brass in the darkness. My footsteps echo off the ground as I trace familiar paths between dormant flower beds. Here, away from watching eyes, I let my guard drop. No need to duck into alcoves or time my movements. Just the night air against my skin and the weight of stars overhead. The cloak trails behind me like wings of my own, catching on the cool breeze. I pause by the central fountain, watching dark water spill over edges carved with scenes of ancient battles. Zafan warriors dance across the stone, their wings spread in eternal victory. My fingers trace the worn edges, remembering how Ridwan's hands felt that night in the kitchen, strong yet gentle, letting me guide his through simple motions that suddenly felt intimate. The memory of his wings curling forward haunts me, how they'd created a private world just for us, blocking out everything but the heat of his chest against my back and the way his breath stirred my hair. Then him saying it was a mistake, the sudden distance, and this cloak dropped on my shoulders when I was alone out here. A part of me wonders if he'll come out here again. I'm not sure if I want him to or not, or more like I'm not willing to admit which I want. I pull the fabric tighter, letting myself imagine for just a moment that it's his arms around me instead. Foolish, dangerous. But here in the darkness, with only stars as witness, I can admit how much I crave his touch, how each careful avoidance feels like a physical wound. The night air carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, their purple petals glowing faintly in the moonlight. I breathe deeply, trying to clear my head of bronze skin and golden eyes, of almost kisses and unspoken words. A shadow detaches from the darkness near the fountain, and my heart stops. Ridwan stands motionless, moonlight catching on the sharp angles of his face. His wings shift restlessly, feathers rustling like whispered secrets. Even at rest, power radiates from him, in the rigid set of his shoulders, the predatory stillness of his stance. I freeze mid-step, trapped between fleeing and staying. His golden eyes lock onto me, and heat floods my cheeks as I realize I'm still wearing his cloak. The fabric suddenly feels like a brand against my skin. Eva! My name falls from his lips like a prayer, or maybe a curse. He takes a step forward, then stops, hands clenching at his sides. His wings spread slightly, casting deeper shadows across the courtyard stones. I wonder how long he's been there. How long he's been watching me. Am I foolish to hope that his distance is because he wants me and is holding back? Is he about to take the cloak back and crush the tiny part of me that swears there is more to this tension? The scar on his cheek catches the silver light, a reminder of battles I'll never understand, of the gulf between us. But there's something raw in his expression tonight, something that makes my breath catch. The words die in my throat as he moves closer, each step deliberate, measured, like he's afraid I'll bolt. Maybe I should. Instead, I stand rooted as he towers over me, close enough that I can see the flecks of amber in his eyes. His wing brushes my arm. Accident or intent, I can't tell. The touch sends a thrill down my spine. He reaches out, fingers hovering over the clasp of his cloak at my throat, but doesn't quite make contact. His gaze burns into mine, molten gold in the darkness. The air between us crackles with unspoken words, with all the careful distances we've maintained. My fingers tighten in the folds of his cloak, seeking anchor against the storm of emotions threatening to sweep me away. Ridwan takes another step forward, closing the space between us until I have to tilt my head back to hold his stare. Then he stops, something flickering across his face. Regret? Restraint? His wings curl forward slightly before he forces them back, the movement sharp with tension. You shouldn't be out here alone. His voice comes out rough, like gravel over steel. The words carry weight beyond simple concern, and I bristle at the implication. I can take care of myself. The response slips out before I can stop it. Even now, with my heart thundering against my ribs and his presence filling my senses, old defences rise. I've spent too long proving my worth in a world that sees humanity as weakness. His jaw tightens, that familiar mask of control slipping for just a moment. That's not... He cuts himself off, running a hand through his dark waves. The movement draws my attention to the scar on his cheek, silvered by moonlight. There are dangers you don't understand. Then help me understand. I step closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. His wings twitch, feathers rustling with barely contained emotion. Stop pushing me away and just... I stop myself before it goes too far. His hands clench at his sides, and I watch the battle play out across his face. The rigid set of his shoulders speaks of duty and restraint, but there's something wild in his eyes, something that makes my breath catch. The silence stretches between us, heavy with possibility, with all the things we've left unsaid. His wing brushes my arm again, and this time I know it's deliberate. The touch sends lightning through my veins, making it hard to remember why we keep fighting this pull between us. I don't move, don't look away from the intensity burning in his golden eyes. Stop pushing me away. My voice comes out steadier than I feel as I take another step forward, pulse hammering against my ribs. The night air crackles between us, charged like the moments before lightning strikes. Ridwan's wings shift, casting deeper shadows across the courtyard stones. His jaw clenches, that rigid control I've come to know so well warring with something darker, more primal. The scar on his cheek catches moonlight as his head tilts down toward me, and I fight the urge to trace it with my fingers. The silence stretches, broken only by the splash of fountain water and the rustle of his feathers. His hands remain fisted at his sides, knuckles white with restraint. Each breath draws his scent deeper into my lungs. I watch emotions flicker across his face, too fast to name. The careful distance he maintains fractures for just a moment, revealing hunger in the depths of his golden stare. His wings curl forward unconsciously, creating a private world of shadow and moonlight around us. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he must hear it. The fabric of his cloak feels electric against my skin, a constant reminder of boundaries crossed and lines blurred. Still, I hold my ground. I'm done running from this. From him, from the pull that draws me closer, despite every warning my mind screams. Ridwan's breath catches as I shift closer. The temperature seems to rise around us, though his magic remains tightly leashed. A muscle jumps in his jaw, and his wings twitch with barely contained emotion. But he doesn't answer, doesn't move, just watches me with that burning intensity that makes my knees weak. The courtyard fades away until there's nothing but this moment, this space between heartbeats where anything feels possible, where duty and station and all the careful walls we've built might crumble beneath the weight of what we both refuse to name. His hand reaches up, fingers trembling as they brush a loose strand of hair from my face. The touch burns like lightning, and my breath catches in my throat. His golden eyes darken, pupils blown wide as they fix on my lips. Time stretches like honey, each second an eternity of possibility and fear. I lean forward, or maybe he does, and then his lips find mine. The kiss is hesitant, barely there, like he's still warring with himself, even as he surrenders. His wings curl tighter around us, blocking out the moonlight until there's nothing but shadow and the heat of his body against mine. I press closer, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. He tastes like starlight and storm winds, power crackling beneath his skin. A sound rumbles in his chest, half growl, half groan, and his hand slides into my hair, cradling the back of my head. The careful restraint in his touch makes my heart ache. Even now, with desire burning through his veins hot enough to scorch, he holds back. Treats me like I'm something precious and breakable instead of the woman who stood toe-to-toe with him for months. His wings quiver, feathers brushing against my arms in a whisper-soft caress. When I gasp at the sensation, his kiss deepens, becomes something desperate and hungry, but still controlled, still measured, like he's counting each breath between us. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing myself closer, trying to break through that iron will. His free hand settles on my waist, fingers digging into the fabric of his cloak still wrapped around me. The possessive grip sends heat pooling in my belly, but he keeps the kiss achingly gentle. The scar on his cheek is smooth beneath my fingertips when I reach up to touch his face. He shudders at the contact, wings drawing even tighter around us until the world narrows to just this, his lips on mine, his hands holding me like I might shatter, and the thundering of my heart against my ribs.
Chapter 17. Ridwan. The taste of her lingers on my lips as I wrench myself away, my wings unfurling with a sharp snap. Moonlight catches their golden feathers, casting fractured shadows across Ava's face. Her chest rises and falls in quick bursts, lips still parted. Still, damn. My hands clench at my sides. The courtyard walls press in around us, the night air thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers and her. Always her. The guard tower looms overhead, a stark reminder of where we are, who I am, what I've just done. Eva's fingers drift to her mouth, touching where mine had been moments before. Her eyes lock onto mine, searching, questioning. The golden glow from the courtyard lamps catches in them, turning them molten. Words stick in my throat. Explanations, excuses, apologies. None of them form. The weight of my position, my past, my promises crash down. I'm her employer, Annalise's father, a widower who never completed a soul bond, who has no right to... Ridwan? Her voice breaks through my spiraling thoughts. Soft. Uncertain. I take another step back, wings mantling around me in an instinctive shield. But I can still see her through the gaps between my feathers, the slight tremble in her hands, the way she leans forward as if drawn by an invisible thread. The silence stretches between us, filled only by our ragged breathing and the distant sounds of the city beyond the compound walls. I should say something. Anything. But my tongue feels leaden, my thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. She deserves words. Deserves an explanation for why I grabbed her, why I kissed her like a starving man at a feast, why I failed to keep my restraint in place tonight when I'm usually so good, why I've been craving her and was weak for just a moment. Just enough to ruin everything, but all I can focus on is the way her pulse jumps at her throat, how her scent mingles with the night air, making my head spin. This was a mistake. The words scrape past my lips, tasting of ash and regret. My wings curl tighter, the feathers rustling with tension. It can't. I can't even finish the sentence. Can't look at her face, knowing what I'll see there. The hurt, the confusion, the same longing that's burning through my veins like molten gold. My boots scrape against the stone as I turn. Each step feels like I'm dragging lead weights, fighting against the pull to go back. To explain, to know. The compound walls loom higher, their shadows stretching across the courtyard like grasping fingers. Somewhere above, a guard shifts position. The soft clink of armor reminds me of my position, my responsibilities. Ridwan, wait! Her voice cuts through me like a blade, but I keep walking. My wings ache to spread, to launch me into the sky, but I won't give in to that coward's urge. Instead, I force myself to maintain a measured pace, each footfall echoing off the stone walls. Commander, leader, father. The titles ring hollow in my mind, mocking me with everything I should be, everything I'm failing to be in this moment. The memory of her lips haunts me, a ghost of warmth I have no right to chase. Not after Sarah, not with someone in my employ, not when I'm responsible for. The list of reasons stretches endless, each one a chain weighing me down. I reach the archway leading back into the main building. Golden light spills from the enchanted lamps, harsh after the gentle moonlight. Behind me, Ava's presence burns like a brand between my shoulder blades, but I don't turn back. Can't turn back. My fingers brush the scar on my cheek, an old habit, a reminder of past mistakes. This is another one to add to that list. Another failure to lock away behind the walls I've built. The door closes behind me with a heavy thud, final as a tomb. The next days blur together in a haze of paperwork and meetings. I bury myself in reports, territory disputes, trade agreements, anything to keep my mind from wandering back to that night in the courtyard. But every document I touch reminds me of her. The ink smudges like the darkness in her eyes. The texture of parchment echoes the softness of her skin. I avoid the dining room, taking meals in my study. Skip the evening walks where I might cross her path. The few times I glimpse her down a hallway, I turn sharply, my wings tight against my back, ignoring the pull in my chest that begs me to go to her. But distance doesn't help. The memories follow me into sleep, haunt my waking hours. The way she'd melted against me, how perfectly she'd fit in my arms, the soft gasp she'd made when I'd first claimed her mouth. My hands clench on the arms of my chair, nails leaving fresh marks in the wood. Another chair? Annalise's voice cuts through my thoughts. She stands in my study doorway, arms crossed. That's the third one this week. I force my fingers to relax. Don't you have lessons? Eva's not feeling well today. Her name hits like a physical blow. My wings twitch, betraying me. Annalise's eyes narrow, too sharp, too knowing. Interesting reaction. Go to your room. She just cocks her head. You can't hide in here forever. I'm not hiding. The words come out as a growl. I'm working. Right. She draws out the word. That's why you're staring at the same page you were looking at an hour ago. I glance down. The trade report sits unmarked, unread. Damn it. You're impossible lately, Annalise continues. More brooding than usual, which I didn't think was possible. And Eva's just as bad, walking around like... Enough! My wings flare, casting shadows across the room. She grits her teeth, glaring at me, and then she turns on her heel and storms away. The regret is instant, but I don't know what to do with either of them. But even after Annalise leaves, her words echo. Eva's affected too. The thought sends heat coursing through my veins, makes my control slip further. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window, but all I can think about is how Eva's lips had tasted of starlight and surrender. Moonlight filters through the high windows of my chambers, painting silver patterns across the ceiling. Sleep eludes me, replaced by the phantom sensation of Eva's lips against mine. My wings shift restlessly against the sheets, feathers rustling in the quiet dark. I should regret it. I should hate myself for that moment of weakness in the courtyard. But lying here, alone with these thoughts, I can't summon the proper shame. Can't make myself wish I hadn't pulled her close. Hadn't tasted the sweetness of her mouth. My fingers trace the scar on my cheek. The familiar ridge, a poor distraction from memories of how she'd trembled against me. How her hands had clutched at my shirt, desperate and wanting. The way her breath had hitched when I'd... Damn. The word echoes in the emptiness of my room. I roll onto my side, wings spreading across the massive bed. The sheets still smell of nothing but me. No trace of another scent, no warmth but my own. The space beside me stretches vast and cold, mocking me with its emptiness. My nails dig into the mattress. The taste of her haunts me, sweeter than wine, more intoxicating than any spirit. Each time I close my eyes, I see her face in the moonlight, feel the soft press of her body against mine. The empty spot above my heart, where a soul bond should have been, would have been, with Sierra, tingles with phantom sensation, empty, waiting. My wings curl forward, wrapping around me like a shield, but they can't protect me from the ache in my chest, the pull towards something I can't allow myself to have. I don't regret it. That's the truth that keeps me from sleeping, that makes my blood burn hot in my veins. I want more. Want to kiss her again, to claim her mouth properly this time, to mark her as mine, to complete what I started in that courtyard. The thought sends heat coursing through me, dangerous and wild. My wings snap open, feathers bristling with unspent energy. The ceiling offers no answers, just shadows and silence and the weight of everything I shouldn't want. Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power, and there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofproththea.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Proththea's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 18. Eva. The kitchen knife slams into the cutting board, splitting the poor vegetable in two. 3 days. 3 damn days since Ridwan's lips crashed into mine in the courtyard, since his wings curled around us like a shield from the world, since his touch set my skin ablaze. And then, nothing. I hack at another vegetable, not even caring what I'm cutting anymore. My movements are jerky, unpracticed, nothing like my usual precise methods. The other kitchen staff give me a wide berth, probably sensing the storm brewing beneath my skin. Everything all right, Eva? Mari, one of the cooks, ventures. Perfect. The word comes out sharp enough to cut. The memory burns fresh in my mind. The way Ridwan's golden eyes had darkened with desire, how his fingers had tangled in my hair, the low growl that rumbled through his chest. For one blissful moment, the walls he built around himself had crumbled. Then, like smoke through fingers, he vanished. Now he skulks through the halls like a shadow, his massive wings tucked tight against his back. If I enter a room, he finds an excuse to leave. If I try to catch his eye, he looks away. The mighty Zafan Lord, running from a mere human. My chest aches, but I refuse to let the tears fall. I've spent too many years being invisible, being less than, to let this break me. But gods, I thought, hoped, he was different. That maybe, just maybe, the quiet moments we shared meant something. The way he'd seek me out in the evenings to discuss Annalise's progress. How his fingers would brush mine when passing documents. The rare smiles that seemed reserved just for me. I drive the knife into another innocent vegetable. The sound echoes through the kitchen, and I realise my hands are shaking. Damn him. Damn me for being fool enough to believe a Zafan Lord could see past my humanity, that he could want. The knife clatters to the counter. I can't do this. Can't keep pretending I'm fine while he treats me like I'm nothing more than a shadow to avoid. I need some air, I mutter, not waiting for a response before fleeing the kitchen. I storm through the manor's halls, my footsteps echoing against floors. The guards posted at intervals tense as I pass, probably sensing the fury radiating off me in waves. Good. Let them feel it. Let everyone feel it. My hand connects with the study door before my brain catches up to my actions. The heavy wood swings open with a bang that makes the nearest guard jump. Ridwan sits at his desk, golden wings folded tight against his broad back. Papers scatter across the dark wood surface, illuminated by crystal lamps that cast dancing shadows across his bronze skin. He doesn't look up. Are you really going to pretend that didn't happen? The words burst from my chest like caged birds finally breaking free. My arms cross over my chest, fingers digging into my biceps to keep from shaking. His quill pauses mid-stroke. A drop of ink bleeds onto the parchment below, spreading like a stain. Still, he won't meet my eyes. Ava. His deep voice carries a warning. Don't Ava me. Heat floods my cheeks. 3 days. 3 days of you running away every time I enter a room. Of you acting like I'm some kind of ghost, like what happened in the courtyard meant nothing. His golden eyes finally meet mine, and my breath catches. Even with his face carefully blank, he's beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. Shadows from the crystal lamps dance across his sharp cheekbones, highlighting the scar that cuts across his left cheek. A warrior's mark on a man who now hides behind paperwork and cold walls. It shouldn't have happened. The words slice through me, but I plant my feet. I've spent too many years being dismissed, being told what I deserve and don't deserve. His wings shift, the golden feathers catching the light like burnished metal. Something flickers in his expression, desire, regret. Before the mask slips back into place, his fingers clench around the quill until I fear it might snap. Ink drips steadily onto the forgotten papers, spreading like spilled blood. The air between us crackles with tension. Heat pools in my belly as I remember how those strong hands felt tangled in my hair, how his body pressed against mine, solid and warm, how for one perfect moment he'd looked at me like I was everything he'd ever wanted. My heart pounds against my ribs. His wings twitch, and I swear I see them start to unfurl before he forces them back. The muscles in his jaw work as he grinds his teeth. Everything about his posture screams control, restraint, denial. But his eyes tell a different story. They track my every movement with an intensity that makes my skin tingle, like a predator watching its prey, like a man starving for something he won't let himself have. The silence stretches between us, thick enough to choke on. Neither of us moves, neither of us speaks. We're caught in this moment, this battle of wills, where one wrong word could shatter everything. I take a step forward, then another, my heart thundering against my ribs. Then why did you kiss me? The crystal lamps cast flickering shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw, the intensity in his golden eyes. His wings twitch, the feathers rustling with a sound like whispered secrets. Eva. My name comes out rough, almost a growl. His fingers clench tighter around the quill until it finally snaps, sending ink spattering across the forgotten papers. I press my advantage, moving closer until I'm just out of reach. Close enough to catch the scent of him makes heat pool in my belly. If it meant nothing, why can't you look at me without your wings trembling? Why do your hands shake when I'm near? His chest rises and falls with quick, sharp breaths. The mask of indifference cracks, revealing something wild and hungry beneath, something that matches the fire burning in my veins. You don't understand what you're asking for. He pushes back from the desk, standing to his full height. His wings spread slightly, casting me in their shadow. What this would mean? Then explain it to me. I step closer, close enough to touch, but I don't. I won't give him that escape. Stop hiding behind duty and protocol and whatever other excuses you've built up. For once, just tell me the truth. The air between us crackles with tension, with possibility, with 3 days of wanting and denial and frustration. His wings curl forward, not quite touching me, but surrounding me in a cage of golden feathers. Still, he doesn't move, doesn't reach for me, just watches with those burning eyes, as if memorizing every detail of my face. The truth. His voice drops lower, rougher. The truth is, I can't want you. His golden eyes burn into mine, filled with a desperate hunger that matches the ache in my chest. I see it then, the way his hands clench at his sides to keep from reaching for me, how his wings quiver with the effort of staying folded, the muscle jumping in his jaw as he fights for control. Every inch of him screams restraint, but his eyes tell the truth. He does want me. The realization hits like lightning through my veins. You already do. The words come out barely above a whisper, but they land like a physical blow. His wings snap partially open, the golden feathers catching the lamplight. You can lie to yourself, Ridwan, but don't lie to me. I see how you watch me when you think I'm not looking, how your wings reach for me before you force them back. He takes a step forward, closing the distance between us until I have to tilt my head back to hold his gaze. Heat radiates from his body, and my skin tingles with awareness. My fingers itch to reach up, to trace the scar on his cheek, to tangle in his dark waves of hair. Eva. My name comes out like a prayer, and a curse wrapped into one. His wings curl forward, not quite touching, but creating a golden cage around us, trapping us in this moment where anything feels possible. I see the war raging behind his eyes. Duty versus desire, control versus need. His breath comes in quick, sharp pants that match my own racing heart. One of us will have to break first. I'm just afraid he'll break me.
Chapter 19. Ridwan. The night stretches endless, each minute dragging like centuries as I stand at my office window. New Solus glitters beyond the glass, its golden spires piercing the dark sky, but I barely register their beauty. My wings ache from holding them rigid, matching the tension in my shoulders, in my chest. 5 nights. 5 nights since I tasted her, since I felt her soft lips yield beneath mine, her small gasp of surprise melting into something sweeter. 5 nights since I fled like a coward, leaving her standing alone in the hallway. I press my forehead against the cool glass. The memory of her confrontation burns fresh. Her eyes bright with hurt, demanding answers I couldn't give. I can't want you. The words had torn from my throat, rough and raw. A lie wrapped in truth. Because I do want her, more than I've wanted anything since. My fist clenches at my side. No, I won't think of Sarah. Won't compare the two, won't let myself remember how that ended. But Eva's absence carves deeper than expected. The house feels hollow without her laughter, without those small moments when she'd bring tea to my office, her smile warming the room more than any drink could. Now she moves through the halls like a ghost, speaking only when necessary, her eyes sliding past me as if I'm made of smoke. I deserve it. Better she hate me than my wings snap tight against my back, than end up like Sarah, than have me fail her too. The city lights blur. I've built walls for a reason, constructed this distance brick by brick. But Eva, she slipped through the cracks I didn't know existed, brought color to my grayscale world. And now, watching that light dim, watching her withdraw, my chest constricts. The warmth in her eyes has gone cold, replaced by something guarded, wounded. I did that. I put that shadow there. It's better this way, I tell myself. But the words ring hollow in the silence of my office, in this house that feels more like a tomb with each passing day. Sleep evades me, my wings restless against silk sheets. The ceiling offers no answers, just shadows that twist into her face, her form. Eva. The name alone sends heat coursing through my veins. I roll onto my side, but the emptiness of the massive bed only emphasizes her absence. My fingers curl into the sheets, remembering how her small hand felt in mine that night in the hallway. So delicate, yet she held on to me with such strength, such determination. A growl rumbles in my chest. Even now I can taste her on my tongue, sweet, with an edge of fire that matches her spirit. The way she'd melted against me, soft and pliant, while her fingers traced burning paths across my chest. If I'd stayed, if I'd given in. The images flood unbidden. Eva sprawled across these sheets, her hair a dark halo, eyes bright with need. My wings would cage her, keep her safe while I mapped every inch of her skin with my hands. My mouth. She'd arch beneath me, gasp my name. Not with the careful distance she maintains now, but with raw desire. Damn! The word scrapes from my throat. My wings snap open, nearly spanning the width of the room. The cool air does nothing to calm the inferno in my blood. I could go to her, right now. Her room's just down the hall. I could finally surrender to this pull that's been dragging me toward her since the moment she walked into my life. Show her exactly how much I want her, how she's cracked through every defense I've built. But Sarah's ghost whispers in the darkness, reminds me what happens when I let someone too close, when I fail to protect what's precious. My wings curl forward, feathers trembling. Eva deserves better than a broken man who can't even face his own past. Better than someone who'd rather push her away than risk destroying her too. Still, as sleep finally claims me, it's her face I see, her smile, the way she makes everything brighter just by existing. And for the first time in years, the darkness feels a little less absolute. I stand at my office window, watching them in the garden below. The morning sun bathes everything in gold, but my eyes fix on Eva. Her dark hair catches the light, spinning it into threads of copper and bronze. The sound of her laughter floats up, pure and bright, mingling with Annalise's. My wings twitch, wanting to spread, to carry me down there. To be close enough to see the way her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles, to catch the subtle floral scent that always surrounds her. Annalise gestures wildly, telling some story that has Eva clutching her sides. My daughter's wings flutter with excitement, so like her mother in that moment it makes my chest ache. But it's Eva's presence that draws me, the easy way she leans in, giving Annalise her full attention. No pretense, no careful distance, not like how she is with me now. My fingers press against the glass. Eva reaches out, tucking a strand of Annalise's pale hair behind her ear. Such a simple gesture, but it pierces something in me, The tenderness there, the natural affection that I've never managed to show my own daughter. The sunlight plays across Eva's face, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the soft bow of her lips, those same lips that I'd claimed in the hallway, that had parted so sweetly under mine. Heat coils in my gut at the memory. She throws her head back, laughing again, and the sound calls to something primitive in me. My wings snap open, casting shadows across the floor. I want to hear that laugh up close. Want to be the one drawing it from her. Want to see if her joy tastes as sweet as her kiss. The thought rocks me back a step. This wanting, it's dangerous, reckless. But watching her now, so vibrantly alive, so beautiful, it hurts to look at her. I can't remember why I'm fighting this. My wings ache with the need to go to her, to wrap her in their shelter and never let go. To be part of that easy happiness she shares with my daughter. To feel her warmth chase away the cold that's lived in my bones since Sarah died. A chill runs down my spine, my wings shuddering with the force of the realization. It's not just Eva's dark hair catching sunlight, or the curve of her smile that draws me. It's how she fills the hollow spaces I've carried for so long. Spaces I didn't know existed until she walked into my life. My nails scrape against the glass. Below, she reaches for Annalise again, this time to brush dirt from her cheek. The gesture strikes deep, unearthing something raw and vital. Eva moves through our lives like she's always belonged here, healing wounds I thought had scarred over. My wings snap tight against my back. The weight of command, of duty, of all the responsibilities that chain me to this office, it lifts when she's near. Not gone, but bearable. Like she carries part of it without even trying. A growl builds in my chest. 5 nights ago, when I kissed her, something clicked into place. A missing piece I've been searching for since Sarah died. No, before that. Since I was born into this legacy of power and control, taught to bury everything soft and warm beneath layers of ice. Eva thaws that ice. Makes me want things I've denied myself for years. Not just her body, though that hunger burns constant. She makes me want to be the father Annalise deserves. Makes me imagine a future where laughter echoes through these halls again. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it settles in my chest like an ember, warm and bright. Eva fits here in this space between warrior and leader, between father and man. She belongs in ways that defy explanation, like she was carved from the same darkness that shapes me. My forehead presses against the window. The glass fogs with each breath as I watch her below. So alive it hurts. She's not trying to fix me or change me. She just exists. And somehow that existence makes everything clearer, sharper, more real. The revelation rocks through me like thunder. This isn't just want or need or desire. This is something deeper, more primal. Something that calls to the ancient magic in my blood, demanding I claim what's mine. My wings unfurl against my will, responding to the sight of her below. Every instinct screams to swoop down, to wrap her in their golden expanse until nothing else exists but us. The primitive urge claws at my chest, to mark her, claim her, make her mine in ways that would leave no doubt. But I remain frozen, watching through the glass as she tends to my daughter with a gentleness I've never mastered. My nails scrape against the windowsill, leaving deep grooves in the wood. The sound of her laughter drifts up again, and my body responds like it's been struck by lightning. Muscles tensing, blood heating. When did she become so essential? When did her presence start filling the hollow spaces I'd carved inside myself? Each smile she gives Annalise is another chain wrapped around my heart, binding me tighter. Every graceful movement of her hands speaks to the warrior in me, makes me want to conquer, to possess. The darkness inside me, the part I've kept caged since Sarah's death, rattles its bars. It recognizes something in Ava, a matching shadow, perhaps. Or maybe it's the way she faces my cold distance with unflinching warmth, how she meets my growls with gentle determination. My forehead presses harder against the glass, wings trembling with the effort of staying still. She's worked her way under my skin, past all my carefully constructed walls, slipped through the cracks I didn't know existed, and made herself at home in the wreckage of who I used to be. Damn. The word comes out more growl than speech, because this isn't just desire anymore. This is something deeper, more dangerous, something that makes my ancient blood sing with recognition. Ava has claimed pieces of me I didn't know were still alive to be claimed. And the terrifying part isn't that she's done it. It's that I want to give her more. Want to lay every broken, sharp-edged part of myself at her feet and let her decide if I'm worth keeping.
Chapter 20. Ava. The silk sheets whisper against my skin as I toss and turn, unable to find peace in the darkness of my room. Sleep eludes me, replaced by thoughts of golden eyes and bronze skin. My fingers brush against my lips, remembering the heat of Ridwan's kiss from a week ago. The memory burns, sharp and sweet, like sugar caramelizing over flame. I push myself up, padding across the cold stone floor to my window. New solace sprawls before me, its golden spires piercing the night sky. The view used to fill me with wonder. Now it only reminds me of him, of power and authority wrapped in gleaming metal. Every time I close my eyes, I see the way he looked at me that day, desire warring with duty in those striking features. The scar on his cheek had seemed deeper, his jaw clenched tight as he'd pulled away. "I can't want you," he'd said, voice rough like he'd dragged the words across broken glass. I press my forehead against the cool window pane. This isn't just about his touch or the way his massive wings cast shadows that make my heart race. It's in the quiet moments, when he thinks no one's watching and his stern mask slips, revealing the weight he carries. It's in how his hands shake slightly when he holds reports of border skirmishes, in the gentle way he straightens Annalise's collar despite his intimidating presence. My chest aches. I've spent days avoiding the Great Hall, taking my meals in the kitchen, changing my routine to dodge his patrol routes. But distance hasn't dimmed these feelings. They've grown like vines in darkness, wrapping around my ribs and squeezing until each breath hurts. A shadow passes outside, massive wings blocking out starlight. My heart lurches before I realise it's just another Zafan guard on patrol. Still, my pulse races, betraying how desperately I want it to be him. How pathetic. I'm supposed to be stronger than this, not pining after someone who's made it clear he doesn't want me. But every accidental glance we share across crowded rooms feels like a secret language. Each time he stiffens when I enter a room, it's like he's fighting the same battle I am, and I'm losing. Gods help me, I'm losing badly. Enough. I push away from the window, anger rising hot in my throat. I'm done being the good little human who knows her place. Done pretending I don't see the hunger in his eyes when he thinks I'm not looking. My fingers curl into fists as I pace the length of my room. The stone floor bites cold against my bare feet, but I barely notice. I've spent my whole life being overlooked, being told to stay small and grateful. But that's not who I am anymore. The memory of his lips crashes through me again. This time, instead of aching, it fuels something fiercer. He'd kissed me like a starving man before shoving me away, like he thought denying himself was some noble sacrifice. I catch my reflection in the mirror. Flushed cheeks, amber eyes bright with determination, chestnut hair falling loose around my shoulders. I'm not some delicate flower to be protected or pushed aside. I've survived in this gilded cage of a city through wit and will alone. My hands steady as I braid my hair back. If Ridwan thinks he can kiss me like that and then hide behind duty and rank, he's about to learn differently. Whatever demons he's wrestling with, guilt over Sarah, fear of connecting, his rigid sense of propriety, they're his problem, not mine. A laugh bubbles up, sharp and wild. Maybe it's madness pushing me forward, but I'm done waiting. Done watching him struggle against whatever's holding him back. If he wants to keep denying this thing between us, he'll have to do it to my face. The old Eva would have accepted his rejection, would have swallowed her feelings and faded into the background. But I've changed. Living here, watching Annalise fight for her own identity, has taught me something about claiming what you want. I've always been fiercely independent, but that isn't what I want right now. What I want is him. All of him, not just stolen glances and aborted touches. If he pushes me away again, fine. At least I'll know I fought for what I wanted instead of letting fear win. I stride through the quiet halls, my footsteps echoing against stone. The familiar path to Ridwan's wing feels different tonight, charged with purpose rather than hesitation. Moonlight streams through tall windows, painting silver paths across floors. The door to his sitting room stands ajar. Through the gap, I catch sight of his broad frame silhouetted against the night sky. His wings spread loose and relaxed, catching starlight on golden feathers. He hasn't noticed me yet, lost in whatever thoughts furrow his brow and tighten his jaw. My heart pounds, but I refuse to let it stop me. I push the door wider and step onto the balcony. The night air carries the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens below. Ridwan's shoulders tense at my approach, but he doesn't turn. Ava. My name falls from his lips like a warning. I ignore it. Moving closer, I watch the muscles in his back ripple as his wings shift. He's wearing a simple black shirt, sleeves rolled to expose bronze forearms. The scar on his cheek catches the moonlight, a silver slash across his stern features. Look at me. The words come out stronger than I expect. He turns, golden eyes blazing. You shouldn't be here. I close the distance between us. His breath catches, but he doesn't step back. Up close, I see the shadows under his eyes, the way his hands grip the balcony rail. I'm exactly where I should be. Before he can protest, before duty or rank or fear can build more walls between us, I rise on my toes and press my lips to his. For one heartbeat, he's stone still. Then his wings snap forward, curling around us both as his hands find my waist. His kiss is desperate, hungry, nothing like the controlled facade he shows the world. I tangle my fingers in his dark waves, drawing him closer as his wings block out the stars. His fingers dig into my waist, pulling me against the solid wall of his chest. The heat of him burns through my thin nightdress as his wings cocoon us in darkness. My heart thunders against my ribs, matching the fierce rhythm I feel beneath my palms as I slide them down his chest. Ridwan growls into my mouth, the sound vibrating through me. His tongue sweeps across my lower lip, and I open for him, gasping as he deepens the kiss. One of his hands slides up my back, tangling in my braid, while the other grips my hip hard enough to bruise. I arch into him, needing more, needing everything. His wings tighten around us, blocking out the world until there's nothing but his taste, his touch, the way he consumes me like he's been starving. The controlled leader is gone, replaced by raw hunger that matches my own. Eva, he breathes against my lips, my name a broken prayer. His forehead presses to mine, golden eyes blazing with desire and something deeper, darker. The scar on his cheek feels rough under my fingertips as I trace it. Instead of pulling away this time, he captures my mouth again. The kiss is savage, desperate, like he's finally letting go of the chains he's wrapped around himself. His wings tremble against my back, feathers rustling with barely contained power. I rake my nails down his chest, and he shudders, breaking the kiss to trail his lips down my neck. The scrape of his teeth makes me gasp. My fingers find purchase in his dark waves as he marks my skin, claiming me with each heated touch. I want this, I manage between ragged breaths. I want you. His answer is another searing kiss, his massive frame caging me against the balcony rail. The stone digs into my back, but I barely notice, lost in the way his tongue slides against mine, in how his wings block out even the moonlight until there's nothing but us and this hunger we've denied for too long. His kiss devours me, but beneath the fierce passion, reality starts seeping in like ice water through my veins. My fingers tremble against his chest as the weight of what we're doing crashes over me. This isn't just a kiss. It's a rebellion against everything that keeps our worlds separate. Ridwan's wings tighten, golden feathers brushing my arms as he pulls me closer. The heat of him burns away my fears for a moment, replaced by the intoxicating slide of his tongue against mine. His hand cups my face, thumb tracing my jaw with a gentleness that contrasts the desperate way he claims my mouth. But even as I arch into him, even as my body sings with triumph at finally having what I've craved, dread coils in my stomach. The consequences ripple outward like stones dropped in still water. His position, my status, Annalise caught between us. Each thought hits harder than the last. His teeth graze my lower lip and I gasp, torn between pushing closer and pulling away. The strength in his arms, the power radiating from his massive frame. It reminds me of exactly who he is, what he is. A Zafan, a leader, while I'm just a human who dared reach above her station. My heart pounds against my ribs, no longer just from desire. Each beat seems to whisper warnings. I've crossed a line that can't be uncrossed, challenged a hierarchy that's existed for centuries. The same fire that drove me here now feels like it might consume us both. But when Ridwan's lips trail down my neck, when his wings create a golden cage around us, I can't bring myself to regret it. Let them judge. Let them whisper. I've spent too long being invisible, being less. His kiss tastes like defiance, like finally claiming something that's mine, even if it shatters everything around us.
Chapter 21. Ridwan. The taste of Eva's lips is an addiction I can't resist. This time, I won't run. This time, I'll let the fire consume me. My hands grip her waist, lifting her with a strength born of need rather than training. Her small gasp breaks our kiss for a heartbeat as I press her against the balcony railing, the metal cool against her back. My wings unfurl, golden feathers catching the night air, surrounding us in a cocoon of warmth. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer, and I growl into her mouth. The sound is primal, possessive, everything I've tried to lock away. Ava! Her name tears from my throat as I break the kiss to trail my lips down her neck. She arches against me, and the movement sends lightning through my veins. My hands slide down her sides, memorizing every curve, every shiver. I've denied this for too long. Denied her, denied myself. The weight of my responsibilities, my past, my failures, they all fade against the heat of her skin under my palms. My self-control splinters with each soft sound she makes. Her legs wrap around my waist and I press closer, pinning her more firmly against the railing. The height doesn't matter. I'd never let her fall. One hand cradles the back of her head while the other grips her hip, fingers digging into soft flesh through her dress. Ridwan, she breathes against my mouth, and the sound of my name on her lips breaks something loose in my chest. I capture her mouth again, harder this time, pouring years of loneliness and want into the kiss. She meets my intensity with her own, her hands now gripping my shoulders as if she's afraid I'll disappear. I won't. Not this time. The taste of her, the feel of her body against mine. It's a revelation, a salvation I don't deserve but can't resist. My wings tighten around us, shutting out the world beyond this moment, beyond her. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofproththea.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Proththea are waiting for you.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 22. Eva. I stand before the mirror, fingers tracing my lips where Ridwan's kisses still linger from last night. My reflection shows flushed cheeks, and I can't help but remember the heat of his mouth, the possessive grip of his hands on my thighs as I splash cold water on my face. Focus. The halls feel longer this morning as I make my way to breakfast. Each step echoes with memories of his touch, his growled commands, the way he'd pulled pleasure from my body until I'd nearly collapsed against the balcony railing. But then he'd kissed me, so gentle it made my heart ache, and disappeared into the night without a word. The dining room doors loom before me. I straighten my dress, smooth my hair, and step inside. Ridwan sits at the head of the table, broad shoulders rigid as he reads through papers. He doesn't look up. Annalise slouches in her chair, picking at her food while shooting suspicious glances between us. Morning? My voice comes out steadier than I expect. Ridwan's response is a curt nod, golden eyes never leaving his documents. The distance in his demeanour hits like a physical blow. I slide into my usual seat, the chair scraping against the floors. A servant places a plate before me, but the smell of fresh bread turns my stomach. You're quiet this morning. Annalise's silver eyes narrow. Both of you. Just tired. I reach for my tea, needing something to do with my hands. Indeed. Ridwan's deep voice carries none of last night's warmth. He stands, gathering his papers. I have meetings. Annalise, don't skip your studies today. He strides out, wings folded tight against his back. The door closes with a quiet click that somehow hurts more than if he'd slammed it. I stare into my cup, throat tight. What did I expect? That one night would crack through years of carefully maintained walls. What's wrong with him? Annalise asks, but there's something knowing in her tone that makes me wonder just how much she suspects. Nothing. I force myself to take a bite of food I can't taste. Your father's just being your father. So what happened? Annalise's fork clatters against her plate. And don't say nothing again. You two are acting weird. I pick at my bread, tearing it into smaller and smaller pieces. Your father and we had a moment. That's all. A moment? Her eyes light up with interest, and I immediately shake my head. You know he doesn't like people getting too close to him. Perhaps I pushed too hard. I shouldn't have said anything at all, but she would have kept pushing. And now he's being... She waves her hand in the direction he left. Distant, cold. I drop the mangled bread. I don't know what I expected. He does this. Annalise leans forward, voice dropping. Gets close, then pulls away. Did it with Mom too, according to the staff who knew them. He's scared. I study her face, so young yet carrying wisdom beyond her years. Scared of what? Everything. Feeling too much. Losing control. She shrugs. Being happy, probably. Took him forever to let her in, and then he really shut down after she died. My fingers trace the rim of my teacup. Through the steam, I see glimpses of last night. The vulnerability in his golden eyes before he kissed me, the way his hands explored my skin, the way he'd whispered my name like a prayer. But then morning came, and those walls slammed back into place. He likes you, Annalise continues, surprisingly astute for 14. I see how he watches you when he thinks no one's looking, but he's not good at letting go of control. When did you get so perceptive? When you're ignored enough, you learn to watch people. There's no bitterness in her tone, just statement of fact. He's doing the same thing he did after Mom died, putting distance between himself and anything that might hurt him. I remember the fear I'd glimpsed in his eyes just before he'd walked away last night. Not fear of me, but of what I represent. Connection, vulnerability, the possibility of loss. "I'm not going anywhere," I whisper, more to myself than Annalise. She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Maybe he needs to hear that. "You should get started on your studies." I push back from the table, needing movement to settle my racing thoughts. "History first?" Annalise groans, but follows me to the library. The massive room holds thousands of books, their spines gleaming gold in the morning light. We settle at our usual table near the window, but my mind keeps drifting to last night, to the way Ridwan's wings had curled around us, creating a private world where nothing existed but his touch. "You're not even listening." Annalise waves her hand in front of my face. "Sorry." I blink, focusing on the open book. The words blur together. "Just go talk to him." It's not that simple. My fingers trace the ancient text, feeling the indentations of each letter. "Your father. He's like one of these books. Layer upon layer of history, of pain, of responsibility. And you're scared too." The observation hits too close. "What?" "You're afraid to let him in, afraid he'll break your heart." She closes her book. "But one of you will have to break the ice." Heat floods my cheeks. She's right. I know she is. Ridwan will never willingly let someone close, but he clearly wants me. Am I just as bad as him, just as afraid? "We shouldn't talk about your father," I say with finality. She might know him best, but I don't need her getting the wrong idea. Even if her words are hitting me hard, what if she's right and he does break my heart? What if this is all just physical for him? The thought settles in my chest like a weight. Last night, in those moments when he'd held me after, his touch had been reverent, tender, like he was memorizing every inch of my skin, knowing he'd deny himself again come morning. "He's an idiot," Annalise declares with all the conviction of youth. I manage a small smile. "He's your father." "Exactly. I know what I'm talking about." After our failed study session, Annalise leads me to the gardens. The morning sun catches in her platinum hair, making it shimmer like starlight against the dark foliage. She settles onto a stone bench beneath twisted vines bearing purple blooms, her wings folded neatly behind her. "Maybe there's something you should know." I don't like the way she says that. "And that would be?" "Mum died before they could complete the soul bond." Her fingers pluck at a fallen petal. "Dad never talks about it, but I found her journals hidden in the library. I think it bothers him, not just that he lost her, but that he never even had her the way most Zafan do with their mates." My heart clenches. They were planning to? Right after I was born. Annalise's silver eyes fix on the distant mountains. The Nashai was already arranged, but then she got sick, and... She shrugs, the gesture too heavy for her young shoulders. I sink onto the bench beside her, processing this revelation. So they never formed that connection. No, and I think... She tears the petal into tiny pieces. I think that's why he won't let anyone close now. The soul bond would have linked them forever, made them truly one. But losing her without it? Maybe he feels like he failed her somehow. The garden breeze carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, sweet and melancholy. I think of Ridwan's carefully maintained control, the walls he's built so high. How many nights has he spent wondering what might have been different if they'd completed the bond sooner? He loved her so much. Annalise's voice drops to barely a whisper. I know he did, but that doesn't mean that he has to shut you out. I'm not replacing my mum with you, but that doesn't mean I don't want you in my life too. The revelation sits heavy in my chest. Is that why he pulled away? Because the echo of those old feelings terrifies him? Because loving someone, truly loving them, means risking that devastating loss all over again? He's still grieving, I murmur, more to myself than Annalise. Not just her death, but the connection they never got to share. The weight of Annalise's words settles in my bones. My fingers dig into the rough stone bench, anchoring me against the surge of emotions threatening to overflow. I won't be a replacement. The words come out sharp, cutting through the garden's peaceful atmosphere. I can't be her ghost. Annalise's wings rustle. That's not what I know. I stand, needing to move. The purple blooms blur as I pace. But I won't let him use his grief as an excuse to treat me like I don't matter. Eva, no. Heat rises in my chest, familiar and fierce. I've spent my whole life being overlooked because I'm human, being treated as less. I won't do it anymore, not even for him. My hands shake as I remember his touch, so tender in the darkness. But tenderness means nothing without courage to back it, without the willingness to face the light of day. He needs to decide. I won't be some secret he's ashamed of, some weakness he has to control. Either he faces what's between us, or what? Leave. The thought of walking away from Ridwan, from Annalise, makes my chest ache. But staying, watching him retreat further behind those walls while pretending last night never happened, that might break me completely. I care about him. The admission feels like glass in my throat, because I do care about him, more than I should. But I won't let him make me feel small just because he's afraid to feel anything at all. Annalise reaches for my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Then tell him that. Maybe I will. I squeeze her fingers, drawing strength from her unwavering support. Because this limbo, this push and pull, it has to stop. I deserve better than half measures and mourning after regrets. The garden suddenly feels too confined, too full of whispered secrets and painful revelations. My skin prickles with restless energy, with the need to confront this thing head-on before it festers into something bitter and broken. I try to shake it off. Now let's focus on you. Enough about your father. Annalise rolls her eyes, but she doesn't push any farther. Even though I can tell she wants to, she lets it go. For now.
Chapter 23. Ridwan. The days blur together in a haze of paperwork and meetings, each one an attempt to drown myself in duty rather than think about the taste of Eva still lingering on my tongue. I throw myself into reports about border disputes and trade agreements until my eyes burn. But even then, the memory of her soft gasps pierce through my concentration like arrows finding their mark. My wings twitch with restless energy as I pace my study. The shelves of ancient texts and military histories that usually bring me comfort now feel like prison walls. Every time I catch a glimpse of the balcony through the windows, heat floods my veins. The railing where she'd gripped so desperately. The spot where I'd knelt before her like a supplicant at an altar. I avoid the dining room, taking my meals in my study. When Annalise asks why I'm not joining them, I mutter excuses about work. The disappointment in her eyes cuts deep, but it's better than facing Eva across the table, watching her lips wrap around a fork, remembering how those same lips parted for my kiss. Sleep offers no refuge. In the dark hours, my mind betrays me with fragments of memory. The curve of her neck as she threw her head back, the way her fingers tangled in my hair, the breathy way she'd said my name. I wake tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, wings spread wide and aching, my body hard with need. The harder I try to convince myself it meant nothing, the more she consumes my thoughts. Eva's presence in my home feels like a living flame, and I'm a moth circling ever closer to destruction. Each time I hear her laugh echo down a hallway or catch her scent, sunshine and sweet herbs, my carefully maintained control threatens to shatter. This morning I nearly broke when I rounded a corner and found her reaching for a book on a high shelf, her dress riding up to reveal the curve of her calf. I'd frozen, wings snapping tight against my back as memories of those legs wrapped around my shoulders flooded my mind. Before she could turn, I'd retreated like a coward, my heart thundering against my ribs. A knock at my study door jolts me from my brooding. My wings snap open defensively before I recognize Eva's scent. Honey and herbs and something uniquely her that makes my mouth water. "Come in." My voice sounds rougher than intended. She enters with a stack of Annalise's completed assignments, and the sight of her steals my breath. The morning light streaming through the windows catches in her hair, turning it to liquid gold. My fingers itch to run through those strands again. "These need your signature." She approaches my desk with careful steps, like she's trying not to spook a wild animal. Perhaps she's not wrong. The space between us crackles with tension. My wings spread wider of their own accord, an instinctive display I can't control. When she sets the papers down, her fingers brush mine. The contact sends a thrill racing up my arm. "Ava!" Her name escapes like a growl. She looks up, those eyes holding mine with an intensity that makes my chest tight. "Yes?" Logic screams at me to dismiss her. She's human, fragile, temporary. Any relationship between us would end in heartbreak, likely hers. I've already failed one woman I loved. I can't do it again. But my body betrays me. My wings arch forward, curving around her without touching, shielding her, claiming her. The primal part of my brain wants to wrap her in them until her scent mingles with mine, till everyone knows she's... No. I force my wings back with a sharp snap that makes her jump. "That will be all!" The words taste like ash. She lingers a moment longer, her pulse jumping visibly at her throat. That spot where I'd pressed my lips, where I'd marked her with my teeth. The memory makes my fangs ache. When she finally leaves, I grip the edge of my desk until the wood creaks. The rational arguments feel hollow. She's human. She works for me. She deserves better than a broken Zaphin who can't even properly love his own daughter. But none of that stops my heart from racing every time she's near. None of it quells the hunger that burns through my veins like molten gold. I slump in my chair, the weight of memories pressing down like lead in my chest. Sarah. Even thinking her name feels like reopening an old wound. She was sunshine and warmth, everything good I didn't deserve. I loved her, or thought I did, but now... My fingers trace the spot over my heart where a soul bond mark should have been. We'd planned the ceremony, chosen the Nashai who would perform it. Then came the news of her pregnancy. "After the baby," we'd said, "when it's safer." Always later, always tomorrow, until there were no more tomorrows left. The bond with Sarah would have been gentle, comfortable, like slipping into warm water. But Eva... My wings shudder at just the thought of her. What I feel for Eva is a wildfire in my blood, a hurricane in my chest. It tears through all my carefully constructed walls and leaves me raw, exposed. When she's near, my soul reaches for hers with an intensity that terrifies me. I've seen soul-bonded couples before, watched how they gravitate toward each other, how their eyes track their partner's movements. But this pull to Ava is different, darker, more primal. I want to consume her, to mark her so deeply that no force in any realm could separate us. The mere thought of someone else touching her makes my wings bristle and my fangs lengthen. If I bonded with her... My hand clenches into a fist. The mark would bloom over both our hearts, binding us for eternity. I'd feel every flutter of her emotions, every spike of joy or pain. She'd never be truly apart from me again. The wanting is so fierce it steals my breath. I imagine her soul entwined with mine, our life forces braided together until death and beyond. The vision is so vivid I can almost feel the Nashi's magic pulling us together, see the golden tether sinking into our chests. But I don't deserve that kind of connection. Not after failing Sarah. Not after failing Annalise. I am darkness and duty and ancient blood. Eva deserves light and freedom, and a future untainted by my shadows. I push away from my desk, my wings snapping out in agitation as I stalk to the window. The morning light burns my eyes, but the pain is welcome. Anything to distract from this constant ache in my chest. Physical attraction. That's all this is. Just my body's response to a beautiful woman. I've gone too long without... No. Even in my own mind, I can't reduce what I feel for Eva to mere lust. The truth claws at my throat, demanding to be acknowledged. My reflection in the window pane shows a man I barely recognize. Gone is the composed leader, the strict father. In his place stands someone wild-eyed and desperate, wings spread wide and trembling. When did I become this creature? This thing that burns and hungers? Eva has carved herself into my bones, woven herself through my blood. Each breath I take is heavy with the knowledge that she exists, that she moves through my home like a spirit of light and warmth. My wings ache to shelter her. My hands remember the silk of her skin. My soul... Gods, help me! My soul reaches for hers like a flower straining toward the sun. I slam my fist against the window frame, the impact sending shockwaves up my arm. The pain does nothing to quiet the voice in my head that whispers her name with every heartbeat. Eva. 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 Pushing her away feels like tearing out my own heart. Each cold word, each dismissal leaves me bleeding and raw. But drawing her closer would destroy us both. I am shadow and steel, forged in battle and hardened by loss. She deserves more than my darkness. Yet even as I think this, my traitor heart knows the truth. Eva has already breached every defense, slipped past every wall. She's in my blood now, as essential as air. Fighting this pull between us is like fighting gravity itself, impossible and ultimately futile. My wings curl forward, unconsciously seeking something that isn't there. Someone who should be here, wrapped in their embrace. The emptiness aches like a physical wound. I am lost. Lost to her. Lost to this feeling that threatens to consume everything I am. I force myself to leave my study as midnight approaches, my wings heavy with exhaustion. The halls echo with my footsteps as I make my way toward my chambers, wanting nothing more than to collapse into... The scent hits me first. Clean soap and warm skin. Eva. She emerges from around the corner, hair damp and loose around her shoulders, wearing only a thin robe that clings to her still wet curves. My wings snap open, filling the narrow hallway as every rational thought evaporates from my mind. Water droplets trail down her neck, following the path my tongue took days ago. Her skin glows in the lamplight, flushed pink from her bath. The robe gaps slightly at her chest, revealing the hollow of her throat where my mark has long since faded. Ridwan. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it ignites my blood like lightning. My body moves without conscious thought. 3 steps bring me to her, my wings curving forward to cage her against the wall. She gasps, the sound shooting straight through me. This close, I can see individual drops of water clinging to her eyelashes, count the rapid flutter of her pulse at her throat. Just standing here, lost in the sight of her. I know one thing to be true. I can't stay away from her. She has become as necessary as breathing, and fighting it only makes the hunger grow stronger. I don't know what to do. So I turn away, not knowing how to be out of control.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Proththea, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Proththea's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 24. Ava. The rhythm of kneading dough usually soothes my racing thoughts, but today the familiar motions only fuel my frustration. My fingers dig into the soft mixture with more force than necessary, pressing and folding until the counter rattles. Golden morning light streams through the kitchen windows, catching dust motes that dance in the air. The space is empty except for me, exactly what I need right now. No distractions, no obligations, no towering Zafan with piercing eyes and rough hands that still burn against my skin when I let myself remember. I slam the dough down. Flour puffs up in a white cloud. Twice. He's kissed me twice, and each time he's pulled away like I'm poison, like I'm something dangerous. Then that night on his balcony, my cheeks flush hot at the memory of his mouth, his wings spread wide above me, the way he... Damn it! I yank my hair tie tighter, securing loose strands that have escaped during my aggressive baking session. I'm done being his plaything, done letting him draw me in only to push me away. I'm not some desperate human who'll take whatever scraps of attention he deigns to give. The dough tears under my fingers. I've overworked it, just like I've overthought every interaction between us, every lingering look, every almost touch, every time his wings have shifted toward me before he forces them still. My hands shake as I dump the ruined dough in the waste bin. I brace myself against the counter, letting my head hang between my shoulders. The cool against my palms grounds me, but it can't ease the ache in my chest. I'm tired of feeling invisible, of being treated like I'm both irresistible and disposable. If Ridwan can't figure out what he wants, then I need to stop wanting him. Stop imagining a future where a high-ranking Zafan could ever see a human as an equal. The morning bell chimes in the distance. Soon the kitchen will fill with staff, and I'll have to paste on a smile and pretend everything's fine. But right now, in this quiet moment, I let myself feel every sharp edge of my anger and hurt, and that builds in me until I can't take it. I'm out of the kitchen before I even know what I'm doing. The halls of the manor stretch endless and dark in the early morning as I march toward Ridwan's study, where I am certain he is. My footsteps echo against floors, each step fueled by hours of built-up frustration. Enough dancing around this. Enough pretending the air doesn't crackle whenever we're in the same room. I don't knock. The heavy door swings open under my palm, revealing Ridwan bent over his desk, wings curved forward as he reads through a stack of documents. The mage light catches his bronze skin, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw. He glances up, golden eyes narrowing. Eva. No! I slam the door behind me. You don't get to dismiss me this time. His wings snap back, feathers bristling. He rises to his full height, towering over the desk. I'm in the middle of... I don't care. My voice shakes, but I hold my ground. I need answers. Now. About what? His tone is ice, but I catch the way his fingers curl against the wood. About this. I gesture between us. About why you keep pulling me close only to shove me away. About why you look at me like I'm something you want to devour, then treat me like I don't exist. He turns away, wings creating a barrier between us. You don't understand. Then help me understand. I circle the desk, forcing myself into his space. Do you want me or not? Because I can't keep living like this, wondering if each moment between us means anything, or if I'm just convenient entertainment for a bored Zafan lord. His wings twitch. The muscle in his jaw ticks, but he won't look at me. Ridwan. I reach for him but stop short of touching. I deserve to know where I stand. what I am to you. Because right now I feel like I'm going crazy, trying to read meaning into every glance, every almost touch. The silence stretches between us, thick with unspoken words. He remains frozen, a statue of bronze and gold, while my heart pounds so hard I swear he must hear it. His silence fills the space between us, heavy as storm clouds. Those golden eyes hold mine, and I see everything he won't say. The fear, the hesitation, the longing that mirrors my own. My chest aches with the weight of it all. I know about Sarah, about the love he lost, the way it shattered him. Even the servants whisper about how he changed after her death, how the warmth drained from him like water through cupped hands. But I'm not her ghost, and I won't let her memory become the wall he hides behind. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. The floor is cold beneath my feet, grounding me as memories of our moments together flash through my mind, his wings curving toward me before he catches himself. The heat in his gaze when he thinks I'm not looking, the way his hands linger whenever they brush against mine. We're trapped in this dance of almost touching, almost admitting, almost everything. And I'm tired. So tired of pretending I don't feel the pull between us, the invisible thread that draws me to him no matter how many times he pushes me away. The low light catches on his wings, turning the golden feathers to liquid fire. He's everything I shouldn't want, powerful, dangerous, broken in ways that match my own jagged edges. But standing here, watching him wage war with himself, I realise something that steals my breath. I don't care about shouldn't. I don't care about the whispers that would follow us, the disapproving stares, the weight of his past. I just want him, all of him, even the parts he thinks are too dark to share, even if it burns me to ash. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to break free, to bridge the space between us that feels both infinite and microscopic. The tension crackles in the air, thick enough to choke on. Something has to give, someone has to break. I just hate that it feels like it's my heart that is. If you can't decide what you want from me, then I'll make the choice for you. My voice cracks, but I lift my chin. I'll walk away. His head snaps up, golden eyes blazing. The temperature in the room spikes as his wings flare wide, casting massive shadows across the walls. Eva. No. I press my palm to my chest, trying to hold the pieces of my heart together. I can't keep doing this. Can't keep hoping that one day you'll stop seeing me as just another human, that you'll stop treating me like I'm both irresistible and disposable. His fingers dig into the desk edge. The wood creaks beneath his grip. That's not... Then what am I to you? The question tears from my throat, raw and desperate. Because every time you kiss me, every time you let me think maybe this time will be different, you just let me walk away. Like it costs you nothing. The muscle in his jaw ticks. His wings curve forward, then snap back, like he can't decide if he wants to shield himself or reach for me. I'll have to quit. The words taste like ash. I can't stay here watching you pretend nothing's changed, pretending you don't feel what I feel. Silence stretches between us, heavy as iron chains. The lamplight catches on his bronze skin, highlighting the scar on his cheek, a reminder that he's survived loss before. But I won't be another scar he carries, won't let myself become another ghost haunting these halls. I deserve better than half love. My voice steadies even as tears burn behind my eyes. Better than someone who won't fight for me. So either tell me what you want, or I'll make the decision for both of us. The air crackles with unspoken words, with everything we could be if he'd just reach across this chasm between us. But his silence wraps around my throat like a noose, and I know I'll have to be the one strong enough to walk away. So I turn away from him while I have the strength, knowing that soon I'll need to completely cut him from my life. But I don't think I can rip him out of my heart. Chapter 25. Eva. The marketplace bustles with activity, Zafan and humans weaving through stalls like threads in a tapestry. I drift between vendors, fingers trailing over silks and crystals without really seeing them. My mind keeps circling back to the manor, to the study where I left my heart bleeding on the floor. A merchant calls out prices for enchanted trinkets, his wings spread wide to catch attention. I duck away, unable to look at the golden feathers that remind me too much of, no, I'm here for Annalise. Sweet, sharp-tongued Annalise who deserves better than to be caught in the crossfire of whatever this is between her father and me. The thought of leaving her makes my chest ache, but maybe it would be better. I could still tutor her, still be there when she needs someone to talk to, just from a safer distance, without living under the same roof, without running into Ridwan in dark hallways where the air grows thick with possibility. A display of carved crystal catches my eye. The pieces hang from delicate chains, refracting sunlight into rainbow patterns across the cobblestones. One in particular stands out, a spiral of clear crystal with streaks of gold running through it like captured lightning. It holds starlight, the vendor explains, noting my interest. Perfect for reading late at night without wasting lamp oil. Annalise would love it. She's always complaining about how the lamps in her room aren't bright enough for her late-night study sessions. The price makes me wince, but I hand over the coins anyway. Some things are worth the sacrifice. As I tuck the wrapped crystal into my bag, reality settles heavy on my shoulders. I can't keep pretending this limbo with Ridwan isn't slowly destroying me. Every moment in that house feels like walking on broken glass, trying not to bleed while pieces of my heart scatter across floors. But gods, the thought of leaving, of not seeing his wings shift toward me before he catches himself, of not hearing his rough voice soften when he speaks to Annalise, of not feeling that electric current in the air whenever we're alone. A group of Zafan pass by, their wings brushing against each other in casual intimacy. I turn away, blinking back tears. I know what I have to do. I just don't know if I'm strong enough to do it. I turn down a quieter street, needing space from the market's chaos. The crystal's weight in my bag reminds me of simpler choices, of a time before golden wings and unspoken promises complicated everything. A sharp crack splits the air. I freeze, then edge toward the sound. In a recessed doorway, a Zafan towers over a human woman crumpled against the wall. His wings flare wide, blocking most of the scene from passers-by. But I catch glimpses of the servant's torn dress, the tremor in her hands as she shields her face. Stealing from your betters? His boot connects with her ribs. Thought you could slip away with my lady's jewels? Please, I didn't. Another kick cuts off her plea. I was only cleaning, I swear. Liar. He grabs her hair, yanking her head back. Empty your pockets. She fumbles with shaking fingers, turning out empty pockets. Nothing falls but dust and lint. My nails dig crescents into my palms as I watch, bile rising in my throat. The woman's terror-wide eyes meet mine for a heartbeat. See? Nothing. Please, He backhands her, the crack of it echoing off stone walls. Blood trickles from her split lip. You're worthless. My chest burns with each ragged breath. Every instinct screams to intervene, to stop this senseless cruelty. But I know what happens to humans who challenge Zafan authority. Best case, I'd lose my position with Ridwan. Worst case. The woman's soft whimpers carve into my bones. She didn't take anything. I'd watched her dusting the window displays earlier, head down, movements careful and precise. This isn't justice. This is power corrupting, absolutely. I shift forward, muscles coiled tight. The weight of my choice presses down like storm clouds before lightning strikes. Stop. My voice cuts through the alley, steadier than my thundering heart. She's telling the truth. The Zafan's wings snap toward me, feathers bristling like blades. His eyes narrow, pupils contracting to slits as he releases the woman's hair. She slumps against the wall, chest heaving with silent sobs. This doesn't concern you. He stalks forward, each step deliberate, his wings spread wider, casting shadows that swallow the remaining light. Walk away. I plant my feet. I saw her cleaning the windows earlier. She didn't take anything. You dare question my judgment? He towers over me now, close enough that I smell expensive oils on his feathers. Heat radiates from his skin, not the comforting warmth I feel near Ridwan, but something savage and wrong. Do you know what happens to humans who forget their place? My fingers tremble, but I lift my chin. Your threats will not make me cower. The Zafan's wings flex, golden light catching the mottled grey of his feathers. Lower class then, trying to prove himself through cruelty. His breath fans hot across my face as he leans closer. Pretty little thing, aren't you? Think that makes you special. His fingers hover near my cheek, not touching, but promising violence. Think it gives you the right to speak to your betters? Behind him, the woman crawls toward the street. I keep my eyes locked on his, becoming the distraction she needs. I think basic decency gives me that right. His fingers brush my cheek, a mockery of tenderness that makes my skin crawl. Perhaps you need a lesson in... A shadow falls across us, massive wings blocking out the sun. The temperature drops as if winter itself has descended into the alley. The Xafan's hand freezes against my skin, his eyes widening with recognition. Remove your hand from her. Ridwan's voice cuts through the air like a blade, each word precise and deadly. Now. The Zafan stumbles back, wings tucking tight against his body. His face drains of colour as he turns to face Ridwan, whose golden wings fill the narrow space between buildings. I just stare at him, unable to believe that he's here. He came for me.
Chapter 26. Ridwan. I knew the second that Eva left the estate. I didn't know if she'd come back, didn't know if she was making good on her promise. It took me a few minutes to rush out after her, because as difficult as all of this has been, trying to right my wrongs with Annalise, trying to overcome the memories of Sarah, trying to convince myself that I both can and can't be with Eva, none of it has been as bad as the split second I thought I lost her. But now that I've found her, blood pounds in my ears as I close the distance between us in 3 long strides, my wings unfurling to their full span. Golden feathers catch the light streaming through tall windows, casting shadows across the floor. Back away. Ice drips from each syllable. The lesser Zafon's wings, dull gray and unremarkable, twitch as he stumbles backward. His face drains of color when he recognizes me. Good. Fear will make this lesson stick. My lord, I didn't... She is mine. The words tear from my throat, primal and possessive. My scar burns as I clench my jaw, fighting to maintain control of the rage coursing through my veins. The urge to wrap my hands around his throat pulses with each heartbeat. Eva presses herself against the wall, her breath coming in short gasps. The sight of her fear feeds the darkness churning inside me. I step closer to the other Xafan, using every inch of my height to tower over him. Power crackles in the air between us. Raw energy that makes the beneath our feet vibrate. If you ever raise a hand to her again... Lightning dances along my fingertips, golden sparks that mirror the fury in my eyes. They won't find enough pieces to identify your corpse. The Xafan's wings collapse against his back as he drops into a deep bow. Forgive me, Lord Ridwan. I didn't know she was under your protection. The lesser Xafan scurries backward, but I'm not finished. My wings snap out, blocking his escape. The gathered crowd in the hall parts, pressing themselves against gilded walls. No. Power floods my voice, making the crystals in the chandeliers above tremble. You don't get to slink away. Everyone here needs to understand exactly what happens when they threaten what's mine. Wind whips through the hall, my magic responding to the possessive fury burning through my veins. The Xaphen's feet leave the ground as I lift him with a thought. His wings flap uselessly against the invisible grip around his throat. Lord Ridwan, he chokes on the words. Ava is under my protection. My gaze sweeps the crowd, meeting each pair of eyes. Lesser Xaphen, servants, nobles, they all need to witness this. She is not to be touched, not to be threatened, not even to be looked at wrong. Lightning arcs between my spread fingers, golden threads of power that illuminate the terror on the Xaphen's face. His wings droop as the pressure increases. If anyone dares to harm her... The scar on my cheek burns as I bare my teeth. This will seem merciful in comparison. With a flick of my wrist, I slam him into the floor. The crack of bone echoes through the silent hall. He curls into himself, cradling his broken wing. Get him out of my sight. 2 guards rush forward to drag him away. And make it known that no one touches her. The possessiveness in my chest coils tighter at the declaration. This fierce need to protect her, to claim her, burns hotter than any battle rage I've ever known. My wings sweep back as I turn to Eva, still pressed against the wall. The crowd disperses, whispering among themselves, but I barely notice them. All I see is her. Eva trembles against the wall, her pulse visible in the delicate curve of her throat. The sight of her fear claws at my chest. But beneath that fear, I sense something else. Wonder. Confusion. The emotions flicker across her face like candlelight. My wings fold back, trying to appear less threatening as I close the distance between us. Are you hurt? She shakes her head, those striking eyes fixed on my face. You came for me. The words hit like a physical blow. Did she think I wouldn't? The thought tears at something deep inside me, makes the possessive fury rise again. Of course I came for you. My voice drops low, rough with emotion I can't contain. I couldn't just let you go. Eva pushes away from the wall, but her legs buckle. I catch her before she falls, pulling her against my chest. The contact sends a thrill through my veins, different from my magic, but just as powerful. I thought... She swallows hard. I didn't think you would. I was wrong! The admission scrapes my throat raw. I kept my distance, tried to pretend this connection between us didn't exist. But seeing you leave and not knowing if you were coming back... My wings curl forward, creating a golden cocoon around us. I've been so wrong. She tries to step back, but my arms tighten. Ridwan... No. Power rumbles beneath the word. You don't walk away. Not now. You wanted me to make a choice. So I am. I'm choosing you, Eva. Her breath catches as I brush my thumb across her cheek, wiping away tears I hadn't noticed before. The touch burns, makes my magic surge beneath my skin in response. Come home with me. The words come out rougher than intended, more command than request. I force myself to soften my tone. Please. Eva nods against my chest, her fingers curling into my shirt. The simple gesture ignites something primal inside me, this fragile human trusting me, needing me. My wings shift, maintaining the barrier between us and the world as I guide her through New Solas's gilded halls. Every Xaphen we pass averts their eyes, pressing themselves against walls to avoid even accidentally brushing against my wings. Good. Let them remember their fear. Let them spread word of what happens to those who dare touch what's mine. The thought brings my anger surging back. I should have broken more than his wing. Should have made an example that would echo through generations. My magic crackles beneath my skin, responding to the violent urges coursing through my blood. Eva stumbles, and I pull her closer, slowing my pace. The tremors running through her small frame remind me she's still shaken, still processing what happened. I need to control this rage, this possessive fury that threatens to consume everything in its path. The golden spires of New Solace tower above us as we step outside. My personal carriage waits, its black lacquer reflecting the eternal daylight. The driver keeps his eyes down as he opens the door, wings tucked tight against his back in deference. I lift Ava inside, my hands lingering longer than necessary. The contact grounds me, reminds me she's safe now. Here, with me, where she belongs. But the fury still simmers beneath my skin. The memory of her fear, her pain, echoes through our connection. My wings spread wide, casting shadows across the carriage as I climb in after her. No one will ever hurt her again. No one will take her from me. I've denied this bond between us for too long, tried to bury it beneath duty and distance. But feeling her terror tear through my chest, stripped away all pretense. She is mine to protect, mine to keep, mine.
Chapter 27. Eva. The carriage ride back to the estate stretches into infinity, each bump and jostle amplifying the weight of Ridwan's words. She is mine. The phrase echoes in my mind, refusing to settle into any clear meaning. I steal glances at him from across the carriage, but his golden eyes remain fixed on the passing city beyond the window, his jaw set in that stern line I've come to know so well. The feathers of his wings catch the dying sunlight filtering through the glass, turning them into molten gold. He takes up so much space in here, not just physically, but with his presence alone. The air feels thick with unspoken words. My fingers twist in my lap, the memory of his hand gripping my arm still burning against my skin. The way he stepped between me and that other Zafan, his wings flaring out. I've never seen him like that before. So fierce, so possessive. But what did he mean? I'm just Annalise's companion, a human who happens to work in his household, nothing more. The carriage rolls to a stop in front of the estate's grand entrance. Ridwan moves first, his wings folding tight against his back as he steps down. I expect him to stride ahead, to leave me trailing in his wake as usual. Instead, he waits, extending his hand to help me descend. I hesitate before placing my fingers in his palm. His skin burns hot against mine, and I can't help but notice how my entire hand disappears in his grip. He releases me the moment my feet touch the ground, but the heat lingers. We walk side by side through the entrance hall, our footsteps echoing off the floors. The silence between us grows heavier with each step. Questions crowd my throat, fighting to break free. What happens now? What changed in that moment when he claimed me as his? Does he expect me to act differently? To be different? But his expression remains unreadable, those golden eyes focused straight ahead. His wings twitch slightly, the only sign that he might be as unsettled as I am by what transpired in the market. When we reach the end of the grand hallway, Ridwan turns left instead of right, away from my quarters, away from the familiar paths I've walked 100 times. My heart stutters as he leads me down to his private wing. The doors here are taller, wider, carved with intricate patterns that seem to move in the dim light. He stops before the largest set, placing his palm flat against the wood. Magic ripples outward, golden threads of light spreading like cracks in glass before fading. I've only been down here a handful of times, but never to the room he's pulling me toward. The doors swing open to reveal his chambers. I freeze in the doorway, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the space. High vaulted ceilings disappear into shadow. Massive windows stretch from floor to ceiling, their dark glass reflecting the last rays of sunset. The room breathes wealth and power, from the heavy wooden furniture to the silk curtains shifting in the evening breeze. But what catches my eye are the books. Hundreds of them line the walls, their spines a rainbow of leather and cloth. Not the carefully curated collection in his study, but personal volumes, some worn with use, others pristine and untouched. Ridwan strides to the centre of the room, his wings tight against his back. Every line of his body radiates tension. He keeps his face turned away, but I can see his reflection in the window glass, his jaw clenched, his golden eyes stormy with some internal battle. My feet carry me forward before I can think better of it. The carpet muffles my steps as I approach him. My hand trembles as I reach out, fingers barely brushing the space between his wings. "Thank you," I whisper, the words barely stirring the air between us. "Thank you for defending me, for bringing me here, for showing me this piece of yourself." He remains silent, but I feel the slight shudder that runs through him at my touch. His muscles coil beneath my touch, and suddenly he spins, the movement so swift it steals my breath. His wings flare wide, casting shadows across the room as his hands grip my shoulders. The golden depths of his eyes burn with an intensity that pins me in place. "I tried." His voice comes out rough, almost broken. "Every day I tried to keep my distance, to remember my place, your place." His fingers tighten, not enough to hurt but enough to ground us both in this moment. "You're human. Fragile. Everything I touch breaks." He cuts himself off, one hand sliding up to cut my face. His palm burns against my skin, and I can't help but lean into the touch I've craved for so long. And Annalise. Pain flashes across his features. After her mother, after Sarah, I couldn't risk hurting her again. Couldn't risk bringing someone else into her life only to... He swallows hard. "I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you. Not after failing them both." His wings curl forward, creating a golden cage around us. The feathers tremble with barely contained emotion. This close, I can see every detail of his face. The scar on his cheek, the flecks of darker gold in his eyes, the way his jaw clenches against words fighting to break free. "But today, when he threatened you..." His thumb traces my cheekbone. "When I learned that you had left the estate, the thought of losing you..." Raw anguish twists his expression. "I can't. I won't. Not you too." The confession hangs between us, heavy with years of unspoken longing. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he must hear it. All this time, watching him from afar, thinking my feelings were one-sided, and he'd been fighting this just as hard as I had. I part my lips, but no words come. What can I say in the face of such naked vulnerability from a man who's always been carved from stone? I lean forward, my hands trembling as I cup his face. The rough stubble beneath my palms grounds me in reality. This isn't another dream, another fantasy. "Then don't." My whispered words hang in the air between us. His wings shiver, the golden feathers catching the last rays of sunlight streaming through the windows. I force myself to hold still, to not push further. Every instinct screams at me to close the distance, to press my lips to his, to show him exactly how much I want this. But I've learned the hard way that pushing Ridwan only makes him retreat further into himself. His breath catches, golden eyes searching my face. The scar on his cheek stands stark against his bronze skin, a reminder of all the battles he's fought. But this is different. This isn't a fight he can win with strength or strategy. My thumbs trace his cheekbones, memorizing the sharp angles of his face. If he pulls away now, I want to remember how it feels to touch him like this, just once. "Eva." My name comes out rough, almost broken. His hands slide from my shoulders to my waist, grip tightening as if he's afraid I'll disappear. The heat of his touch burns through my dress, sending shivers down my spine. "I'm choosing you." Time stretches like honey, thick and sweet and endless. Each heartbeat feels like an eternity as I wait for him to make his choice. To take this leap or step back behind his walls forever. His wings curl closer, the feathers brushing against my arms. The golden cage around us shrinks until all I can see is him. The storm in his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the slight tremor in his hands that betrays his uncertainty. I hold my breath, hold perfectly still, hold on to hope with everything I have. His lips crash against mine, and the world dissolves into golden light. One arm sweeps beneath my legs, while the other wraps around my waist, lifting me as if I weigh nothing. My fingers slide into his dark waves, anchoring myself as his mouth claims mine, with a desperation that steals my breath. Heat blazes everywhere we touch. His wings cocoon us, blocking out everything but the taste of him, the feel of his heart thundering against my chest. He kisses like a man starved, like he's trying to pour years of longing into a single moment. I arch into him, matching his intensity. My nails scrape his scalp and he growls against my mouth, the sound vibrating through me. His grip tightens, crushing me closer as his tongue sweeps past my lips. The kiss deepens, turns savage. There's nothing gentle about the way he devours me, nothing careful in how his teeth catch my bottom lip. This is Ridwan stripped of his rigid control, of the walls he's built so carefully, raw, primal, mine. His wings shudder as I tug his hair, as I press myself impossibly closer. Every brush of his tongue sends sparks dancing beneath my skin. I taste lightning on his lips, feel thunder in the way his chest heaves against mine. But more than anything, I feel him giving in.
Chapter 28. Ridwan. I hold Eva in my arms, drowning in her softness, in her sweetness. The weight of her against my chest sparks something primal, and my wings flex and curl around us both. Her fingers trace the scar on my cheek, and for once I don't flinch from the touch. What a fool I've been. Denying this, denying her. The walls I built, the distance I kept. Meaningless in the face of how right this feels, how perfectly she fits against me. I deepen the kiss, and she makes a small sound that shoots straight through me. My hands slide down her back, memorizing every curve. She tastes like salvation, like everything I've denied myself. Sarah would want me to be happy. The thought doesn't bring the usual stab of guilt. Instead, it feels like permission, like forgiveness. Eva isn't replacing her. She's her own miracle, human or not. The warmth of her skin under my palms, the way she trembles when I trace her lower lip with my tongue. This is where I belong. I break the kiss, only to trail my lips down her neck. Her pulse flutters beneath my mouth like a captured thing. My teeth graze her skin and she gasps, her fingers digging into my shoulders. Ridwan! The sound of my name on her lips drives me mad. I walk us backward toward the bed, my wings creating a golden cocoon around us. She's everything. My anchor, my peace, my future. The emptiness inside me fills with each brush of her fingers, each shared breath. The back of her legs hit the mattress. I lift my head to look at her, flushed cheeks, swollen lips, eyes dark with want. My control slips another notch. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofproththea.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Proththea.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 29. Ridwan. I wake slowly, savoring the weight of Eva in my arms, her bare skin pressed against mine beneath the sheets. Golden morning light filters through my wings, still curved protectively around us both. The memories of last night flood back. Her gasps, her trembling fingers, the way she came apart beneath me. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar warmth. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair, letting my hands wander over the soft curves of her body. She stirs, making a small sound that shoots straight through me. I trail kisses along her jaw, down her neck, tasting the salt on her skin. "Good morning," I murmur against her throat, my voice still rough with sleep. My wings shift, creating a private sanctuary of gold-tinted shadows. She fits perfectly against me, like she was made to be here. Her fingers trace patterns on my chest, but when I move to roll her beneath me, she presses her palm flat against my sternum. "Ridwan, wait!" I freeze, every muscle tensing. The warmth in my chest turns to ice. My wings pull back slightly, letting in harsh daylight. Ava's face is flushed, her lips swollen from last night's kisses. But there's hesitation in her eyes. "What's wrong?" The words come out sharper than intended. I start to pull away, but her hand grips my arm. "Nothing's wrong, I just..." She bites her lip, and it takes everything in me not to kiss her again. "We should talk first." Talk. The word sits heavy between us. I've never been good at talking, at anything involving emotions, really. But for her, I'll try. I force myself to stay still, to not chase the heat of her skin against mine. My wings settle back around us, gentler this time. A shield, not a cage. "All right, let's talk." Ava's fingers continue their idle patterns on my chest, but her touch carries a weight now. "We need to tell Annalise." My jaw clenches. Of course. The one complication I can't simply command away or solve with military precision. The memory of her silver eyes, so like her mother's, flash in my mind. Her sharp tongue and sharper wit, wielded like weapons to keep everyone at arm's length. Just like I taught her, without meaning to. "She's grown fond of you." The words scrape out of my throat. Eva has done what I couldn't. Reached past those thorny defenses Annalise built. Found the wounded, lonely child beneath. Eva shifts, propping herself up on an elbow. The sheet slides down, revealing the curve of her shoulder. That's why we need to tell her. She trusts me now. If she finds out another way, she'll see it as betrayal. I know my daughter too well. The thought of her pain twists something in my chest. I'll speak with her. We should tell her together. No. The word comes out harder than intended. I catch Eva's chin with my fingers, gentling my touch when she tenses. Let me do this. If she reacts badly... My wings tighten around us, an instinctive response to threat, to the need to protect. Eva's hand comes up to cup my cheek, her thumb brushing over the scar there. You can't shield me from everything, Ridwan. But I want to. The urge burns in my blood, as natural as breathing. I've already failed one woman I loved. Failed my daughter. The thought of Eva facing Annalise's rage, her cutting words. I'll speak with her first, I say again, softer this time. Test the waters. I search for the right words. Fragile, under all that anger. Eva's eyes hold understanding and something deeper that makes my chest ache. Like her father. I look away, unable to hold her gaze. She sees too much, this woman who's worked her way past my own defenses. I find Annalise in the library, her platinum hair falling like a curtain over the book she's reading. My footsteps echo against the floor, but she doesn't look up. Just like her mother, using silence as a weapon. Annalise! My voice fills the space between us. We need to talk. She turns a page, her fingers tracing the words with deliberate slowness. The late afternoon sun streams through the high windows, catching on her wings, so like mine in color, yet delicate where mine are battle-scarred. I pull out the chair across from her. The sound of wood scraping stone makes her flinch, though she tries to hide it, always trying to hide her reactions from me. When did that start? It's about Eva. The words taste strange on my tongue, Too personal. Too raw. I'm used to giving orders. Not this. Her silver eyes finally lift to mine, unreadable as frozen lakes. She sets her book down with precise movements, folding her hands on top of it. Waiting. Making me do all the work just as I've made her do all these years. She's become... I clench my fist under the table, forcing the words out. Important to me. In a way I didn't expect. My wings shift restlessly behind me. In a way I haven't felt since your mother. Something flickers in Annalise's expression, too fast to catch. Her fingers tighten on the book until her knuckles turn white, but she doesn't speak. The silence stretches between us like a living thing. I'm falling in love with her. The confession rips from my throat, rough and honest. I know this affects you. Changes things. But I swallow hard. I can't ignore what I feel. Not anymore. I wait for her response, my heart hammering against my ribs with an anxiety I haven't felt since leading my first battle charge. This moment feels just as crucial, just as capable of changing everything. But the sound that bursts from Annalise's throat catches me completely off guard. Her laughter rings through the library, bouncing off columns and ancient tomes. My wings stiffen, feathers bristling at the unexpected response. You're both idiots. She shakes her head, platinum hair catching the light. A knowing smile plays across her lips, one I haven't seen since she was small. I knew the moment I saw you together the first time. It's been so obvious. My mouth opens, then closes. For the first time in decades, I find myself without words. Heat creeps up my neck as I remember all the times I thought we were being discreet, the lingering glances across rooms, the way Eva's presence drew me like gravity. Annalise leans forward, her silver eyes sparking with mischief. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Eva stops speaking mid-sentence when you enter a room, and you... She points an accusing finger at my chest. You smile, actually smile. It's disturbing. I smile, I protest, but the words sound weak even to my ears. No, you scowl less intensely. There's a difference. She sits back, crossing her arms. Her wings settle into a relaxed curve behind her, golden feathers catching the sun. Besides, Eva blushes every time someone mentions your name. It's painfully obvious. The tightness in my chest loosens, replaced by something dangerously close to hope. But there's a shadow behind her eyes, a tension in her shoulders that tells me we're not done. You're truly all right with this? The words scrape past my throat. Her smile falters just for a moment. Eva makes you human again. And she... Annalise looks down at her hands. She sees me, not just as your daughter or my mother's replacement, just me. The weight of years seems to lift from my shoulders. My daughter's words echo in my mind. She sees through me, through the walls I've built. A strange ache fills my chest, not entirely unpleasant. My wings shift, catching rays of afternoon sun that paint the library in warm gold. When did you become so perceptive? I lean forward, studying her face, really looking at her for perhaps the first time in years. The sharp angles of her cheekbones, the knowing glint in those silver eyes so like her mother's. But there's something uniquely Annalise there, too. A strength I never noticed before. Someone had to be. She traces the spine of her book, a habit she's had since childhood. You were too busy brooding in your office to notice much of anything. The barb stings, but there's no real venom behind it. Her wings flutter slightly, a tell she's never learned to control. She's nervous despite her brave front. So it doesn't bother you then, I scrub at my jaw, that Eva might be more than just here to work. She shakes her head, and I nod, not sure what else to say. You're doing it again, Annalise says. Doing what? The thing where you almost smile but catch yourself. She leans back, crossing her arms. It's okay to be happy, you know. Mother would have wanted that. The mention of Sarah doesn't cut as deeply as it once did. Perhaps Eva has healed more than just my heart. She's helped heal this rift between my daughter and me, without even trying. I like to think so too, I say softly. And for once, it feels right. Annalise and I can both love Sarah and still love Eva. And that's what this is. I love her.
Chapter 30. Eva. I stand at the window of Ridwan's chambers, our chambers now after months of spending nights together, watching golden sunlight spill across New Solace's crystalline spires. My fingers trace the intricate patterns carved into the windowsill, each whirl and curve a reminder of the opulent world I've stepped into. A world that still feels like an elaborate dream I might wake from at any moment. The sheets on our bed still carry his scent, that mix of smoke and citrus that makes my heart race. My things have found their way between his, my worn leather-bound recipe book beside his military texts, my simple cotton nightgown draped over his silk robes. The contrast is stark, a visual reminder of the gap between our worlds. You're doing it again. Annalise's voice cuts through my thoughts. I turn to find her leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in that way that makes her look so much like her father. Doing what? That thing where you stare off into space and wonder if you're good enough for him. She pushes off the door and strides into the room, her movements carrying that natural grace she inherited from both parents. It's getting old. I wasn't... Please. She drops onto the velvet chaise by the window. I've watched you two dance around each other for months. Now he's finally stopped being an idiot, and you're still second-guessing everything. Heat creeps up my neck. It's not that simple. Actually, it is. She leans forward, silver eyes glinting. He loves you. You love him. The rest is just details. Details like the fact that I'm human, that everyone whispers behind their hands when I walk by. None of that matters. You'll see. A wicked smile spreads across her face. Be ready for something dramatic. What does that mean? But she doesn't answer as she saunters out the door, that mischievous grin still playing on her lips. Annalise! I dart after her, but she's already gone. Sighing, I shake my head and decide to head out to the gardens. But what I see gives me pause. I follow the winding path through the gardens, my footsteps quiet against the smooth stone. Lanterns float above the hedgerows, their golden glow catching on dewdrops and making them shimmer like fallen stars. The sweet scent of night-blooming flowers fills the air, heady and intoxicating. My heart skips when I spot Ridwan by the fountain. He cuts an imposing figure against the mist, wings half spread and catching the light. His jaw is set, shoulders rigid with tension I rarely see in him these days. Something about his posture makes my stomach twist. Water trickles behind him, the sound both soothing and somehow adding to the weight of this moment. As I draw closer, his golden eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. He reaches for my hand, and I notice the slight tremor in his fingers as they close around mine. I had planned to do this properly, he says, voice rougher than usual. But Annalise reminded me that you are not Zafan, that you deserve something meant for you. I stare at our joined hands, his bronze skin against my pale fingers. Questions crowd my throat, but I can't voice them. The air feels charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. His thumb traces circles on my palm, and that simple touch sends sparks racing up my arm. The lantern light catches the scar on his cheek, throwing it into sharp relief. His other hand clenches at his side, and I recognize the gesture. It's what he does when he's wrestling with words he's not sure how to say. My heart pounds so hard I wonder if he can hear it. Whatever this is, whatever he's about to say, feels monumental, like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing the next step will change everything. My breath catches as Ridwan drops to one knee. The mighty Zafan warrior, who commands armies with a look, who strikes fear into his enemies' hearts, kneels before me, a human baker. In his palm rests a ring of dark metal, swirling with inlaid gold that pulses like captured starlight. I want you. His deep voice resonates through my chest, not as something hidden, not as something temporary. Those golden eyes bore into mine with an intensity that roots me to the spot. Gone is the careful mask he always wears, the walls he built after losing Sarah. For the first time, I see him completely exposed, vulnerable in a way I never thought possible. Ava. My name falls from his lips like a prayer. I have lived so many years thinking duty was enough. That love was something I'd failed at once and could never have again. His free hand catches mine, and I feel the slight tremor in his grip. But you crashed through every defense. You made me remember what it means to feel. The lantern light catches on his wings, turning them to molten gold. A muscle works in his jaw. He's struggling to maintain his composure, to lay bare these feelings he's kept locked away so long. I love you. The words come out rough, almost desperate. I love your strength, your fire, the way you challenge me, the way you see past all my failures. His thumb traces circles on my palm. I want to bind our souls together, to share everything I am with you. I never want to face another day without you by my side. The scar on his cheek catches shadows as he swallows hard. This proud, powerful man is offering me his heart, his very essence. His wings curl forward slightly, as if trying to shield us both from the world, creating a private space where only this moment exists. Be my mate, he whispers. Let me give you everything I am, everything I will ever be. Tears blur my vision as I stare at Ridwan, my heart threatening to burst. Before I can even form words, a flash of gold streaks from behind one of the garden columns. Say yes already! I helped plan this. And if you make him get all awkward for nothing... Annalise bounces on her toes, her wings fluttering with barely contained excitement. Her silver eyes sparkle with mischief and joy. Laughter bubbles up from my chest, breaking the heavy tension of the moment. Of course she was behind this. The way she'd been grinning earlier, those cryptic words about something dramatic. It all makes sense now. Ridwan's shoulders relax slightly, though he remains on one knee. A ghost of a smile plays at the corner of his mouth as he looks at his daughter. I thought we discussed patience. I was patient. I waited like 30 whole seconds. Annalise throws her hands up. And you were taking forever to get to the point. I had to listen to you practice this speech for days. Fresh laughter spills from my lips at the image. The mighty Ridwan rehearsing in front of his teenage daughter. Warmth spreads through my chest. They'd planned this together, father and daughter conspiring to create this moment. For me. Annalise steps closer, her usual sharp edges softened by genuine happiness. I helped pick the ring too. Well, sort of. I told him the one he originally chose was terrible. She wrinkles her nose. It looked like something a stuffy old prankster would wear. Annalise. Ridwan's tone carries a warning, but his eyes shine with affection. What? It did. She crosses her arms. This one's much better. More ever. My heart swells. This fierce, sometimes prickly girl who'd slowly become like a daughter to me had helped craft this moment. She'd wanted it to be perfect, for both of us. I meet Ridwan's intense golden gaze, my heart thundering against my ribs. Yes, I breathe, the word carrying all the love and certainty I feel. In one fluid motion, he rises and pulls me against his chest. His wings sweep forward, cocooning us in warmth and golden light. The ring slides onto my finger, its metal cool, but quickly warming to my skin. The inlaid gold swirls pulse in time with my racing heart. His lips claim mine, deep and steady, pouring years of longing and promise into the kiss. Heat floods my veins as his fingers tangle in my hair, tilting my head back. His other hand presses against my lower back, moulding me to him until I can feel every hard plane of his body. "You were always meant to be mine," he murmurs against my skin, his voice rough with emotion. The words vibrate through me, settling deep in my bones. This time, there's no doubt clouding my mind, no whispers of unworthiness. I believe him with every fibre of my being. I curl my fingers into the fabric of his shirt, anchoring myself to this moment. "I love you," I whisper back, tasting the truth of the words on my tongue. "I love you so much it terrifies me sometimes." His grip tightens, possessive and protective all at once. The scar on his cheek catches shadows as he pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, letting me see the raw vulnerability in his gaze. Gone is the distant warrior, the cold leader. This is my Ridwan, stripped bare of all his carefully constructed walls. "Finally!" Annalise's excited squeal breaks through our bubble. "Now can we have cake?" I convince the kitchen to make Eva's special recipe, the one with the berry filling that bleeds like blood when you cut it. Chapter 31. Eva. I slip into our bedroom, my footsteps quiet against the polished stone floor. Ridwan stands at the window, a dark silhouette against the setting sun. His wings are half spread, golden feathers catching the dying light, but tension runs through every line of his body. Even without seeing his face, I know that muscle in his jaw is working, the way it always does when something weighs on his mind. Tomorrow is our binding ceremony, and it seems to have set him on edge. 3 months of planning, of whispers and stares, of proving that none of that matters to either of us. But none of that matters now, not when he's carrying the weight of the world on those broad shoulders. I cross the room, breathing in his familiar scent and finding that it helps me relax instantly. My arms slide around his waist, palms pressing against the firm plane of his stomach. He doesn't startle, he never does, but some of the rigidity melts from his spine as I press my cheek between his shoulder blades. His wings shift, curling forward to create a golden cocoon around us both. It's become his unconscious habit lately, this protective gesture that shields us from the world. One of his hands covers mine, rough calluses catching against my baker's scars. The scar on his cheek catches shadows as the sun dips lower, that mark from a battle he still won't talk about. Sometimes I wonder if he'll ever share all his secrets, all the centuries of memories locked behind those golden eyes. But for now, I'm content to hold him, to be the safe harbour he never had before. Ridwan shifts in my embrace, turning to face me. The dying sunlight catches the sharp angles of his face, throwing that scar into stark relief. His golden eyes search mine, filled with an intensity that makes my breath catch. "What's wrong?" My fingers trace the line of his jaw, feeling the tension there. "Are you certain about this?" His voice is rough, like he's been holding these words back. "The binding, being tied to me for eternity. There's no undoing it once it's done." A laugh bubbles up in my chest, but I swallow it down. Trust him to doubt this now, after everything we've been through. After all the nights spent learning each other's broken pieces, all the moments where his touch made me feel more alive than I ever thought possible. "Ridwan." I cup his face between my palms, thumbs brushing over his cheekbones. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. The words barely leave my lips before he's moving, one hand tangling in my hair while the other pulls me flush against him. His mouth claims mine with a desperation that steals my breath. There's nothing gentle about this kiss. It's all need and heat and barely contained power. His wings curl tighter around us, blocking out the last rays of sun until all I can see, feel, taste is him. I arch into him, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. He tastes like smoke and something darker, something that reminds me of storm clouds gathering on the horizon. His grip on my waist tightens, and I feel the slight tremor in his hands, the only outward sign of how much control he's maintaining. When he finally breaks the kiss, his forehead rests against mine. Some of the tension has bled from his shoulders, replaced by something softer, more vulnerable. It's a side of him few ever see, the warrior laying down his armour, if only for a moment. When we break apart, I grin up at him, my chest still rising and falling like I've just sprinted across the city. His golden eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face as I sink to my knees. The polished stone is cool beneath me, but I barely notice. My fingers work at the laces of his pants, quick and sure. If he's worried, I'll take his mind off of it.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofproththea.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Proththea.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 32. Ridwan. The morning light filters through the temple windows, casting golden rays across the polished stone floor. My heart pounds against my ribs as I stand before the altar, watching Eva walk toward me in a flowing white dress that catches the light like fresh snow. The silk rustles with each step, and her smile, gods, that smile could bring armies to their knees. You look terrified. Eva's whisper breaks through my thoughts as she takes her place beside me. I force my shoulders to relax. Not terrified. Just... the words catch in my throat. How do I tell her that after all these years of holding myself apart, the thought of being completely open to another person shakes me to my core? Annalise sits in the front row, practically vibrating with excitement. She clutches a bouquet of silver moonflowers to her chest, her wings twitching with barely contained joy. Behind her, the handful of witnesses, my closest advisors and Eva's chosen family, fill only the first few rows of the vast temple. The Nashai approaches, her ceremonial robes trailing behind her in shades of deep blue and gold. Her weathered face carries the wisdom of centuries as she raises her hands. We gather today to witness the binding of two souls. Eva's fingers find mine, warm and steady. The contact sends a jolt through my body, and my wings shift, adjusting to accommodate her presence at my side. Are you prepared to join your souls for eternity? The Nashai's voice echoes through the chamber. To share not just your lives, but your very essence. Yes, Eva's voice rings clear and strong. My throat tightens. The last time I stood here... No, this isn't the same. Eva squeezes my hand and I squeeze back. Yes. The Nashai's hands begin to glow, tendrils of golden light weaving between her fingers. The magic pulses, alive and ancient, reaching toward us like curious fingers. As it touches my chest, warmth spreads through my body, and I feel Eva's presence, not just beside me, but inside me. Her emotions wash over me. Love, certainty, a trace of nervousness that mirrors my own. The magical tether between us solidifies, sinking beneath our skin. Over my heart, a mark burns into existence, a pattern unique to us, marking me as irrevocably hers as she is mine. The Nashai's voice fades into the background as I stare into Eva's eyes. My vows spill out, raw and unfiltered, each word carrying the weight of years spent building walls around my heart. I spent so long convinced that duty was enough, that being a leader, a father, meant sacrificing everything else. My voice roughens, but you showed me I was wrong. You walked into my life and refused to let me hide behind protocols and paperwork. Ava's eyes glisten. Her hand trembles in mine, but her grip remains firm. You didn't just love me. You taught me how to love again. How to be present. How to... I glance at Annalise, whose silver eyes mirror her mother's, but shine with a hope I haven't seen in years. How to be the father my daughter deserves. Ava's vows wash over me like a healing balm. Each word sinks deep, filling cracks I didn't know existed. The tether between us pulses stronger with every promise, every declaration of love. When our lips meet, the temple's magic surges. Golden light explodes behind my closed eyes as the soul bond snaps into place. Eva's joy, her love, her fierce determination, it all crashes through me. For the first time since Sierra's death, the hollow ache in my chest disappears. I pull back, pressing my forehead to Eva's. Her presence fills every corner of my mind, every empty space in my soul. This is what I denied myself with Sarah. This completion, this absolute certainty that I am exactly where I belong. Through our new bond, I feel Eva's answering surge of love. Her hands cup my face, thumbs brushing over my cheeks. In her touch, I find peace. In her eyes, I find home. The temple doors burst open as we exit, and sunlight bathes us in warmth. Eva's hand stays locked in mine, our new soul bond humming with contentment. Through it, I feel her pure happiness mixing with my own, a foreign sensation after so many years of keeping my emotions locked away. Annalise bounds down the temple steps ahead of us, her wings spread wide in excitement. She spins around, platinum hair catching the light. Does this mean I can call you Mom now? Ava laughs, the sound traveling through our bond like ripples in a pond. Only if you want to. I want to. Annalise's silver eyes, so like her mother's, meet mine. There's hesitation there, a question she's afraid to ask. I open my arm and she crashes into my side. My wing curls around both her and Eva, creating a cocoon of golden feathers. We're a family now. All of us. A real one? Annalise's voice cracks. With family dinners and everything? With everything. Eva's fingers brush through Annalise's hair. Your father already promised to leave his paperwork at the office more often. I grunt. I did no such thing. But they both feel my amusement through the bond. Ava directly, and Annalise through the way my wing tightens around her. Race you to the garden! Annalise breaks free, launching herself into the air. Her golden wings catch the wind, carrying her toward the palace gardens where the reception awaits. Ava tugs my hand. She's happy. She is. I watch my daughter soar, remembering all the times I pushed her away, buried myself in work instead of facing my grief. Thank you for showing me what I was missing. Thank you for letting me. Eva's love pulses through our bond, and I pull her closer, pressing my lips to her forehead. Together, we follow Annalise's path to the garden, where our new life as a family begins.